Good evening yet again. We are continuing our journey through Deep Dip. Hello up, Voltus, Elise, Bot Paul, Plastic Enjoyer, in desperate need of recap. I can't find any streams where we saw them get through most of 11. What the hell happened? You're in luck because I have information. I have information that I've gathered, so that's all good. Hi Kim, same, or maybe less so the cast personally, and more towards our players. Okay, oh wait, I don't even have the game open. That would be a good start. Okay. Let's give it a little bit of a moment before I show what Bren has been cooking, so that I don't need to do it 200 times. People tuning in a little bit. But the main news is that floor 11 has been reached. That has been the big thing. Couple days stuck on floor 10. Elcon making it to the very end. Lars, Virtual Hazard, trying still to get through the ice bin as far as I know. By 2 people. Hold on. Now, okay, I didn't have the full picture then. Who's the second one? Yeah, Bren, I know. Elcon made it last... Oh, Elcon made it last night. That I actually didn't know. Failed the first jump. Alright, gotcha. Thank you. I didn't hear anything about that. I wonder if there's some clip of that. I do have Bren's things, but Elcon wasn't streaming this. Wasn't Valen stream? Okay. If there's a clip of that, I can check that out as well. Welcome, Elegant Sorrow, everyone else too. Good progress, for sure. Let's jump into the server, see what's happening right now, and then I'll give a recap of Bren's current progress, which is the world record at the moment, so it is something. But apparently, Elcon has been the first one to reach floor 11. Important historical accuracy here. As far as I understand this correctly. Anyway, Granati? Actually, well, let's tune into this one for now. I need to be in spectator for everything to work. It's still... Well, I guess this works. I guess it's just stylized like this. Not having, like, yeah. Okay. No plugin updates today. I guess this works. Yeah, this should be Granadi's personal best. Made it to this point, or very close to this point before. I don't think Granadi has been to floor 8. Failed this final jump, if I remember correctly. There's so many players to keep track of though. That might be something else. Maybe failed the landing here. There was someone also who didn't quite land on the slope. Virtual, great progress. Everyone is making great progress, I feel. Virtual has been using the plugin as well, it seems. So, has got to floor 10 again. And yeah, our two players here, Bren and Elcon. They are at the top. Granary toilet. Okay. Understandable. Well, let's get a quick look at what's going on. We have Virtual on the server today. We have Ixon, Simo, Elcon. Some very promising players for sure. Kubas, one of the mappers, vibing. And Sami trying to get towards floor 6 here. So, a lot of players making a lot of personal progress too. So it's not just the sort of like, you know, world records that are being broken, which they are. Okay, Granary going now. Jumps in. Is the bones a bit much? No, slows down. We will take a look at Bren's journey in just a moment. Let's watch Granary's attempt for first, and I will let you know about all the details. Granary on floor 8. Well done, well done. There it is. Now, I think this is the floor where Granary will switch to keyboard. I heard from someone that the turtling on wheel, not ideal. So, Granary, I guess we'll switch the input device. Usually a wheel player, but when you need to swing back and forth with the upside down driving, I guess it's understandable that you wouldn't want to do that on wheel. I guess it's more comfortable on keyboard. Lorraine. It is the pizza car. Virtual falling down, but not from very high. Oh, right, I can't be in Cam 7, I guess, if I click these buttons. Oh, now it broke again. Does it work now? Oh yeah, now it shows the correct... Okay. I'm not sure what's up with the name tags, but it should be good. Hefest also playing, but hasn't really been too very high. Not really a floor 5 contender yet. So... Okay, Granady, I guess, taking some time. So, we might as well... I mean, we might also miss Granady's thing here, but... I think maybe we will take a look at our current world record journey. So, there's a couple things to recap. Let's hope that Granady takes a few minutes on this. So, this is what has happened today. Elcon, last night, I'm hearing just now, has reached floor 11. I don't have a clip of that prepared. But apparently Elcon didn't get very far, failed the first section there. But there was another player earlier today that managed to reach the same floor. So Bren, after being stuck on floor 10 for a couple days, was able to get the 360. Has been getting this really nicely so far, getting up here all the way. Getting this tricky dirt landing here. And then lining up the ice half pipe. Turning around to the right. And then, turning around to the right again. Bren's first attempt was to turn to the left, but barely stays on the track like this. And, with some wiggles, getting extra speed from the speed slides, Bren made it to floor 11. Now this run... A little bit of cam 7ing there from Bren. So this run, Still looking. Made it apparently further than Elcon's first run, making it all the way towards this jump, but not quite landing it. So Bren falling down on this first attempt, so not quite getting that, but that's not the end of our journey, because later on, Bren was able to get back to floor 10, get the ice spin, getting it very barely a lot of the time, but it works out. Getting back on the half pipe. Turning around. Once more to the right. So the right side turn seems to be what works here. Some wiggles, getting the speed, a landing clean. And Bren, one more time to floor 11. And this time, makes the jump. It's a little bit further, then looking ahead a little bit again. Lining up these tricky landings. Gets the first, gets the second as well. So this one brings the height all the way, we can see on the top left side, to about 1200 meters. This is where it happens. Another 100-meter barrier broken right here. And then, on this run, we skip a little forward. Bren planning to jump to the left of the light on the top. So we can see the landing up here. Bren planning to jump onto this left part of it. We could jump to lineup for sure. Skipping ahead a little bit. Trying to find maybe a consistent speed setup as well. Clips the landing. Not able to try it out. But able to recover. So you can jump back onto this previous platform if that happens. Important information, not only for Bren, but for everyone else as well. So we're getting a lot of data on this new floor, even with the couple attempts that have only made it through to that so far. Then lining it up. This time getting the landing, jumping to the left, but it's not meant to be. But Bren, fortunately, lands into a pool and will be able to retry floor 10. And we're going to skip ahead a little bit. Back to floor 11 after that save. Just a couple minutes later. And then changes the strategy. So, didn't really feel like that left side of the light was working. Then Bren is going to jump higher, which seems counterproductive because, you know, the landing is hard enough as it is. Why would you want to jump higher than the previous section you tried? But it's a more direct jump, so it sort of makes sense. You reduce your speed by trying to steer to the left and take the lowest possible landing. In that sense, it sort of makes sense. Bren here also analyzing the previous attempts, kind of checking like, okay, not really sure about that one. So then, checking in, okay, maybe the right side. Direct line, maybe. And Bren, going in, lands it. A new personal best and a new wall record as well. Bren making good progress through this new floor. Then we have this loop here. So it's kind of a pathfinding floor, we could say, but it does seem you need to drive over here, land into the loop, and then zoop onto the water, and the water will flip you over, so you will be able to recover that even if you land upside down, which you will, obviously. So Bren here, couple minutes of thinking, we're skipping ahead in case anyone's confused, then lining up the jump, not quite landing it. So kind of going through the mistake first, thinking about, okay, what can I do differently? What should I do? And then attempting to save it, thinking about dropping to the side there. Checking the line. Going forward. It unfortunately is just a little bit off. Floor 10, we talked about this before. If you fall into these floor 10 parts, they are ice, they are snow, they are tilted downwards. So the landings there, incredibly difficult to save. So, well, Bren here, at the very least, does manage to make history. It is a 1180 meter fall. So, records broken in that category as well. But that's not where we end. Because Bren managed to do it again. At the end of Bren's stream, was able, one more time, to get to floor 10, all the way back from the bottom. To the half pipe, turning around, jumping back, landing dead center, gets plenty of speed and lands on floor 11. Feeling pretty confident on these early parts, not needing to line up too much, not needing to think about the strats, chaining these two first sections as well. Bit of a scary run to follow, a scary floor to follow. There's a lot that you can fail here, but Bren truly making it look easy. This is more about like traditional like RPG stuff that Bren is really good at, so once more, jumps on the uphill, and even though it's higher, it works really nicely for Bren. Then just going in, knows the strategy, knows how to avoid the previous mistake, lands this time, goes up, barely gets enough speed to get into the water. And now, a new section with a new height reached. 1247 meters in the air. Drying the wheels on the dirt. Let's maybe scouted this a little bit. Lands here. Looks for the next section. A lot of pathfinding on this floor. But Bren Has it figured out? Oh, this is Brent's second time here already. Okay, I missed one run then. In here. That's good to know. So, okay. So, small correction. Similar run here. So 4 times total to floor 11. Very impressive. And then lining this up. And there's one thing I found very interesting. We'll wait for it a little bit. Landing down and now needs to jump all the way onto this beam. Jumps too far though. And Brent's run ends there. This is right in the middle. But the one thing I found interesting about this is what Brent is saying next.
I tried a different release. Okay, maybe I understood. I'm not gonna say it out loud, because might as well try to get a lead if I'm right.
Deep dip.
But I might know what I could do. I'm gonna be selfish.
We are kind of approaching a point on this grind where the players are feeling that they're getting further and further ahead. They're starting to feel that these runs are getting far enough that you can actually start looking forward to finishing the map. And that's, I think, like a big mental shift that we're reaching. So Bren choosing to not reveal the strategies there. We'll see. We'll see what Bren has been thinking about. But this was the final run that Bren managed to get up here. Apparently, yeah, there was another run as well that wasn't as good as this one. So that's the recap for today afternoon. Still far from the top for sure. But at this point, yeah, it's maybe going to be less of a collaboration and starting to turn more into that, like, first finish competition. I actually thought that it would take maybe a couple floors more, maybe to floor like 13, before this shift happened. I knew that this shift would happen because it's a competition. Eventually this, you know, starts becoming more and more serious about actually winning. But yeah, it's already happening on floor 11 now. And it kind of makes sense on floor 11 because it's kind of like a weird floor in a sense. There's a lot of jumps that you kind of have to find the lineup for, and there's so much pathfinding, so many strategies that might, you know, happen differently between different players. Okay, so someone mentioned Kubas. Kubas is a mapper of the project, so not eligible for the prizes, not part of the competition. Has built one of the late floors, so we don't need to care about Kubas too much. It's, you know, cool to see, but Kubas has been playtesting the map before, so I think Kubas is just vibing, just chilling on the higher floors right now. We can basically pretend that Kubas is not the server, because there's probably a good amount of head start that Kubas got from playtesting. But still, cool to see the mappers also enjoy their map. Just vibing, yeah. Okay, so yeah, I didn't answer anything during the recap, so I will catch up now. Welcome everybody. Yeah, Lapafo, they're all playing this full map. I'm just showing, you know, clips of players and skipping around so it looks like they never go on to any other floor. Hi Petrov. Jacob. Emil. Glad to have you guys here. Two-time Deep winner would be a pretty big title, and Bren is currently in the lead. Unfortunate for Grandy. When we ask, like, okay, well, why are people not going for the direct line? This is the reason. You fail it, your run is over. That's the reason. Another question, for example, Virtual is playing sometimes on a private server because it says playing on this one drops FPS, but it's still legit as he's streaming it all, right? Yes, but you don't even need to stream the whole progress. All you need to do is stream your final full run. So you don't actually, here's one thing. When things get more serious, I don't know if it's going to happen because, you know, there's a lot of viewers to be had if you get to like floor 15 and 16. But right now we're seeing a lot of players get to these new sections, and they're like watching other players who have cleared the same parts. They are picking up different strats, different approaches. They're learning things from VODs of other players. And the obvious thought there is that, like, okay, if I'm the furthest ahead, is it better for me to not stream at all until I'm ready to finish the map, so that no one else can pick up what I'm learning? So there could even be a point when players are like on purpose not showing their runs at all until they're actually ready to finish the map. So when they have the strats, when they know what to do on floor 16, and they want to go and finish the map, that might be when we see some surprise stream from one of these guys after not having a stream for like multiple days maybe, going for that final run. That's a possibility. Album. Before his first try, he said something about wanting to clip his wheels on the edge because otherwise he wouldn't make it. Interesting, interesting. It is a difficult landing, it seems. Hi, Susie. 1-2F. Okay, I'm still catching up with everything. Azardans Kandir are not playing this weekend indeed, or at least are not playing actively because they're playing a LAN tournament. I haven't taken a look at the later floors yet. We're gonna discover them together with the players. Hi Mortley, Savius. No worries, Exilizer. Kubas is extremely good, yes. I gave this example the other day. I built a khaki map in 2021, and khaki is a competition with extremely difficult maps that are usually, you know, 20 to 30 seconds long. Pretty difficult to manage to even like find out the tricks sometimes, and players have 1 month to try to complete as many of 75 maps as possible. So I built a map for every khaki season so far in this game. In 2021, I built a map. I was kind of, you know, not very good at the game back then. Kind of getting my skills up at that point. It took me like 64 hours to validate my map. Now, it definitely wasn't that hard of a map. But for me to finish it one time took 64 hours. At the point where I was then. During the event, I think around 15 to 20 people managed to finish that map. So within 1 month, 15 to 20 people finished it. And one of them was Kubas. But this is the thing, Kubas got the world record. But Kubas didn't simply get the world record on that map. Kubas finished my map like 20 times during the events. It took me 64 hours to finish it once. This guy finished it 20 times in 1 month. So I don't recall the exact number anymore, but it's somewhere around there. So Kuba's extremely good player, and I think everyone should be scared of Kuba's floor when it comes, because of the skill that the guy has. Virtual getting some runs up as well, by the way. Yo, Cardboard Burger. Did you see Brent's analysis on the next part when he lands that it might be a PF part? I did not. But we will see. We'll wait and see if maybe Elcon can get there, because Elcon also managed to get to floor 11, though the very beginning. But now Elcon also knows Bren's strategies, right? Casters can still watch, not if the players are playing in solo though. That's the thing. Like, if the player is not streaming and they're playing in solo, then there's no way for me to cast them, right? So, if they're not on the server, which they don't have to be, then, no chance. Who knows, like, maybe some of these players have been playing significantly in solo as well. Maybe Skandir and Hazard are currently at the mini RPG LAN. Maybe they're also playing in solo instead of the server. I don't know. So we wouldn't know about like all of the progress. It's not 100% ever. They have to stream their final attempt. So the entire run from start to finish that you've finished the map, you have to stream. But right now, you know, you're not really looking to finish the map when we're still not even on floor 12, right? So it could be that some players will just start hiding their strats more. Maybe Scrappy as well, that's possible. Virtual is savable though. Plenty of people have done this. Oh. Close. Come on, Virtual. Some of these saves take about 2 seconds, and some of these take about 2 minutes. Just needs to be patient. Oh, close. Oh, car is bouncing. That could be a good sign. Anytime now. Yeah, the thing is that you can also play without the plugin. Which means that your progression will not be accurate on the height on the plugin. So it's actually... Oh, Virtual. Finally. Bit of a battle. Makes it work though. But yeah, you can like fully hide strategies. That is absolutely possible. There will be some people who definitely will not do that. Like, you know, Virtual wouldn't hide strategies, because for Virtual, the streaming journey, I think that's probably a pretty big one, right? There's also the thing about like I suppose, okay, one thing, Virtual is off stream right now. Yeah, fair enough, I guess. I saw that Janik was kind of like casting for Virtual earlier. As like a, you know, trade-off, I suppose. It's a difficult thing because there's the mental aspect as well. It can be like, you know, for some players it might be easier to focus when they are off stream. but I do think that for some players it can actually also help to stream. Like, I know from a personal experience, when I was like speedrunning stuff where I've been like doing some speedruns, virtual, where it's actually a reset hell. Like, it's there was one map that was a 4.5 minute map in Shootmania, Trackmania type game, but you don't have a car and you shoot rockets. Don't worry about it. So 4.5 minutes run, and it's basically like 95% of the time you're on the first checkpoint, because the very beginning of the map is that insanely difficult to do. It's like 10% chance of getting out of checkpoint 1. So it's a full reset hell. The amount of attempts I actually needed to complete that run that I wanted was about 36,000. 36,000 attempts. And there's no chance I would have been able to do that if I wasn't streaming. Because not only is it like very exhausting, but at some point it also just gets like kind of boring in a way, in the sense that you're just kind of repeating the same things over and over and over again, and it gets like harder and harder to like actually not go on autopilot. And I found that when I was streaming, it was easier for me to kind of keep myself like a little bit more focused, in the sense that I didn't like zone out because I needed to focus on something. And I think that helped me out. So for some players, streaming might also help focus. So it's kind of, you know, suppose, yeah, like it makes you more engaged with what you're doing. Hi boss, unlucky. Virtual? Beam. Hi Van Royen. See the bobsleigh landing. That's good. Virtual, turtled, but we'll be able to save this. Just timing it on the wall. Virtual really good at these flips. Yeah, still on the server. I'm glad that Virtual is playing on the server still, so we can follow that progress, especially on runs like this. And yeah, like when you're playing, especially 10 hours a day, mentally it gets so exhausting, right? So you're gonna try to switch it up a little bit as well. I do think that some of these players will start taking days off, and I hope they will at some point, because when we get to like the end of week 2, it starts getting to the point where it's not sustainable to do this kind of like an exhausting grind every single day. You're doing nothing else but thinking about deep dip. It's brutal. Oh, turtle saves it. But I mean, Virtual, whatever it is, it's working out now. Seems to be doing just fine here. If I recall correct, Simo said something about not even playing this if you didn't have to stream this. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, Simo, you know, Simo is kind of someone who like was often streaming without like mic and doing these insane khaki grinds, and I think maybe that's something that, you know, might help Simo also focus. That could be, I don't know. Well, you need to turtle here anyway. Maybe Virtual can maybe unflip this or just keeps it going. You do need to drive upside down. Oh, I'm not sure what it was there. I'm not sure if Virtual couldn't decide whether to go for the unflip or whether to continue. it felt kind of like maybe thinking about both. Kind of like thinking like, okay, well, you can unflip here. Like, that's your first thought, right? But then it's like, oh, but I need to turtle on this anyway. So then you kind of like keep going, but it's when you need to make that split-second decision. I don't know if it's greedy. I don't know if it's greedy, because remember that we've seen multiple runs end when they start the turtle here, and they go a little bit too far and hit this wall. So starting the turtle, not that safe. Not as safe as it might seem. So when you already have the turtle going, you might think like, okay, well, it actually might be more safe to just keep it up. Since it's already going, you're already, you know, in a safe spot relatively. You just need to do the turn, just go around here, right? So in some sense it could be like safer to keep it going if you made that decision like instantly. But of course making that decision instantly, that's not so easy. Unfortunate. Don't think this is savable. So, if you missed the recap a while ago, Bren has made excellent progress, but Elcon was the first to reach 11, same as Elcon was the first to reach floor 9. As far as I understand, this is my understanding. I haven't seen the Elcon run, but this is, I believe this is the course of events. Tell me on PB, that's true. Getting close. So, Elcon made to the very first beginning part of floor 11, clearing the halfpipe. Then Bren made it as well, managed to get a couple jumps further. Then Bren fell, made it again, managed to get a couple jumps further. Then once more, a bit further, once more, a bit further, and right now we're at the point where we are at the point where we have cleared floor 11. Where is it? Here, we're at the crystals. We've gone from here, landing here, jumping up, jumping down, jumping here, taking speed into the quarter pipe, landing here on the uphill, taking speed, going around, landing on the loop, zooping into the water, and then going over here. And then Bren tried out this jump, and the final attempt that Bren had here jumped over this landing. Went too far. And we know what that means. So, what happens here? Who knows? Now, there was some, you know, thinking about what does that mean? Valze. Look. Yeah, thank you, Bison. There was some idea of this maybe being like a press forward part or such. Maybe lining up against the plastic here and going here and then zooping probably on this landing. That could be it. I don't think we're much more than halfway through this floor. If even halfway through, honestly. It seems like there's a lot to be driven still. And it all looks so unsavable. I suppose when you get to like this side of the floor, there are going to be those floor 8 pools below you. So in some sense you might get lucky and land over there. So yeah, hard to say. But where does floor 12 begin? That I don't fully know yet. I think it might be something like zooping from here onto this platform. Maybe into this hole or something, I don't know. Maybe it starts here. We'll see. Okay, one floor at a time. You can see what happens here in the original trailer they put out. Okay, it could be a bait though. Because we watched the most recent launch trailer before, and it's just trolling all the way through, from the beginning to the end. They're driving, like for example this part, they're driving backwards in the trailer. They're driving this from here to the previous part. Doesn't think the teaser is bait? I guess we'll see. I would not underestimate the khaki mappers that we have. I'm sorry, Valze. It means that you fall to the very bottom of this Trackmania map. Oh yeah, Elcon was the first. Elcon was the first to floor 11. That will be one for the history books. But Bren has been trailblazing. You can link the trailer, sure. We can take a quick look. Okay. So, let's find it. Here we have a car doing the floor 1 ice slide. Okay, that's real. This bug slide is real. This is what? Oh, what the fuck is this? What is this, dude? Anyway, that's why we're here. Okay, we have some things that we haven't seen. Floor 9, that's real. Floor 6, this is real. So, I see why you guys would be convinced. Floor 7, that's real. Floor 10, this is real. So here, that's... Indeed. That is the line. Yeah. Falling sideways. Steering as well. Can we see that on the car? So this is press forward, right? This is press forward. We don't see the wheels turn. Okay. Grab the binoculars. Going deep. Maybe some steering inputs. It kind of looks PF though. No, it kind of... No, here, steering. That looks like a steering input. At the very bottom, maybe steering to the right. Kinda interesting. I wonder if this was planned. If they planned to give this kind of a hint. It would be Gigabrain from the organizers. That's really interesting though. But it's true, there is some, like, you know, evidence that it could be real, as everything else that we've seen on the map so far seems to be accurate on the trailer. Sure, we can show that jump here as well. So it is all the way here. Starts from here. You somehow get here. This would be the sideways landing. And then zooming up, presumably landing here. Now these kinds of setups can actually work. I'll show a really quick one. Maybe some of you guys have seen this as well. I built a map for Moji Mondays. Mapping competition. Yeah, Moji Mondays, exactly. Somewhere here. So I made this kind of a thing. This is completely different. It's not, you know, nothing like that. But just to showcase how these kinds of plastic things can be fairly consistent. So I built this map for the competition. Didn't win. I was top 4. But this start setup looks super wonky. Like if you only see a replay of this, we can check the GPS here. You go here, and then the car does this kind of a thing, and it lands on the checkpoint. And it looks like that will never happen again, right? It looks, what is this, you know? That can't be consistent at all. But when I play this a couple times... Oh, well, it worked. Well, it worked again. Right? So you can build stuff like this that actually has like a pretty sort of surprising consistency. And it could be similar to that as well, but crucially it might require a very specific setup. So that might be much less about the actual things that happen on the plastic and so much more about what's happening on the setup. So the setup will be the crucial part about that, probably. That is my expectation. Cheers, Arcraft. Good to have you here. Some progress. Virtual back on the server again. Hugo samifying everyone else here as well. Hey, thank you for the tier 1, Arcraft. You can do anything in that one? Yeah, even the inputs don't really matter. Only the setup. So you can do a press forward line there, and it also gets you through. You can even counter steer to the wrong direction, and you can get through. Goda, it doesn't help because I'm whitelisted on the server, so I can type literally anything and it will let me through. Just letting you know. And if you're not whitelisted, you will not get through even if you know the password, so, you know, wouldn't help you. Bodyslam Soini, thank you for the 100 and welcome. Have you seen Hugo's Super Turbo Ice Corridor from yesterday on this floor? Yes. Many people are using it now, if it's the one that I think it is. Okay, name tags. Wait. I haven't tried the map yet. I'll probably try it out when the competition has concluded. New map that's similar in Trackmania. Oh, by Crash? I think I saw something about it. I might try it eventually, but not super hard, I guess, from what I heard. Really fair, okay. I could try it out after this whole thing done. I like those kind of survival towers there. So here, Hugo, indeed. At this point, stopping here, lining up carefully next to this floor. I haven't seen Carlberg's uphill line, no. Maybe we'll see it. I'll need to pay attention to Carlberg, who is on the server. But yeah, Hugo ice slides through the turbo and then lines it up here. And many people have been doing this. So, Torch was the first to fight this. Our juniors started doing it soon after, and now we have, like, I feel half of the players, if not like 80% of the players, using this strategy. It seems to be much, much easier to line up. Today's progression actually is very good. But remember that floor 10 was also cleared pretty quickly. Hazard got to floor 10 after, you know, many people got stuck to the final parts of floor 9 for a while. And Hazard was able to get pretty quickly halfway through. So Bren has done like a similar job here. And that is not to say like, oh, the second half of floor 11 is gonna be probably much, much worse. But it's good to remember that the floors are not maybe going to be so balanced in a sense where like every trick is as difficult as the others. So I don't know how far we are on floor 11 in terms of like, you know, the idea of like actually getting through it. Because I feel like the end of floor 9, the last 3 tricks on floor 9 are as difficult as the rest of floor 9 combined. That's what it currently seems like. I showed the wildcard clip a little bit earlier, as well as many other Bren clips. Oof, landing bug? Flipping the landing? I'll probably show Bren's best attempt again at some point, but in some time. But there's maybe someone can link the, or even I can link the, what, maybe? Or maybe someone else has it, I don't actually have it open anymore. Someone asked what I'm drinking. Energy drink. No carbs company. Beruba. Gotta get my caffeine up, it's gonna be a long day. It's at the very end of Bren's recent stream. And it's also in the beginning of the stream. Maybe 10 minutes in. Hefest is playing. But hasn't been playing like all that much. Still a 500 meter record, so nothing too crazy. Second best Danish energy drink company? Is it Danish? I really didn't even know that. What's the best one? Yesterday Elcon did the most beautiful 360. I feel like every 360 I've seen from Elcon has been the most beautiful one, honestly. Maybe what you're talking about is like a wonky one, but Elcon is just so good at ice. Hugo, careful. Baxa Kondi booster? Never heard of that. Noko is Swedish though. I'll let you guys fact check this one. I don't know. Is virtual top 3 right now? I'm not sure if there's any new names that have got past the ice spin, but assuming that Lars, Hazard and Virtual haven't been making any progress yet, they're all tied on the ice spin. Is Techie streaming? Did he show some shortcuts? I don't think Techie would show any shortcuts because Techie is a mapper in this project. Oh, Hugo. The worst mistake you can do here. Hitting the hole. Unfortunate Elcon. Climbing though. Climbing fast. only watched Virtual before DD2, and I'm following 5 other TM channels as well. Hey, welcome. Glad to have you here. We've been casting, if you're new here. We're currently on day 9 of Deep Dip Challenge. The goal, finish this Trackmania map. Get to the top. There is $27,000 and a little bit more in the prize pool. And the winner takes half of that. Top 2, 30%, top 3, 20%. So, be in the top 3 of finishing this map. That is the goal. So, very difficult map, very different from your typical Trackmania map as well. Most maps have checkpoints, for one, and most maps are kind of like have more traditional sort of flow where, you know, the sort of map kind of like flows. How would I explain it? Kind of like in real life races, you don't usually stop and line up for jumps, right? Not that you usually do jumps anyway. But generally speaking, you know, they kind of just move forward and you get some sort of stable speed through the entire map. So this one, very unique Trackmania challenge, but it's not the first of its kind. There is a style called RPG, and there's also a style called Trial, that have very similar elements as these maps. Elcon Wet Wheels, no. Well, gets to a block of dirt eventually. Just keeps going. Wet Wheels kinda do that. Not ideal, but back we go. These kinds of mistakes will happen, as you know. There's so many things. Yeah, of course he could turn, but you just, you know, you brake, you know? You hold backwards when you do that. So you're like, oh, I'm gonna stop. But then you have wet wheels. So, like, sometimes you just... You have to do 2 billion things on this map, right? And you kind of forget about one thing and you fall down 2 floors. It happens. Full speed floor. That would be interesting. Oh, savable. Turtle is alive. Elcon. We'll probably try against the pole here. Oh. Taking the long way. Looks a bit risky, actually. Going on the grass. Okay. To the pole. Waiting for the timing. Oh, misses the timing. Good try, but not today. I did not create a floor this event. Isaac. We'll keep an eye on the Carlberg uphill. Right now, I think Carlberg at the bottom, right? Was there some overlapping? Yeah. Overlapping cars. Okay, techie, chilling. Ground floor. Granadi, really good progress. Made it to floor 8 now. We actually didn't see the mistake that Granadi had there, but very solid progress from Granadi as well. Johan, some good progress indeed. Bren has the Walter Guard. Bren has been making it through the first, I'm gonna say, like 6 sections of floor 11, maybe 5 or 6. They're pretty long, like, stunts. As, you know, like this kind of like a grass uphill, I would say, is like one thing you need to do. One section, one trick, one stunt. So on floor 11 you need to chain a couple things. Need to do some jump combinations. So they are longer sections, but overall there's probably fewer as well compared to a floor like this. Elcon's biggest weakness besides consistency is, I guess, definitely turling. Bernardi, maybe as well, but that was unfortunate. Perhaps Elcon has been looking a little bit shaky on the last turtle on floor 8. But has been also making it through it like fairly well at this point. So we'll see. You know, if you play this map enough, you probably improve as well, right? Just noticed, why do your textures look different from other streamers? So there's a couple of reasons actually. One is settings. So one thing that you can see is that we have these lines here, more visible on some others, but somewhere else. Okay, floor 4 maybe? Yeah, so here we have lines. We have these colored lines. What the color is depends on what the mapper chose. There's white, black, green, blue, red that they can choose from. This comes from having high shaders. A lot of streamers, when they play, you know, they need more FPS than I need when I'm just, you know, streaming, just watching people play. So they usually turn shaders to low to get a little bit more FPS, so they don't have these lines. And then the other reason is that a lot of people are using a plugin that changes how ice looks. So it changes the texture of ice to be a bit more blue, to make it more distinguishable from road parts. Because for some reasons the game devs made ice and road, the concrete, look very similar. So there's a plugin that you can use to change that. Probably those two reasons. The default movement, gonna save this. Going backwards, I guess it might eventually fall to the bobsleigh, I don't know. Hello Stephanie. Branded a whole lot of things. The half pipe and a bunch of stuff on floor 11. Hey Butler, climbing is looking pretty good now. We got a little bit stuck on floor 10, but now I feel like the final parts have been figured out. I think the crucial thing was that when Bren was first trying to do the half pipe, Bren's first attempts were to turn to the left to land it. Like jumping off the ice here, first taking speed here, turning around, and then jumping in, and then turning to the left. And that didn't seem to work. It always ended up not making this landing quite. Or at the very least, you know, the one attempt that made it to this plastic didn't really work out. Elcon made it before, and I haven't seen Elcon's attempt, but I'm guessing that Elcon decided to turn to the right instead. So turning to the right like this, and then landing here. And Elcon was the first to get to floor 11. Bren also started turning to the right, made the landing 4 or 5 times. So Bren has been to floor 11 a bunch of times at this point. Yeah, if anyone does have Elcon clip, that would be great. On a big map like this, there are so many slight shadow bugs that makes it makes distinguishing ice and platform even harder. That's true. Like usually you can rely on the shade of the block a little bit if you're very careful, but the shadows when you build big maps are very limited, which means that the game will reduce the quality of shadows on like every single part of the map. And that results in, if I can find one, shouldn't take too long. Well, like this, you know, like 2 different shades next to each other in the shadows, right? This will just always happen. So, like here as well, if you look at this quarter pipe, it kind of like has these very clear lines where the shadows kind of change shade, and this will happen more and more the bigger the map is. So The players don't want to get any big surprises here as well. This is probably the best example I can give. So when you have like these kinds of shade differences, and these are all the same surface, right? But if one of these was ice, it would be really difficult to tell. So a lot of players use the plugin to be able to tell what the surface is. Bren seems to be very consistent on the half pipe and seems to be getting the 360 pretty well. So yeah, Bren, hard to say how far on floor 11, but I'm gonna say like 1/3 to halfway done with it. That doesn't mean that, you know, it's gonna be easy going from here. There might be the hardest tricks of the floor still ahead of us. But yeah, probably at least 1/3 through floor 11. Okay. Elcon at the very beginning. Virtual was playing and was on the server, is on the server, but currently on the ground. So Virtual just got a floor 8 attempt not too long ago, but unfortunately dead turtled in the final turtle part. You know, working on a task of the map. I don't know. Making tasks runs in this game is a lot harder than in the older games. People have done task runs. I don't know how exactly. There's, you know, many ways to make tool-assisted speedruns. Like, you know, you can go the old school way and just, if you manage to have like save states and, you know, slow motion, you can make a task that way. That's how a lot of like task runs are done. But in the older Trackmania, you can like script the inputs of the run, and I don't know if that is possible here. And also, it's probably like an insane amount of work. So I would doubt that it's gonna happen anytime soon. Maybe eventually. Game 2020 blocks virtual inputs. Yeah, so about the task, Game 2020 blocks virtual input, so you have to bypass if you want to make it. Fair enough, yeah. So it's probably much more complicated at the very least. A deep grind. Getting in there. Oh yeah, Carlberg getting into floor 5. I want to see that line, but it's still a little bit of work. Gonna take at least a minute or two. Keep an eye on it, on that. Curious to see. There's like a new line. Fair enough, Vaza. I mean, you can probably still like macro runs, but I think for task purposes, making like a 30-minute macro, like from what I understood, macros are just not like accurate enough for that in a 100 tick rate game. But yeah, it's a big, it's a huge topic. I'm very interested in task runs because I think all the nose boost runs in TMNF are super cool. Trackmania engine is 100 tick rate. That is the Gamebox engine. What's up again? I don't know if I said hi to you. Well, Henry as well. Everybody else who's tuning in. Sideways bounce. Wow, Elcon for once a little bit lucky. That was wicked. Usually the sideways bounce is always too low, but that was almost too high. Does the game pull your controller 100 times per second? Yeah. As far as I know. Is Grandy actually... Did Grandy save that? Oh, it seems like Grandy somehow saved the turtle. $106 per minute? That would be a little slow. Elcon to the duck jump. Carlberg has also fallen, so we'll wait for that grass uphill strategy. Saved it and nearly turtle again immediately. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Okay, Elcon now goes to the dirt. Not the same mistake again. Dirt removes wet wheels immediately. That is why the dirt is there. So you don't need to wait. Elcon last time maybe kind of forgot about it. But now, 4-7. The quackiest quacky. That's the one. Leaderboard, I can show. It is a little misleading, but the top 2 is correct. Ren, floor 11, 1247 meters, and Elcon, floor 11 as well, but in the very beginning. Then we have Lars, Hazard, and Virtual tied for 3rd place. I suppose it's kinda, you know, accurate in that sense. Simo at the end of floor 9. You like watching your cast, you're so calm and organized. I'm glad to hear that. Line, I think this will be very close, but oh, barely. Not gonna land. But the car might flip here. Yeah, it should. Yep, Elcon will be able to retry. Does it remove all wheels from all wheels immediately, or do all wheels have to touch the dirt first? So it's not immediate. It takes like maybe a 1/10 of a second or something. So if you have literally like a pixel of dirt, that might not remove wet wheels, but usually it will always removes them. And yeah, just I don't remember how this went. Dude, all this stuff is so weird, because icy wheels and wet wheels work in different ways too. I think that it removes all wheels as long as you just go on it at all. But I'm not 100%. Ocon, back here. Back to the dirt. Three wheels have to touch the sand or dirt. Okay, that could be very well. Could very well be true. Elcon needs to slow down. Good control. Dirt does not remove icy wheels. True, but icy wheels. What I mean is that icy wheels work in a different way as well. Icy wheels are not removed by anything immediately. Only wet wheels are removed by dirt and sand. But what I meant about icy wheels is that ice wheels, when you have like one wheel on ice, it works like differently than when you have a one wheel on water, and I don't remember all this stuff off the top of my head. Like how exactly the wheels accumulate that status and stuff. Alcon, good save. Water. Yeah, it's not possible to have a different state on every wheel, I don't think, because some of the surfaces, at the very least, put the status on all wheels. How do I unmerge in Media Tracker? How do you merge on Media Tracker? Elcon manages. What about dirty wheels? How does that affect the car on road? Dirt wheels do two things. One is they let you kind of zoop a little bit as you go from dirt to ice. So as you turn into ice, you get like a little bit of like a turn boost for like a split second. It's very weird. And the even less important thing to know is that when you have high percentage dirt wheels, which is maybe 60 or 70% plus, they make brake taps stronger, which means that when you go from, as a mapper, what you need to know is that when you go from a long dirt section into a road section, if you have a drift on the road section, then extending that drift will feel weird because the brake tap will be stronger than usual. And it's, yeah. The game is kinda like this. Usually you don't need to care about this stuff at all, though. In 99% of cases. Closing up. Don't do dirt into drift, that's like the safe bet. But if it's a short dirt section, then it doesn't matter, so yeah, whatever. Elgon, no! Will the car flip? Bouncing? That is a very fortunate landing. Actually, there is this platform just below, so this is not far away. Going for some extra bounces. Yeah, it's like, it will feel like you're braking more than you actually are, Yek. So tech players will not like you, because they are the only ones who notice that. Merge by pressing M. Oh. I don't even know what that is, honestly. Alright. Granadi and Elcon having a moment here. Elcon makes it through. Check with Granadi as well. I can... Going now. Safe and secure. Why does he have to hold reverse? I don't even know. I have no idea, honestly. Usually I have some idea, I don't know. All these mechanics make me not want to play this game as a casual. Already had so many surfaces to learn, and now with the different cars too. Hey, don't worry about it, Farco. Seriously, there are players who have been playing for thousands of hours, have been enjoying the game, chilling, vibing, maybe even playing as like a high level in like Cup of the Day and such, you know, Div 1, Div 2, and they don't know this stuff either. Like, really? You don't need to know about some weird ice mechanics at all, even if you're like a top level ice player. If you're a mapper, if you're a high level mapper and you want to build maps where players don't need to struggle with those, then you need to know so you can fix those things so players will not have to deal with them. Elko makes the jump. Granadi next. So yeah, don't worry about it. Oh, Granadi. We'll be able to save this back to this platform here. It's nice that it's down there. But yeah, Elcon waiting for Granadi. Holy will now leave the friend behind. The grind awaits. And like, I consider myself a high-level mapper, not to, you know, brag or anything, but I was voted the 3rd best mapper of last year. So I guess, you know, that tells something, but every map that I built usually still has something that I didn't account for. Some line or something that I didn't really think about, and I try to be extremely careful. So Trackmania is just like, it's just such like a simple game, but at the same time it has so much depth. Elcon to the beam. Oh yeah, Grenady, unfortunately. Falling all the way down. So I would view that as a positive, that like, no matter who you are, no matter how you play this game, there's always something more that you can learn and experience. Didn't submit a floor. Vero, true top 1 mapper of all time. Honestly, Vero is probably at the top. Yeah, in terms of creativity especially. Somewhere in like, I don't have like a full top list, but probably in like top 10 creative mappers. We'll see what the floor looks like later on this map. Experienced players will probably know subconsciously, but couldn't explain it technically. Yeah, that's true. They know that something feels weird, and they know what's causing it, but maybe not exactly, like, can't, you know, explain it. Elcon to the turtles. Waiting. Oh, well, it still makes it. Elcon. Bit shaky on the entry, but... First moving. In TM, if you do not accelerate midair, you're decelerating. Oh yeah, of course. Like, yeah, you're completely right. So when you drive backwards on the beam, then the game still sort of considers that you're sort of in the air. So for gravity to affect you, like fully affect you, you need to be accelerating so you get enough speed from the beam when it pushes you back downwards. Yeah. Which doesn't make sense at all, of course. It's completely nonsensical. But that's how the game works. Good call, Hammer Strike. Careful. Elcon manages. Can I buy a coaching session in mapping from you? Even better, we do mapping requests, map requests every Saturday, except today. But we're gonna do a short one tomorrow afternoon. And it's completely free. And it's available for everyone. So if you've built anything, then you can send it in. Let's see now. Elcon, back to the turtles. I think I'm high up on the most feared mappers tier list at least. That's probably true, yes. Let's see now, Elcon starting the turtle from here. A bit scary with the turbo, but Elcon one time hit the wall after starting the turtle, and then dead turtle there. So Elcon has been doing this turtle start on the other side, but the rest of this beam is not easy. Times it. We're through the first one. What about the second? Waits for it. Goes for it. Elcon. The flip. Gets it. Nicely done from Elcon. These are not looking super easy for Elcon, even though the consistency is definitely getting there. Back down. Then to the right. Elcon, floor 9 awaits. Let us see. You already built a map you needed help to validate because it was too hard for you? Nah, I've always I've always gone to the grind myself, no matter how long it's taken. I definitely built maps that were too hard for me, but I've gone for a couple dozen hours of validation and always managed. Hello, Mortimus. Let us see. The floor 9 has been getting a lot of playtime recently. Jumping a bit too far, and we're in the water. We know from the mapper that there might be something undiscovered here. Something that we haven't seen before. I don't know what it could be. The wall climb? Surely not. Yeah, I have no idea. There could be something, though, that we don't really know about. This wall, you definitely don't climb this wall. I don't think so. But like... Well, Elcon, dropping down, landing it. Nicely done. Very clean. I don't know. You get... It seems like you get wet wheels for a reason. And it is the new wood surface. But, like... Oh, there is this snake. Oh, this snake I haven't seen. Okay, hold. Oh, no. This is something new to me, actually. So scary. Oh. Oh, no. Let's see. This is maybe... Wow. What a bug slide by Elcon. I was looking like, okay... Very difficult save. Elcon's gonna manage, though. And there's another very difficult save here that Elcon could do. Wait, actually, no. You probably are just gonna jump over here, right? I'm gonna try to line it up and land on this platform here. Checking the route. Lands it. Nicely done from Elcon. And, you know, just keeps going. Why not? Well, a bit of a fall there, but back to floor 7. Milia, thanks so much for the tier 1. Much appreciated. Bren actually has managed to do the snake save. I kind of want to watch that, but I kind of want to watch Elcon's run as well. I'll check that in a little bit. Can you show us the block due to which the map was recently updated in 4.11? I actually don't remember where it was even. I know that there was a screenshot on the Deep Dip Discord. We can check in a moment as well. Are media checker conditional triggers still broken? AF, or am I just stupid? Hard to say from here. Have you considered that the counting starts from 0 and not from 1? Your first trigger is going to be 0, and then the next one is 1. Elcon nails the landing. Roa. Back to the bounce we go. How good would you say you're compared to the pros? Very bad. In terms of like Trackmania scale, I'm, you know, fairly good, I guess. If you are aware of Cup of the Day, I have recently won Div 2 in Cup of the Day. But I mean, compared to the pro players, yeah, I'm nowhere close at all. There's like a huge gap between like players who even managed to get to like Div 1 pretty regularly, and then the very, very top players, like Elcon, like Granadi, like Bren, Carl Jr., all these guys, you know? Landing works. The not already got to work, but already is causing some issues. I had some really weird problems, Vero. If you wanna message me on Discord or something, you can check that out later. There was some really weird stuff semi-recently about it for me as well. The 0.1% of the 0.1%, yeah. I'm maybe in like top... I think I can say that I'm in like top 5% probably. Which is something, but you know. I've been to Div 1 multiple times, yeah. Elcon, back to 4-8. Back we go. Bren has the wall guard, currently floor 11, maybe 1/3 of it cleared or so. Top 0.05%. Probably not that high. Hard to count. Of course, there's a lot of casual players who only play for like a couple weeks and then not really anymore. So, you know, however you want to quantify. Yeah, like active players, probably in the top 5 of active. Top 5% of active players. Beam landing. Elcon, barely on the beam. Looks so scary every single time. Then, heading here. I will say that I'm probably in top 0.5% of mappers, though, in terms of like game understanding. And, you know, being able to build different kinds of things. Hard to quantify like a creative field like that, but you know. Hylas is the top 1 mapper, of course. No, timing better than last time. Let's see. The flip. Elcon has been getting much better at the flips, especially. Oh, a little bit shaky line, actually, but makes it work. Just like timing the flip onto the platform. Haven't ever built any like big RPG or trial, but I kind of want to build an RPG at some point. Flipping the wheels, slowing down, great. Then the upside down landing works as always. Do you think that more wins on Cup of the Day Div 1 makes you most likely to be as good as the pros? The one thing about like the pros is that usually we're talking about the traditional competitive scene in Trackmania. And it's like mixed technical stuff, right? But at the same time, there are players in some styles of Trackmania that are like insanely good. Like, you put almost any of the like Trackmania Grand League players up against like the best full speed players on like a full speed tournament, and they will not do so well. There's exceptions like Elcon and Mada, of course, but like most of the players will struggle beating those players. Also, Ice, very specific style that has its own masters. It's like difficult really to compare these like very different competitions and very different styles. Elcon, flip. Works, nicely done. But one thing that I will say is that if we had like TMGL players regularly play Cup of the Day, they would almost always win. Like, you know, Scrappy, Granady are almost always winning, to be fair. So, you know. Elcon gets the landing. Back to floor 9 we go. So yeah, if you've missed the events of the day, Bren has been getting to floor 11 multiple times. Elcon also last night did manage to get to floor 11 as the first player ever to do so. But now Bren has been pushing floor 11, getting further and further into it. Many tricks into that floor, maybe 1/3 through right now. Many speed checks. Sort of similar in some sense as this floor, floor 9 here. Elcon lands it this time. Be able to continue. Let's see the line here. Down Bren's run to current water guard, starting from the ending of floor 10. Oh, we actually already watched it earlier. Thank you, Chris. Taking the speed. Landing is clean. Did you consider applying for the environment designer job at Nadio while it was up, like a year or two ago? I didn't hear about that, but also I'm not really an environment designer. Building maps in the editor is kind of different still from using, like, you know, Blender and such, which is something that I don't have too much experience on. Elcon now for the landing, works just fine. Mime has been playing a little bit on Deep Dit 2, but not too much. OTAC, maybe not really OTAC style. Landing here, oh no, Elcon is a little bit off. And this is gonna be a big fall all the way to floor 5 at the very least. Well, it will land clean on the bobsleigh. Unfortunate line there from Elcon. And doesn't make the pool either. So this run will have to restart from floor 2 again. Slight problem there on the line, and Elcon will fall back down. Oh, interesting, Vito. We planned on where to move your face come on screen once the players get up to floor 14. I don't know. We'll see. I could just disable it at that point. Just move it a little bit to the side, maybe. We'll see. Could mirror it and move it to the other corner. Other pros you're surprised aren't grinding deep dip? I feel like I'm more surprised about the ones that are, like, you know, Carl Jr. putting in, like, pretty serious hours into it still. Even though Carl Jr., you know, this doesn't really feel like the kind of style he would go for. So... Nah, I feel like we have... The players who would be playing something like this are already playing it. I feel like it's all true. Good one, Vito. You're too beautiful to disable it. You guys. Gwen was playing a little bit, actually. But not too much, I guess. Hefest has also been playing like Kaki season, so I'm not too surprised that Hefest is playing this. Mada here, trying to go for the double drift line. Yeah, I need to remember the Carlberg line here, because apparently it's something different. Oh yeah, we can check the snake thing. Oh, it was right at the very top. Yeah, thank you. So here was Bren's snake save that Elcon just tried not too long ago. Even got a couple campaign wildcards recently, Hefest. God damn. I didn't hear about that actually. Braking here. Slowing down. Clean landing. Looks very scary. But it works. That's really cool. Super cool detail from the mappers. And then there was also the change in the map. So yeah, let's bring that up as well. So there was, yeah, okay, this makes sense. I already know where this is. So here, this was the previous version. Yeah, they changed the map earlier because there was, on floor 11, there was this thing here, this block, so now it's being just removed. I don't think there's any other change that I can see. I think it's just an accidental block, probably from the template map or something. Deep Dip 2 nerfed. I think it doesn't really affect the driving line here too much. We've seen this section, but yeah. So it's been, this one has been removed. It wasn't supposed to be there, probably just like a misclick or you know, just a small accident. You know, these things happen. Game is weird. So if we go up, oh, Mada, careful now. So this is actually the very last part Bren has been to. So it is the drop down from here onto this. So there was like a block to the side here. So suppose it's a little bit easier maybe to line this up now. They fixed the Z-plane fighting for the backward speed slight half-pipe. I don't think they fixed any Z-fighting because there's like 2 billion instances of that on this map. Only lore I know is that it's probably the base block for feet, pre-block, macro block, and was accidentally left in when fixing a cut on the floor quite late into mapping, and it hadn't made it into final testing version that we played. Yeah, okay. So something similar, yeah. Like some kind of a template. I guess not really a template block, but you know. I'm gonna maybe link Bren's world record VOD Z fighting. We just call it flickering in this community, honestly. Mada has a 777 PB, meaning a floor 7 somewhere. I'm trying to think what part that could be. I don't think it's quite... it cannot be the the plastic thing yet. It can't be this part, because this is 800 already. So it's maybe like... maybe failing this jump somehow. Or maybe it's this jump, actually. The ice jump, could be. Flickering is just visual. It's 2 blocks overlapping. Doesn't really generally affect much. Though it can affect, like... overlapping 2 blocks can affect the surfaces a little bit. Sank in the water. Yeah, that could make sense as well, like falling down on the hole. The first hole. But yeah, Bren's watercourt run is at the very end of Bren's last stream. Like, you know, if you go 20 minutes back from the end, you'll probably find that final floor 11 attempt. Good control from Mada. Close to PB. Hi, Kevin. Not quite the line here. Oh, Mada. Careful. Oh, compensates a bit much, but still saves it. Oof. Those are the fast decisions that you hope you make the right call on. Needs to get a cleaner speed slide. A bit more speed. So when you do very, very narrow drifts, when driving backwards like this, you can increase your speed a little bit. And do it forwards as well, but... backwards you need much less speed, and Mada nails it. Don't get the line. Good recovery though. Makes it to the hole now. So this looks like it might be a personal best. Line works. Carefully around, and the next jump, no matter how it goes, should at least be a tight personal best. Goes a bit too fast though. Hits the plastic pieces on the side. Will land here, and we'll be able to recover this from floor 6, but unfortunately not really getting that new PB. It is interesting. It is interesting to see what the next trick will be once someone manages to get to maybe the halfway point of floor 11, because there's a trailer. There's a trailer that was released, like, or a teaser that was released quite a long time ago now. Not the newest trailer, because the launch trailer, is full of troll sections. They drive things backwards there, they do recovery routes, even recovery routes backwards. So they seem to have made this launch trailer specifically so that it doesn't spoil anything. But there's another trailer that came out earlier, and that one has tricks that we've seen on floor 3. It has some things about floor 9 as well that we can confirm this is how they are done. So that teaser trailer doesn't seem like it's trolling. Every other trick that we've seen there, which there are like 5 at least, they are accurate. They are how those sections are done. And in that teaser, the next trick that Bren has not yet gotten to try is also shown. We can take a look at it at some point again. It looks interesting. It doesn't quite show the landing and cuts off a little bit before the landing. So... But yeah, so we weren't the first to discover that. I think it was already discovered by people as Bren got to that point. From what I've heard, Bren thinks that it's a press forward setup for that part. We can take a quick look at it. I know if you haven't seen that part, this is more confusing than anything. But we can take a look at the trailer again after this Elcon and maybe Mother Run as well. We have gotten pretty close to the height of floor 12, but I think there's quite a few tricks to be done still before we get to floor 12. Elcon? Climbing back up. I can tell that the mappers sometimes are kind of like, you know, trembling, wanting to say something about these players, but they can't. We've heard a couple, like, you know, not really spoilers, but we've got a couple hints before from the mappers on the earlier floors. So, you know, there could be something, you know, you mappers here need to be careful. Everything you say can be used against you. Lock on. Clean line. Flipping through. Very clean on these few tricks here. Maybe another floor 8 attempt. Got to floor 9 twice on this same run. Not happy with that lineup. Not feeling the speed there. Or maybe the actual line. Make sure not to hit the pole. It's a little bit to the left, but might work if the speed is good. Elcon gets it. Clean. Now back to the upside down driving. Can't make this section otherwise. 3 upside down sections that you need to clear. So here, going around, flipping the car over. Oh, a little bit of a weak turtle there, but Elcon manages to save it. I feel like this is the point where runs currently begin. Floor 8. This is sort of where you feel the focus is kind of increasing from the players. Do the beam, but oh, barely landing. It's so scary the way Elcon does this, but working pretty nicely. Back to the bobsleigh. Jumping. Perfect line. Mada was close to PB. Actually, yeah, no. Is on 840 meters. So Mada has actually made it to the water part here. That's true, yeah. So finally making it up to the 800s here. Nicely done. We will follow Elcon for now. Mada has the toughest tricks on floor 7, ahead of ahead of this run. But Elkhorn maybe has a chance to get back to floor 10. Second turtle. Into the wall. Scary as always. But the car is through. Elkhorn keeps going. Seems like Mara is ready to go as well. We could quickly check that attempt maybe. Elkhorn will be getting onto the platform. Mara now. Taking the speed. Hesitating a little bit. And it is truly not the attempt Mara was hoping for. This is going to be a big fall as well. We'll check back in with Elkhorn. Unfortunately, Mara will not get much out of that attempt other than the new personal best height. We'll have to test out the line onto the plastic loop another time. But Elkhorn keeps the run going. Flips back up. We go back. Back downhill. Elkhorn. No time to waste here. Lines up. Starts driving. Going in. Line a little bit to the right though, and it will hit beam. This is big fall as well. Turtled here. Elkhorn might be able to unflip it. So close. We'll be able to keep the turtle going. Ice. Oh, that's never good, but maybe. Another flip attempt. And it works. Good nerves from Elkhorn saving that still, but of course it is a big fall. We've seen this jump be a little bit tricky sometimes for different players. Getting the correct line there, not so easy. Name gets bigger the more you fall. Yeah, I don't know why this is so big though. Is that... It's a huge tag on the leaderboard there. It seems new. Oh, Elkhorn still going for this direct lineup, by the way. Elkhorn not doing the slow setup here. To be fair though, Elkhorn has been really consistent on this strategy, getting a really clean line, just like now. You know, this is very clean. The biggest problem Elkhorn has is bouncing too high. So Elkhorn needs to be careful with like a very different thing than others need to be careful with. Also this super high speed line, but that has been pretty good for Elkhorn as well. Maybe Roa. Mara is turtled, yes. Elkhorn going back. I do feel like Elkhorn is getting more and more into the zone. It does feel like the consistency is increasing on these earlier floors still. Especially this bounce, Elkhorn is super good at. Just so consistent. consistent on that, like, flip that you have to get. Elcon still putting in a lot of time into this map as well. I do wonder when players are starting to get a couple, you know, days off and such. A little bit of a sideways line and hits the wall there. I think it would have been good enough speed otherwise, but needs to redo this. Not sure if there's like playtime stats. Maybe Zersorov has something on the plugin. Might not be entirely accurate though, either way. Lips over. Fortunate. Yo, J-Dog. Ren reached floor 10 3 times in a row in the same time. 22-22. That seems very fast. Seems like Bren does seem incredibly consistent right now. The worst day yesterday, but today he made so much progress, it's crazy. I think, yeah, it's going to be, on a longer grind like this, it's going to be so much more visible, the thing that we don't think about too often. Like, you know, when you have like a one weekend competition, it's kind of easy to say like, oh, this guy's out of shape because they didn't perform well. But when we go to like these 2-week competitions, I think it's easier to tell how much it differs from like day to day. So, you know, some day you're on fire, you're getting so much done, and the other day, you know, you're probably not getting to floor 10, maybe not getting even close to your PB at all. So it's more visible that everyone kind of has those off days when nothing's really working, and then they have the days when everything's working. So it's also interesting look into like the players themselves. Yeah, and Bren improving on the 360. It definitely looks like Elcon is still doing it cleaner, flying like a lot further, getting a lot more speed from the spin, but Bren is getting it good enough to land it, which is, that's all you need. By 2-week competition, I meant where we are right now, not how long it's actually gonna take. Not quite yet at 2 weeks, but you know, we'll get there. Oh yeah, I mean, you are right, Bagalis. Probably not gonna be 2 weeks. But good progress again. Elcon again back on floor 7, nails these tricky jumps here, no problem at all. Seems to be doing really, really nicely on floor 6 and 7 especially. Yeah, I think today is the new Formula E map. It's a little overshadowed by this, but you know, probably going to have some players focus on it. Oh, this looks so shaky. Elcon stays on the beam. Hi, Bato. God damn, Sigfusson got the quote. Legend. Give me a bit of time, remind me later. This is the new Formula E map. Nice. Great promotion. for Formula E. Elcon has only got one time to floor 11. Some trouble on floor 8 today. Let's see. So far, works out though. Elcon was the first to floor 11. Let's see now. One more time. Speed and landing. Oopa troopa it is. Doing this floor. I've heard that it's the best floor from Dundee. So seems like accurate information. A lot of these upside down parts. Now the beam. Elcon does this very slow approach. We see Lars, Virtual, Hazard have all been doing the higher landing. They kind of line themselves up with the beam in the air, but Elcon doing this slow kind of sideways approach. It seems to be working, but it looks much scarier. But here we go. Elcon through the couple first parts, now the second turtle. Elcon might be watching others less for these tricks that he's already learned. Yeah, could be true. For the new tricks, I imagine Elcon's gonna check Brent's footage. We'll see. Back upside down. Now the timing goes. Car is stuck. That's where you want it to be. Then turtle keeps going. Flip, times it, gets it. Your div server died, ouch. Some cup of the day issues today, it seems. Or the crash jump then. Works. Now for the upside down landing, and flipping the car in the landing works perfectly. And now to the same jump as we saw Elcon fail not too long ago, and we ask for the blessings from our friend. So Elcon gets it this time. Is the line correct? Looks better. And Elcon does land. Another chance at the floor 9, but this last turtle and the final transitions need to be cleared. Only the turtle here looks to be clean. Gets out of the reset block. And onto the beam. Then just through these narrow parts. Oh, careful with the wall. Times the first. Perfect. And the second one goes very much on the side, but Elcon keeps the car on the track. And flip seems to work. Current world record about maybe 1/3 through floor 11, but hard to say for sure. Bye, Bryn. The jump to floor 9 seems to work. Elcon been getting this really well. Drifting down the hill. I mean, that's a way to do it. Honestly, when I watch Elcon do all this stuff, this kind of goofy stuff, I feel like Elcon's actually just having fun. I feel like Elcon's sort of in the zone very much. Doesn't seem to be too bothered by the falls either. Just kind of playing Trackmania. Let's see now. Floor 9 again. Fallen off of this one the last few times. Up to the turbo. The landing looks to work. Again, they're doing the drift line on the other side. Why not? Hey Larsing Dash. We are using a plugin called Dashboard from OpenPlanet, which enables the player's inputs. Worth mentioning that the inputs are not 100% accurate on the what we have here. Clean from Elcon. They are estimated from things like wheel movements and such, so they're not like 100% necessarily. Sometimes the players might be brake tapping and it doesn't show here, for example, but it's fairly close. Elcon gets this first one. Now the next one Elcon did fail just before, so we shall see if this run works out a little bit better. Good landing this time. And up. Elcon lands it. Drifting around here. And then a small drift here to keep the speed. Oh, a lot of speed actually. Gets the turbo and makes this next landing too. And we keep going. Virtual definitely has a chance, yeah. 100%. Very close to the top now. Elcon going for the left side line again. Looks like a good landing. Is it enough speed? Elcon not happy with it, so we'll redo that. At this point, I think most of these top players, especially the ones that are getting to floor 10 multiple times now, they have a pretty good sample size of attempts on this. Probably like 15 attempts, 20 attempts, even 30, 40 attempts. So I think they have like just a feel at this point. Like, I don't feel like that's gonna work. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Elcon barely stays on the grass. And that is one of the more fortunate Elcon faults we've seen. But now what? Can just go forward. Can just go forward and start from the second turtle again. That was so close. Look at the skid marks here. So close. And look what's down here. That... that is a little fortunate. But Elcon does manage to continue the run. So... not a disaster. Back to floor 8. Back we go. Turtle. Bit shaky exiting that. I don't even know what to call it. We call it a tunnel, but it's not really a tunnel, is it? Still, Elcon manages. That was probably the... Like, you do need the skill to be able to stop the car there, but I'm just glad that Elcon for once gets to save one of these floor 9 fails on floor 8, because it hasn't happened too much. It's a bit close. Then does this unique strategy every time, and it seems to be working really, really nicely. And back we go. Right to the reset from the cat room. Elcon seems to have figured out a nice method to turtle here. Hitting the wall there can be really, really bad, so Elcon trying to avoid it on purpose, and so far making it work. Now just the beam. Timing. Works. And the second one works. I feel like Elcon is getting better and maybe a bit more confident with this final turtle part as well. Hazard and Skandir are both playing a LAN tournament this weekend. Today and tomorrow. I'm jumping now to the right. Yes, the landing. Again, does the drift. Oh, it's so goofy. I get that it's faster, but like it's like 2 seconds faster at most. Just vibing, just vibing. And gets back to floor 9. Turbo landing. There it is. For the third time. It seems to be safe for Elcon, yeah. Elcon, you know, has, you know, at this point, I feel like the Trackmania car is just like pure muscle memory for Elcon. For the plastic, again, lining this up, getting the straight line, so Elcon having respect for these tricks here for sure. Making sure that setup is as good as it can be, and it's perfect. Backing on the beam this time. One of the 2 players that I've seen doing this line, but maybe there's others as well. I think Virtual was also doing this, actually. Lars also has been, so at least maybe 3 people have been using this setup, and then Hazard and Bren are doing the circle setup to gain speed. But this works. This works just fine. No problem for Elcon. Couple different strategies on different parts on this floor. Now, barely managing to get that landing, but it's a lot of speed thanks to that risky line. Elcon fails a Neo slide on the landing. That is unfortunate, but Maybe next time we go to the quarter pipe now. And now for this left side setup that Elcon was the first to use. Let's see if it goes through. The speed is not quite there in Elcon's mind. Maybe the lineup as well. You need both. You need a lot of speed. 230 plus seems to be pretty safe from what we've seen. And the angle that you have to get is pretty precise too. For the second lineup now. Getting the speed. Landing looks clean. Elcon will commit this time. 232. Good speed. Oh, the line is just barely off, but this might land back on the quarter pipe. It will barely land, and Elcon can retry that. We're still staying at the 1000-meter height. Kelsey, I'm feeling great. What about yourself? I've seen Brent's great runs up to floor 11. Getting some pretty sick attempts at the first few tricks there. Getting through them as well. And Elcon, I heard, also got to floor 11 last night still. 231 speed, that is enough. And Elcon makes it. What a great line from Elcon. Very clean. Now to the tunnel. Manages. Drifting through. Saving. 0.3 seconds. Now for the plastic bounce. Commits to it. Bouncing, landing. The speed, it's there, but is the line. This has been so difficult for everyone. It looks good though. Elcon lands it. Close to floor 10, yet again. All the speed, the ramps. Final obstacle. Lands the first, and the second one clears it. No sweat at all. Elcon is on floor 10, Ice Gold by Maverick, and this is where the runs get serious. Bren has been making it through this earlier today multiple times, making good progress on floor 11. Elcon last night didn't make it through this entire floor as well. So there's a chance here that we get another attempt at floor 11, but Maverick's floor here, Ice Gold, it's not so easy. Need to do these ice tricks first, getting the icy wheels and then zooping off the dirt to the right side, getting the angle here. Elcon, perfect line, making it look so much simpler than what it is. Then straight up the hill, controlling this ice slide. Around the pole, Elcon, a very slow line there, but it works out perfectly still. Now just getting the ice off the wheels before the pipe jump. Waiting for that 0% on the screen, and Elcon is going in. Takes the first jump clean. Now to the dirt. Should be plenty of speed here. And crashing, not even crashing into one of those blocks Elcon wants to save even this time. And keeps going around the ice now. Onto the dirt. And here you need the speed. Backing into the beam over here. All the speed in the world. And then zooping up, sliding up the snow. Looks to be enough speed, and Elcon through one more section here. 1100 meters in the air. All tricks left on this floor. Speed. Works out. Elcon chaining this now for the pool landing. And it works as well. Elcon, beautiful, beautiful lines here. Doesn't seem to be worried at all. And now for the big one. The ice spin that has been so difficult. 3 players, Lars, Hazard, and Virtual, are currently stuck here. Elcon, no hesitation, goes for it right away. And it's perfect. It is so beautiful. Elcon, absolutely no issue whatsoever. And then continues going over the plastic with the icy wet wheels, and now finally gets to dry them on the dirt. 2 more tricks remain. Landing onto the plastic here below. A very difficult jump. Both Elcon and Bren have failed it before. But it's one of the 2 things you still need to do on floor 10. Elcon going in. Lands it. For the half pipes now. First to the other side of the ice. Turning around and then landing on the plastic. If you get the speed right, if you don't fall off these half pipes. Let's go, Elcon. Down the half pipe we go. Gets the speed, stays on the track, turns around to the right, gets the landing. Now the speed looks to be enough, bounces over and lands it. Elcon through to floor 11. A personal best attempt here. The second time Elcon has been here. Just thinking about the strats, maybe checking through VODs. At this point we're clearing some new areas for Elcon. So maybe just checking in, wondering about what to do exactly. Jumping over here to the right, then here, then here. You can stop at this point next. Bren, the only player to clear these jumps, has made it a little bit further as well. An impressive run from Elcon. And important progress. Now, just wants to be sure that these next few sections are useful. Wants to learn something. Wants to get the experience. Because at the end of the day, we're barely 60% through the map. Reaching the very end of the tower is not going to happen right now. At least it's extremely unlikely that Elcon one-shots the last 5 floors that we haven't even seen yet. That doesn't seem to generally happen on this map. So, the expectation is that this run eventually will end, but when it will end is super important. You want to learn so much. You want to learn everything you possibly can, and Elcon is going through. The landing looks clean, and Elcon on a personal best chains the next part even and lands it all the way to 1195 meters. A personal best run already, but there is a little bit more. If Elcon wants to reach the places that Bren has been to. Lining up next to the light, I wonder if Elcon is already ready to go. Maybe knows what to do. I'm afraid to switch from the perspective here to show the next trick. Elcon is ready to go. Lands clean, it seems, and uphill. A little far, but luckily the wall there stops Elcon from falling, and Elcon one-shots this jump here. Is already ready to go for the next one. Maybe? Might know what to do. We're getting closer and closer towards that welder guard's height, but Bren has managed to do a couple more tricks. 1, 2, 3, 4 personal best for Elcon, but that will be beaten right now. Now going for the loop here. Looks to be a good landing. Now to the pool. It's not quite enough speed, but Elcon will land back onto the loop. Not turtling just yet. And there is a recovery path. Bren has done this before. Can drop down back to this platform and continue from there. So, needs to get on top of this water next time. That is the goal. Getting up there. And Elcon got close. Got close, but not quite enough speed there. No, just carefully. Trying out this kind of a drop down. While these look much easier, and they are much easier than the normal tricks, they're still so scary, these kinds of saves. Elcon manages to do it though. Next part works again. Elcon getting some important practice here. I've had it with this guy and his strategy is to turn around. I've had it. Going in again. Dropping down, jumping up. Is it gonna work the second time? It will. Elcon gets a second try here. Going in. Jumping down. The landing a little bit unclean. Elcon knows this, doesn't want to commit. I don't know if there was a speed loss there, but you don't want to take the risk. Made the recovery once. Can do it again. Knows what to do. Careful. Drop down. It's on point. Now, up we go again. Okay, thank you, Elcon, for turning around normally. Appreciate that. For the big jumps now. Third time. Landing works. The other one works. 3 out of 3. Back we go. Landing to the loop. Looks clean this time. Is Elcon going to make it? Elcon will get onto the pool. Now just needs to turn. Turn. Turn, I think. You can turn. No, the water should be savable. It's fine. Guys, water works. It's alright. It's fine. Relax. He's chilling, alright? You just turn. He just wasn't pressing anything. We can see it on the right side. All good. Now though, we are on a new section. We're on a new section. Elcon already ready to go. Has scouted this a little bit, I guess. And now, there's a chance for a wall record. Elcon, I'm scared to show this because Elcon might already know what to do. Backing up here. But we can see it here. Landing onto this platform here. Jumping up. And then landing onto this platform. Bren went a little bit too far. Bren's best attempt went too far and missed the landing right to the middle. And if you go right to the middle, that's a fall all the way to the bottom. It's dead center on the map, and there's a big hole in the center of this map. Failed it twice. Yeah. Elcon. Great progress. Elcon's second time on floor 11. So this is already a very, very successful attempt. He's ready to go. What's it gonna be? A bit too early fall and misses the landing on floor 10. We'll land back to floor 6, I believe, but unfortunately... So we are back down. And in some sense, I suppose we are one landing from world record. Bren managing to try out this jump here. Not quite landing on this section here. But Elcon, very close. Very close still, and can get more information from that mistake there. So, a huge run. Huge run for Elcon still. Showing that it's only that one run to floor 11, and Elcon has pretty much caught up with Bren. So it's extremely close battle between the two. Of course, don't count out anyone else either, even though at this point we're starting to be like one floor behind here. Lars, Hazard, and Virtual all trying to get the 360 through. Hazard and Scandia not playing this weekend, presumably, because they are playing at a Trackmania LAN tournament, but starting next week, who knows what can happen. So I believe the mistake was simply dropping off too early here. So basically, if Elcon made it a little bit further onto this platform and dropped off, that would have given more distance, right? The later you fall off this platform, the, more distance you will get. So it should be that simple. I don't think it's anything more than that. Just, trying to get the speed and then, not really reading the drop-down a little, not reading the drop-down entirely correctly, or just a small mistake. It happens. It's a difficult jump that I think not many players will be able to do, even if they had a checkpoint over here. Maybe, like, in hindsight, it's easy to say, like, alright, well, he could have done a small release and still made the jump by dropping from here, maybe. It's hard to say, You're in the moment. It's hard to really know what to do when you're trying these for the first time. But, speaking of first time, Elcon managed to clear all of this on the first run that he got to these sections. Huge progress from Elcon. So, what's next? Well, you go here, and then you jump up, and then you need to land here. And now, what is this? There's some piece of plastic here, there's this quarter pipe here, and there's this landing here. Now, there is a thing. We have a very special piece of information here that comes from a video that's titled Merry Christmas Deep Dip 2 teaser. This was uploaded Christmas Eve of last year, and this is an official teaser that the Deep Dip crew released. Now, let's take a look, and you guys can maybe tell me if you notice something familiar about this. So we know that they released an announcement trailer for the competition, and for that one there were a lot of like troll lines. So they drove sections backwards, they took like recovery ways and some completely like invented sort of tricks that aren't actual lines on the map. But look at this video that came out 5 months ago. So we start with an overview, but then, well, where is this from? Floor 1, right? Floor 1 ice slide. This is exactly how you do it. Then we have the bug slide on floor 3. Again, exactly how the players are doing it. Then we see floor 2, floor 2, big jump here. You usually don't end up in the ceiling, but, you know, and you usually don't fall off all the other side. But the messy jump, it is on the map, and you do it like that, you know? This one, floor 4, quarter pipe jump, yeah? This one, floor 5, one of the last sections there. This is something new that we haven't seen before, looks scary. This is floor 9. This is floor 6. And then, floor 7. Floor 10. Ice slide there. And look at this. Look at this. We see the car falling from the top. Sideways landing on to the plastic. Flipping somewhere. The clip cuts off. But this is very interesting. Now, can we be sure that there's, you know, this kind of a thing? Hard to say, right? But everything before this is the actual route. So there could be something that can be gathered here. Yeah, so there's a little bit of like, you know, investigation that has already been done here. Bren was thinking that it's a consistent press forward setup for this, and I think so too. The one thing that seems notable on this video is that around this point here, if we slow the footage down a little bit, around this point, you can see that the wheels are steering to the right. I'm pretty sure Bren has already seen this. I'm guessing. This seems to be very well known at this point. Of course, the video is completely public. It's by the organizers. It's been released 5 months ago, so, you know, this is fair game, right? A little bit of extra information. So, a little bit of a steer to the right, it seems to be. And this might look super wonky, but I showed a map that I built before, which is, you know, I built it like a year ago. Well, not a year ago, like months ago, okay? And I'm gonna show that map again, in case... Yeah, okay. Right now there's no one really on like a super great run. So I'm gonna show this map one more time, that I built for Mudgy Monday mapping competition. I probably should open it in the editor. So this is an entirely different sort of thing, but I'll just show this as like an example of like these kinds of plastic things. So here's the map. This is not quite the final version, but it's close enough. So I kind of built this map that's based around like weird plastic bounces and such, because that was kind of the theme that you could go for in the mapping competition, like plastic bounces and wall hugs and such. So I built this map, got top 4 in the competition. That's not important though. So again, this very beginning of the map looks very scary. It looks intimidating, looks kind of crazy, and it is kind of wild, you know? So this is how the start looks like. That's the GPS replay And this is like, this looks completely ridiculous, right? Like, there's no way you could ever do this on an actual run. But then when you actually see me play this a couple times in real time, I line it up here, I land it. Let's try it again. Land it again. So, if these kinds of things are carefully enough built, you can make them like fairly consistent, and it's surprisingly consistent. You can even change the inputs. You can even just press forward and it's still going to get you roughly to the same place. You can even counter steer. You can steer to the wrong place, like I'm steering to the wrong direction, and you still sort of make the landing. A little bit less clean, but you can do it so much differently. So these kinds of plastic weird like things, they can actually be fairly consistent. So as intimidating as it seems on this new section, it could actually be like very consistent as well. But the key to this, I can show one more thing. The key to this that I've built, and I don't know if it's the same there, of course. I don't know anything about that section. I've never tried it, and I never saw it being tried. But the key is the entry, because look at this. If I enter the turn a little bit too late and I kind of bounce into it, then, you know, it gets shakier and shakier. And at some point, you know, when it's like just too unclean, it will just not give the same result anymore. The entry is most likely going to be the key to this new section as well. That's probably going to be like what players need to figure out. Not really what's happening on the actual plastic. It's gonna be some kind of a setup where you do something very specific. And it will probably work. Wanna see the rest of the map? Here it is. Well, it somewhat works, but like it's much less speed, it's the wrong angle, it doesn't allow you to continue the map. Sure, it gets you to the same place. Here's the rest of the map. This has nothing to do with Deep Dip 2. It's simply like showing like this kind of a plastic sort of glide thing. That's the map. Anyway. Thank you guys. But yeah, like, does that have anything to do with this new section? I don't know. But it's something to, you know, think about. Oh, could Carlberg be... Carlberg might be getting to the grass part soon. I want to see Carlberg's line there. Not really inside info. I have nothing to do with this map, but I guess just general Trackmania mapping knowledge. Now, could the trailer still be a bait? I guess it could, you know? I do think that the players also understand that the setup is probably something pretty specific. Because there are those small plastic pieces. So they aren't there for nothing, right? Surely there's a reason why they're there. Only been playing Trackmania for over like a year now. I feel like I've learned so much last week by watching you and listen to you explain what the players are doing. I'm glad to hear it. I think it does put explaining some of these tricks does put into perspective how difficult this kind of stuff actually is. Requires a lot of thinking before even attempting some of these. Did Carlberg save this? Yeah, nice. Most normal Trackmania conversation. What is this, Viro? Oh god. Okay, hold now. Hold it. Because I want to see Carlberg's line on this grass. I heard it's something different. Bouncing in. What's it gonna be? We've seen the direct line uphill. We've seen the double drift. We've also seen single drift from Simo. Carlberg. Is it gonna be one of the three or something that I haven't seen? Drying the wheels first. Going next to the pole here. Is that intentional? Probably not. Seems to be a kind of a different line though. Okay. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's cool. That is really cool from Carlberg. So, the way that that works, it's like a no slide line or, you know, no drift line in here, then backing up against the pole, and then getting like a speed boost from here. You might have seen some players save some lines when they get to this point by like backing against this pole and then being able to drive up. They gotta, or backing against these poles and then being able to get the speed to drive back up. So that's kind of something that can happen. Very cool from Carlberg. Haven't seen that before. Some people have gotten this exact thing accidentally. Yeah, for sure. And I mean, you know, it's something that you don't necessarily think about too much. But on some cases, you know, I think, especially in later parts, some of these players do go for it intentionally too. Elcon is technically one landing behind Bren again now. One jump behind. If that came 4th place, then what did get 1st place? I think it was a Lars map. I think Lars won that one. The other maps were super cool as well. NASCAR, sometimes stylized as NASCAR, is a Trackmania Nations Forever map style commonly associated with falling asleep, boredom, and exhaustion. NASCAR maps are notorious for the boring gameplay and overall repetitiveness. Tracks in this style are usually built with the intent to punish the player for going too fast, contrary to full speed, requiring to lift off the acceleration keys. The NASCAR map style won the Worst Style Award every year after 2009. Untrue. No. Guys, you just haven't played my NASCAR maps. To be fair, the old school NASCAR style is kind of boring for a lot of players. What's your favorite map that you built? I don't know. Right now, I feel like I always like the most recent map that I've built the most. Lars on the grind, by the way. I guess like the most important map that I built was the Threat of Ariadne endurance map a couple years ago. You have NASCAR maps? I mean, yeah, I guess it's a different style. Shouldn't call them NASCAR, I guess. Dexter recently had a campaign project. Dexter, another Trackmania streamer, had a NASCAR Endurance campaign project, which I built a map for as well. Campaign, I think, is called NASCAR Endurance. There's nine maps, all of which have 9 laps. very unique and very kind of new approaches to the style though. Not very repetitive maps, I think. Yojebski, I thank you. Lars getting a run going. Elcon already climbing again as well. Any custom maps that are better for teaching the game than the official training maps? That's recommended Virtual's video about Deep Deep 1, and I've been hooked ever since, but I feel the official training is really bad. You are completely right. One thing you might want to try is a campaign that I built last year. If you search for, if you have the club access already, you can search for SB Villa campaign 23. It's also in my club with the same name, SB Villa. That campaign has been very well received by new players especially. So while it's not really like a tutorial campaign, like it doesn't actively try to teach you things, it is built so that you can learn things on like a steady learning curve, which hopefully, you know, kind of does the same thing. We're gonna find VOD or clip of Elcon Waterguard. You can go back in this VOD by like, what is it? 30 minutes, 25 minutes. Elcon technically in the same section as Bren, tied for the same section, but Bren has made it one jump further in that section, so extremely close to each other. I guess Bren technically is, you know, very little ahead. FS 3-block campaign, best for learning? Best for learning, some tricks, maybe. It is a cool campaign though. If we're gonna check your club out then, I'm still pretty new and I've been looking for some fun maps to play. So far I've been really enjoying full speed dirt maps. Don't think I've really built one of those, but there is a full speed map. Oh, Lars. We'll save this. There is a full speed map on my campaign as well. Map 16, and it does have some dirt. Elcon is rank 1 on the leaderboard now? Yeah, because the height is kind of like unreliable in a sense for progress. There are, you know, the floors kind of go up and down, kind of like this one, you know, goes down here, and then it goes up, and then it goes down again, and then it goes up. So the height is kind of like a little bit hard to look at in terms of progress. And at this point when we're not yet trying to finish the map, in a sense, like we're not getting very close to finishing the map, I think we mostly care about the progress on the actual map. So you can reach like a pretty good height at like an earlier part, but then the next part are gonna be lower, so you can still make more progress without getting like a height PB. You wish Trackmania community was more like Dota community? Now that's something. Inverted steering for Lars. Didn't get the landing correctly. We'll try this again. The last floor you have to get out of the car and KZ Tower. You have to do a Counter-Strike surf map at the end. Maybe play a round of chess against Magnus Carlsen. He's waiting there. Last four is deep fear without checkpoints. We have some pretty great powers in Trackmania as well. Lars close to floor 7 here. Getting run started. Of course, Lars also has gotten to floor 10, trying to clear the ice spin as of now. Same as Virtual and same as Hazard. Virtual hasn't PB'd today, from what I've seen. Has been playing a little bit on the server though. Full Psychode. Hey Red, thank you for the 40 months, Prime. Heard rumors that they will release Deep Dip 3 exactly 1 month after this event ends. That would be something else. Oh, Lars gets through. We have a emote redemption channel point reward. It's a bit pricey, but the economy has been working through it for too long. Tricky jump this one. I think Lars is still going for the bounce strategy. Oh, actually slowing down a little bit more than what I've seen before, so I feel like more players starting to do the slowdown when they get through that hole, so that they don't get the bounce from the top and miss the water. Good line from Lars. That's it. Now for the tricky parts of this floor. A couple more remain. This is Lars's best run of the session, I think. Looking pretty decent so far, though. Going for the slow line. Actually going for the ice slide line, it's so scary. I feel like we see more and more players take the initial speed through that tunnel and then turn the car around and just not do anything. Lars is still going for the ice slide over the turbos, but it does look to be more risky to me. Maybe, you know, the players might know something more. Surely are aware of both strategies, I would imagine, because this one is like something that you want to get consistent on. It's always a little bit shaky, so I just want to have the best strat there for sure. Now to floor 8. Landing needs to slow down. Works. And lands. Nicely done. Hi, Wolf. Very bad area to fall, that's the thing. Yeah. But Lars manages, gets everything right, and now back to turtling. Our Bren Elcon passed the halfway point of floor 11. Hard to say, I haven't really figured out what exactly is going on at the end. Surprised at how much faster progress is compared to floor 10. Actually, in floor 10's case, we sort of had Hazard get all the way to the ice spin like pretty quickly. Got to floor 10 and then was able very quickly to get to the ice spin. And then it slowed down at the halfway point. So I feel like we've had similar progression on this floor by Elcon and Bren, where, you know, it takes not too long, a few attempts to get to maybe the halfway point of the floor, but now we might be getting to the dank stuff. So if the next stunt is you know, super cursed, then we might get stuck here again, and it might be very similar to floor 10 ice spin. And yeah, Elcon one-shot an attempt all the way from the beginning of floor 10 through the ice spin as well. Did that all in one run. Are any of the moves generally hard? Yeah, they are. Like, there's some techniques here that, you know, even these top players are kind of struggling. Like, this upside down driving is definitely not so easy. Oh yeah, Sigfason. I need to remember to do the thing. Give you the tag. The badge, rather. Lars. Getting through. And keeps it going. Wow, that was a clean line. Elcon approaching, floor 7 already again. But Lars first. Quarter pipe up. Going for the clean landing, most people do it like this. Only Elcon seems to be doing it a little differently. Getting our blessings here for the rest of the floor. Throw the jump. Turtle start looks pretty good as well. Elcon might be on floor 8 again, hard to say. We can take a quick look in a moment. Might be just doing, you know, the highest parts of floor 7 right now. See now, Lars. Clean lines. Second one. Waits for it. The turtle is a little weak, but Lars does manage to save it. Gets up on the platform and continues towards floor 9. No turnaround. The speed, definitely enough. Is the jump correct? Looks pretty good, and Lars lands it. Towards floor 9 we go. Elcon maybe had a mistake. Take a quick look here. Currently on the ice, so maybe fell down a little bit, but looks to be able to recover that. We'll focus on Lars for now. Lars has made it to floor 10. So this floor needs to be cleared for a chance at personal best. Jumps very far, and we saw Elcon do this just before Lars unfortunately falls into this pool. The mysterious pool gives you wet wheels here. Now there's a chance here to drop to floor 7. And you can ride the snake. Possible to make some progress. Elcon falling down has failed something on floor 7. Problem with this drop down is that you will have wet wheels, which means no air control. Turning around like this is the one way to keep the car right way up, and Lars does it perfectly. Now for the snake. Not all that much you can do here, I guess. You just hope for the best. So far so good. Going through. Into the green part. Just a few more. Last beam fails. Is there anything to fall to? There is, but not in a helpful way. Lars, immediate reset. Doesn't want to think about that. Just goes for a new one. Doesn't care if the car would have moved somewhere still. Just start it over, go for a new one. The evening is far from over. Now everyone's kind of in these early stages again. Timo has joined the server. Timo, one of our top 5 players, still has made it to the... Actually top 6 player. Has made it to the very end of floor 9. So Simo making great progress as well. Some others here as well. Can check in with Simo's early runs here. Floor 9 generally seems to be kind of forgiving in terms of saves. Like, a lot of the time when you make a mistake, you will be able to save that. And that's kind of balanced out by the tricks being very speed checked, very difficult to get. But there's that one part, the one pool that you occasionally drop down to, and yeah, that's a rough one. Oh, Simo has been taking a break from Trackmania, I'm hearing from chat. So Simo was taking a Trackmania break, instead choosing to play Trackmania. Instead of grinding the Deep 2 finish, Simo was building an extremely difficult map in the other Trackmania game and validating that one. It's very similar stuff, I assume. So, Simo with the grind set. Almost 50% total uptime of the total uptime of the event. That is actually kind of insane. Not sure if some part of that is the like AFK time, but yeah, Simo has been putting in the hours for sure. Getting some runs going now. Simo seems to be having a pretty good mindset about all of this as well. Was tuning into Simo's stream a little bit and seems to be fairly chill about, you know, faults and mistakes and such. I think it's part of, you know, having that trial experience where, you know, you kind of get used to failing runs and difficult maps in general. Zero emotions. I actually think that it's not so good to have zero emotions, and I don't think Simo is like that either. Because the problem is that if you have zero emotional investment, then you don't really care if you even win or not, right? You have to have a little bit of investment in that sense as well. And all of these players do, of course. Even if we say like, well, okay, there's a big prize pool, I don't think you can bring yourself to play like 10 plus hours a day just for a prize pool. I think you need to have the you know, passion and the you know, sort of investment in actually making progress, like personal progress on the map. Kind of feeling the pressure, but then also the relief when you manage to do something new. You don't understand he is finished? I am finished. I understood perfectly. Keeping the plastic bombs, well. Yeah, like getting too emotionally invested in a single run, that's also bad. You want to be somewhere in the middle where, you know, you keep the passion going, so you have like a little bit of the like motivation from just wanting to, you know, finish a Trackmania map, but not so much that it kind of gets you to tilt and like set your expectations too high and such. There's a balance. You're the happiest looking Finn I've ever seen. Apologies. No worries, I understand. Simo's next big challenge definitely is going to be floor 10, and I think Simo knows that as well. Couple jumps away from it still, but Simo not exactly known to be an ice player. Has probably gotten some practice, you know, here. And Simo, very methodical player, so we'll probably be able to pick up some strats just from analyzing other players' VODs and failures and successes, but still, if you compare something, you know, if you compare Simo to someone like Elcon, I think it's like a absolute massive difference on ice gameplay alone. Let me do one thing now that I remember real quick. Oh wait, hold on. Dude, why is my setup so complicated? Just here. Sigfason guessed the quote. So now that we have a moment. There we go. If you haven't been playing Deep Dip, have you been playing Simo's Tower minigame? I have not. not this time. I did notice it in Simo's chat. But I didn't really look into how it worked or anything. So, current world record from earlier today, from afternoon, Bren managed to get into the middle points of floor 11. And just maybe an hour ago or so, maybe a little bit less even, Elcon managed to get to the same jump that Bren is trying to clear, made it a little bit, you know, failed like one jump that Bren still managed to get. So Elcon technically like one landing behind Bren right now, but it's extremely close. Boing. Elcon with this unique strategy makes it work every time. Virtual was on the server earlier, but not right now. Okay, I will hydrate so that we can actually last through this stream. So I will be back in just a minute. Elcon will keep climbing, so we'll keep the camera right there. So yeah, just a minute and I'll be back. Alright then, we are back with a little bit of hydration to work with. And Elcon, I see, has made it all the way to floor 7 again. Overall, seems to be having a pretty good day. Has been making these floor 7 runs all the time. Probably the 5th one that we've seen or something within a couple hours, so looking very, very solid actually. You guys missed me? I missed you too. It's great to be back. Why don't people chain this ice jump thing? I think it's just a very specific speed check because it's such a thin platform that you have to work with there. If you're too fast, then you simply don't get the setup full speed. So you don't want to have to release there, right? Elcon just made it to floor 12 but fell back to troll me? Oh god. That would have been a... That was a fast climb then. 10 minutes to floor 12? Wow. Can you rate on a scale from 0 to 10 how much fun each of the players is having? No. How would I know? I can't. I'm gonna guess, though, that Elcon is kind of enjoying this. Elcon is going for some, like, completely ridiculous strats that seem kind of unnecessary. But I do feel like Elcon is sort of vibing. That's my read. And I could be wrong entirely, but I feel like Elcon is going for some, like, you know, super speedrun strats, even on, like, floor 9, that I kind of think that he's sort of vibing. Doesn't really feel like a very stressed gameplay style, but this time falls back down. That's floor gang. Right to the middle. And starts on a run. Nothing new there. Just keeps it going. Timo. A bit dicey, but okay. Works out. Elcon's prepping for the water guard attempts after everyone is finished. Elcon's already doing water guard attempts. One jump away from water guard right now. To cast outside of Deep 2, you have a caster's voice and way of talking. Thank you. I've done some smaller tournaments, and occasionally I do my own competitions that I organize. Some smaller cups that I do, but usually not like any, like, you know, LAN competitions or anything. Some pretty casual things generally. Not the greatest jump from Simo. Still really trying to get those, you know, early runs going, and I think the key thing is to sort of like get that warm-up so that you start getting to floor 5 more. That still seems to be pretty key, even though, you know, we're kind of like only considering runs to start when they get to floor 8 at this point. But it does seem like these early floors are still kind of something that, you know, you kind of need to be in the zone to get the clean runs through these. Definitely failable things on floor 2. Floor 4 as well. Definitely noticed Simo struggles on 3 specifically compared to everyone else. Yeah, it's the old school skill set that Simo has that, you know, doesn't really make you play things like wet wheel plastic, right? So these kinds of things sort of new to Simo, but to be fair, Simo, considering the skill set is pretty like one-sided in that sense, the very old school sort of style that doesn't really include ice and water tricks and maybe plastic stuff and things like this. Considering that, Simo doing really well in this competition. Top 6 player, almost on floor 10 on personal best, 1000 meters reached. It's very, very solid progress, and I think Simo also learning these new elements really quickly. Do you think Skadir and Hazard will struggle to catch up to the current World Record due to being away for 3 days? I don't really think so. The progress is slowing down enough now that basically you can start taking like days off. You don't need to grind every day anymore, which is good for the mental of the players as well. And you can still catch up. Because the thing is that as the competition goes on, there are going to be days, and everyone, most likely, will have days when they don't even get to their personal best floor. Because we still see, like, even if Bren, for example, is very consistent in getting really, really strong attempts going in. The map is still getting considerably harder all the time, so once we get to like floor 12, 13, maybe, sometimes, you know, one day you're just not gonna PB. You're not gonna get very close to a PB even, so at that point, if you're taking like a day off, it's gonna matter much less. Watch Stealth JT play every day. Is it 70 hours and working on floor 3? Not respect that he's still pushing. Said he's new to the game, only playing for a few months. Seeing what he can do and vibing with chats. Yeah, that's super, super cool. That some of the, like, you know, non-top players are also pushing their skills on this map. I don't think, like, you know, many of them expect to finish this map. If not anytime soon, you know, then... or if not ever, then not at least anytime soon. So I think it's really cool how everyone's sort of trying to find their own limits in this challenge. Obviously the limits for our top players will be finishing the map, right? But then there are going to be some lower level players that kind of just are taking part and trying to reach, you know, floor 4. Trying to get some, you know, good runs going and learn some new tricks. Very cool. Even though, you know, it's easy to think, and it's kind of true as well, that this kind of a map is not for many players. A casual player, you know, will not get very far, so most of the map will be unknown to almost everyone, apart from a few players who have the skill level to make it to even like floor 8 and up. But it's nice that people are finding the experience in these lower floors as well. Mara is just learning it to eventually smash the wall record. There's actually an interesting question about the eventual world record as well. Have, for example, Have is on the server too. Currently PB at 683 meters, so not up there with the top guys, but Have has the Deep Dip 1 world record. And also has another tower map called Falling Turtles world record. So Have could be an eventual world record holder. Definitely keep an eye out if you want to follow that kind of a journey. Lost the turtle once. Oh, gotcha. That has to be very recent, I guess. But still, has held it, so that's already some feat. Not many people can say they've had it. I tried that map. I didn't finish it. And yeah, there's gonna be the checkpoint version as well, which is very, very cool. That will come after the competition though, so still some time to go. Who knows how much. How many do you think will finish this within the first year? I don't know. The thing is that it's hard to say what the motivations of like different players will be. We might have someone get to like floor 14 but not finish the map because the competition will be over by the time they get there. So they kind of think like, okay, well, there's not enough incentive for me to finish this, I'm just gonna go back to playing something else. But then some players will probably finish this no matter what. And it's really, it's hard to say who those will be. It's very personal. Yeah, so but it's like an equation there that I don't know how to calculate. I think there was a cash prize, but it was significantly smaller. Virtual will probably finish this no matter what, yeah. I would imagine. And there will be some others too. Currently, Bren has the water guard about halfway through floor 11 or so. We don't really know exactly how far it is, but somewhere there. And Elcon one jump behind. Very close. Why do you think many of these great players with a lot of experience on RPG are so far behind the top players like Hazard, Bren, and Elcon? Well, first of all, Bren and Elcon are the players with experience on RPG, right? Those are some of the best RPG players you can find. They both are extremely top level. And Elcon, I don't know exactly like Elcon's RPG experience, but Elcon has a very wide sort of general skill set and is like extremely good at some things as well. So Elcon is just generally like a Trackmania god gamer. So you kind of have the RPG players at the top, but also consider that there's also like a lot of things here that you might not have on like your usual RPG map, like, you know, the ice levels and all kinds of water tricks and things that you might not really have like on classic RPG maps. And it's also a survival challenge, so it's a little bit different from your usual RPG map. It's not that you only need the RPG skill set, which you definitely do, but you also need like that endurance mindset. You need the nerve controls that can be a little bit different, and a lot of different things that you need to master to be good at this. Tricky save for Simo here. I think we saw Simo try this before, but it didn't quite work out. Very difficult. 2 wheels off the beam here. Gets it. Very impressive. Looks so simple. But it's not. Let's settle it up. Elcon falling down a little bit ahead now. Simo getting the first runs of the day started here. First promising runs. Scandier has like 20 hours played on the map. Yeah, hard to say the playtime exactly, because I think Scandier did play in solo as well. But yeah. Currently, during this weekend, there's an event going on. Oh, Simo. Turtle survives. This will be savable. Needs to flip the car. Excellent work. So, currently there's a competition called Mini RPG of the Week, which is a LAN tournament in Paris. Both Hazard and Scandier are playing on that LAN, which means that they will probably have to give a little bit of advantage for people like Bren and Elcon, but it doesn't mean that they're out at all. Might still get back to the record grind next week. Yo, what's up? I didn't build anything. Didn't submit anything for this map. The prize pool is for first 3 people who finish this map. So you win if you're the first to finish. Then, you know, if you're second to finish, then you get the second place prize. $27,000. 50% to first finisher, 30% to second, and 20% to third. 27,410 exactly. There we go. Have you yourself given the map a try? Not yet. I'm gonna try the map for the first time after the competition is over. Top 5 currently. is Bren, who has made it like 1/3 or halfway through floor 11. Few tricks in. And then Elcon is half a jump behind, basically. Elcon is on the same trick, but didn't get as far on the trick. And then third place is tie between Hazard, Lars, and Virtual, who are all trying to get through the ice spin on floor 10. Timo to the ducks. Lands it. Promising attempt here from Simo. Hazard has done the 360 once. I doubt it. It's the first time I'm hearing this information. Timo, nicely done. Did, but short jump. Wait, what does it mean? Did they land it or not? Did he make it through the 360? Like landing on the other side on the ice. That is the requirement for making the 360. You have to get the landing as well, not just the jump. Simo here. Getting runs towards floor 8. That's gonna be the big floor right now for Simo. Personal best, of course, on floor 9. No, Simo's personal best, also floor 9. Unless there's something done like off stream today that I haven't seen. Don't trust the height too much. There's a part on floor 9 where you get the same height as floor 10, but that doesn't get you to floor 10. So, yeah, Simo's still trying to clear the last few parts of floor 9. Getting the bones, getting the landing. So, okay, so I'm clarifying. So Hazard has not gotten through the Ice 360 section, as in made the next landing and continued the run. Hazard has tried it a few times. Simo a little bit off. But recovery perhaps? Oh, could have maybe air braked, but this works as well. So that is when we say making the 360, that means getting the landing after. You can, you know, spin around, but if you don't get the speed, then, you know, that doesn't really help much. Like in this case, Simo did not make the plastic thing, right? The plastic jump loop thing. Elcon got the PB, how long ago? Hour ago maybe? 90 minutes? It is on this VOD if you want to check. You can probably find it. If someone can find a timestamp on this stream for the Elcon run, that would also be helpful. Why is the 360 more speed than no 360? Simply because it allows you to sort of like do this sort of quick left to right movement. So it basically allows you to switch directions faster, because if we really quickly take a look at the 360, go all the way up here. So here you need to go left and then right very quickly. So if you want to do this without the 360, the problem is that you need to first go to the left, but then you need to slow down so much to get the correction onto the right. Whereas if you do the 360, you sort of like get the spin, just the way that iSpins work in this game. You get the spin in the sense that it automatically gives you the right line without reducing the speed too much. So you get the line a bit earlier, you get a little bit better. Can you mimic this with the cam? So the straight line is kind of like you go like this, you go like sideways, and then you turn around here and you need to slow down carefully. And then here is kind of where you start accelerating. But if you do the 360, then you do the spin over here, and then from here you spin around, and then you start accelerating from here instead, and you have the correct angle already. So it's like a little bit of a distance in acceleration that you sort of benefit from, yeah? About 20:40 finish time, so 1 hour 15 minutes ago. I think like this we can beat the whole map if I knew the routes, but I don't because it gets pretty confusing towards the later floors. Yo, analytics, by the way, almost missed that one. Thank you so much for the 4 months. Glad to have you here. Just drive your car up there and show us. Uh-huh. Let's just wait for Simo to nail these sections, yeah? Elcon? Is Elcon still on the server? Currently we're on floor 7 with Simo, about halfway through. And Watercourt is on floor 11, about halfway through. Simo's personal best is at the very end of floor 9, so about 2 floors to go. Elcon on the start line, probably taking a break right now, I'm imagining. Floor 10 doesn't seem to match Simo's skill set too much. Floor 11 does seem to match, so I think the big question for Simo will be to get through this floor 10 grind. Pretty slow here, but going for the ice slide strategy maybe, or maybe just redoing the line. No, going for the ice slide. Seems. Low approach. Gets through the first. Needs to be sideways through the turbos. Second one. Works well enough. After the event is over, you can definitely, like, you know, do whatever you want in the editor and, you know, play the map with checkpoints and stuff like this. After it's over. There will be, like, an official checkpoint version released as well, so it's going to be much easier for casuals to get to the higher floors too. Yeah, Hugo doing pretty well today too. PB is fairly high too. I'm not sure if it's quite floor 8. We were watching Hugo earlier, but... The water court right now is just below floor 12 height, but the height is misleading because the floors kind of go up and down, so... Don't worry about the height all that much. Looks like, oh. Well, you can restart it. Simo back to turtling. As an old school trial player, the move is definitely not new to Simo. Okay, but... Japsky gets the quote guess. Let's see now. Simo, first flip works out. Well done. Let's see, the beam landing works perfectly. My neighbor is drilling their wall, and I'm hoping that doesn't make it to the stream audio. What? 10 in the evening, they're drilling their wall? What? Okay, whatever. Simo? To the bobsleigh, landing it in, and works out perfectly. It doesn't. Good to hear. I am confused, but it's fine then. Next part should be a little bit easier. Simo, getting towards the second turtle part now. It is exactly at 10, Luke, so... Maybe they waited just for the final second to do it. No, it already ended, actually. Not a big problem getting this jump. And then flipping the car again. Let's see how Simo manages. Japsky. The previous one was 6% earlier today. Woohoo. And we are going through in between the blocks. It's alright, Uhu. I'll do it after. Just needs to keep the turtle going now. Works great. Come on. Careful lines here. Scrappy playing in solo. Gotcha. Then the speed check. Gets the landing. Works nicely. And up we go. Simo also doing the traditional landing here. Getting a really clean one. Does seem like it's really only Elcon. Really only Elcon. Doing the upside down landing there. Let's see now. Jumping through. Reset landing works out. At the end of floor 8 now. About one floor behind Simo's personal best. Would like to get those floor 9 tries in for sure, but needs to get through this beam and then a couple more transitions. Timing. Works. Simo taking this so slowly and carefully, but it looks very controlled. Oh, what? Waiting. Gets it. Now for the flip. Perfect timing. a little bit close to the edge there, but worked just fine. For the speed now. Now, round on the quarter pipe. Hoping to get the correct line here. Speed, definitely enough. Jump to the right. It's off, but it should land in the pool below. Timo will be able to attempt these last few parts again. Fortunately, not getting any kind of weird bounce of the ducks. We'll just get to drop down here and start from the grass. Speed check. It is fast enough, Timo. Gets it again. Hugo seems to be still climbing as well, but falling down now a little bit. I'm not sure if that's probably not part of a trick. I think that's a mistake. You know, backwards turtle was impossible in TM 2020. Are the cars that different from TMNF? There's some like geometry changes. Ooh, scary line. I don't know much about turtling. I'm the worst person to ask about turtling, unfortunately. This is definitely one of the gaps in my Trackmania knowledge. Especially something like backwards turtling. I have nothing about it. Yo, Hugo. Good luck. Come on. One more. One more slow drive through these, but perfect timing. Were you not playing the LAN this weekend, Hugo? I think there was some Hugo there, but maybe it's a different Hugo. The RPG LAN. You wanna know? Oh. No, not you. Okay, gotcha. Good to know. Jumping in. Jumping down. This is a little short as well, but back to the pool we go. An update as Simo is waiting for the wheels to drive. My neighbor is still drilling the wall. Still doing it. But that's all good, I guess. Yeah, no problem. I'll keep you guys up to date on this important event. Now for the speed up. Gets it again. No, Hege. Not doing a great job though, apparently. If it's not even audible. Just you wait. Alright. Let's see now, Simo. Back to the reset landing. Here we go. Car upside down. And we go for the third time. I do not know what my neighbor is doing, no. Just drilling the wall. That's the extent of my information. Timing. Very good. Second one. Very good again. Flipping on the platform, and for the third time, hopefully Simo getting this now. I would say that Simo at least is getting some practice on this turtle stuff, but honestly, it doesn't really look like Simo needs the practice. Looks to be doing just fine. But this one, that one's not been working. Let's see it now. Goes around, turns to the other side this time, probably a bit too close to the edge to feel comfortable with the right side turn. Gets the landing regardless, and it's not enough. Go back to the pool. For the fourth time. Well, the third time in the pool, I guess. Turtling through the jump? An idea. Well, we go again. Come to his stream and tell him to turtle through the final jump. Let's see then. One more time. Gets the grass landing. Gets the landing here. Once again. Jump is on point. No problem at all. Number 4 then. Setup is perfect. Timo. Onwards onto the beam. Currently, both Bren and Elcon have made it to about 1/3 or maybe 50% through floor 11. Timo taking this very slow, very carefully lining this up and waiting for the right timing. And it's very clean, a very, very clean style. Knows what he can get away with still, like how you can still keep the turtle going. Very solid, but this jump, that one has to work. Needs to eventually get this. You don't want to stay here forever. Waiting for the timing now. Has made these jumps before, just needs to get the angle and the speed right this time. Turning to the right this time again. Now the space works. The jump, it's not there. Skipping the water this time, so no need to wait for the wheels to dry, but we are not still through. Well, again we go then. Well, the drilling has stopped already. We're good in that regard. The jump up works again, no problem there. I'm not 100% sure what the problem is. I think on this previous attempt, Simo may be landing a little bit too far on the left side of the final platform. I don't think it's necessarily a speed issue from the, like, quarter pipe. I think it's more like having to adjust the line too much just before the final jump. And not making the speed. Not getting the height, I suppose. That's maybe more like it. Jumping a bit too diagonally. Timing works. And works. Let's see then. What is this? 5th attempt? On attempts like this, I think the most important thing is that you don't start overthinking a jump that you've already cleared before. You know what to do. Don't like start switching things up too much. Just trust yourself. Trust that you know what to do. Simo gets the setup. Jumps to the right. This one looks much better. And Simo will land it. Finally getting to floor 9. And now has a chance to get a personal best here. Simo has made it all the way to the second last quarter pipe part here. So, still ways to go. About, what would I say, 7 sections to clear. But Simo has done it before. Let's see it. Maybe I can show exactly. It's right above us. This quarter pipe jump from here all the way to the road. That is the one that Simo has failed. So there's ways to go. Jumping first over here, going onto the ramp, jumping over here on the turbo, taking speed from here, going onto the beam, around, and Simo is going, so we're gonna follow that now. But those are the first few things that need to be cleared. Then a few tricky quarter pipe sections. I can't actually remember which strat Simo was using there, but we'll see soon, hopefully. Turbo landing. Flips around. That is very unfortunate for Simo. I don't really know if there's much that's going to happen here. The car is moving a little bit backwards. There's always this default movement, but is it gonna go all the way? Like, there's this thing here. I think that's where the movement will stop at latest. It might already stop here when the front wheel reaches this beam here. I guess Simo's gonna wait and see what happens. Is there any sideways movement as well? I think it's just going pretty much backwards. Simo. We'll call it a day there. Or well, I mean, the run will end. Simo will probably continue. Unfortunate, unfortunate. It's a very tricky landing that always looks very scary whenever really anyone does it, but... Still, good run from Simo. Honestly, Simo's consistency on floor 8 kind of really showcases that old school skill set, the trial player skill set, where Simo is doing really well on those turtle parts and those tricky, more precision-based jumps. Just the final jump was a little bit tricky, but eventually worked as well. So I do think that Simo can be very strong, not only on this floor 8, but also on floor 9, once there's a little bit more experience. So, looking very, very good either way. Lars here, currently tied for 3rd place, but falls to the middle. So that's gonna be the end of this run. Well, some kind of a landing here. Can probably make it back to floor 4, but quite far away from those floor 7 sections. This turbo tunnel on floor 7 has been, if not a run killer for a lot of people, at the very least very shaky for many players. So it's kind of like maybe not ending your runs, because you often end up kind of bouncing around on the plastic there and such. You end up saving it, but it always looks very like uncontrolled for so many players. I don't know if there's anyone who looks like always consistent there. We see two different strats there. We see the ice slide strategy, where you kind of line up against the plastic on the side, and then you try to ice slide through those turbos. And then we see the strategy where you sort of take initial speed, and then you turn the car around in the middle of the tunnel, and then you just go. You don't press anything, you just let the car do its thing. We've seen Elcon now having switched from the ice slide strategy to the no input strategy. Brenda's ice slide is 100% consistent. It might be something that depends on the player as well at this point. I have to wonder if Lars is going to try the other strat at some point as well. Alright then. Well, Lars, back to the grind. Currently, still have Elcon on the server too. On the start line. Simo getting some runs going. Lars and Elcon are current top players here, but Simo also top 6 right now. So not doing too bad at all. Public servers, I don't think, have a very high record. Maybe floor 6, maybe floor 7, but probably not, like, on the level of these guys here. Haven't really looked, but, you know. Okay, let me real quick get the badge again. Now that we have a good moment. Sigva Sun's badge was pretty short-lived, unfortunately. Is it Jabsky underscore? I think it's Jabsky underscore, right? Oh, we'll see. Pretty sure. 700 is definitely not bad. It's very, very good. It's about, you know, in the highest parts of floor 6. Halfway through floor 6. Warl is the highest player not on this server with 758. Warl is a very, very good player. Actually an interesting name to bring up. Warl, I think, is a royal game mode player, which also, for example, Maverick is. Maverick built floor 10. So there's a lot of really good royal players that are super good at some tricks that this map has. So yeah, could be an interesting player to follow as well if Warl keeps grinding and maybe streams well. If a public player gets to the top, would they win as well? Yes, the competition is open for absolutely anyone. You can play in solo, you can play on this server, you can play on your own server, or you can play even like off stream as well. But there is one thing that needs to happen. You have to stream your final full run. So is it possible that, you know, someone who's playing solo right now and, you know, hasn't streamed at all is still going to win? Yeah, that's absolutely possible, you know. It's doable and anyone can do that. So, you know, only requirement is that your final full run is streamed. There are some other rules as well, but that's kind of like the big one. Doesn't need to be on any server. Can be in solo. Hello, Konji, maybe? Did anyone advance the World Guard? Elcon, very close. Bren did improve it. Did improve it in the afternoon today. Got to floor 11 finally, and made it about 5 or 6 tricks sections in. So maybe 1/3 into floor 11. Maybe halfway through, I'm not really sure. But somewhere there, and about 2 hours ago or so, Elcon managed to get to the same section. Elcon also reached the very beginning of floor 11 last night already, after I had already ended my session. And yeah, failed the very beginning, but now Elcon getting to floor 11 again tonight and managing to get to the same section as Bren. Technically one landing behind Bren, so Bren in some sense currently has Water Guard, but it is extremely close between Elcon and Bren. Yo, Kasper. Taking a lot of time, but good progress today. Elcon and Bren have been clearing these first few parts of floor 11 pretty nicely. The full run has to be streamed specifically, so if you have the replay file or something, that's not gonna be enough. It is required that you stream it. The competition is, I guess, held on Matcherino, and the streamed run is a requirement there. So. Elcon did not go further than Bren. Maybe in terms of height, but the height doesn't matter as much as progress on the track. Because the floors go up and down and up and down. You can reach the highest height at the beginning of a floor, but then someone else who makes it further into the floor is still going to be considered to being ahead, right? You are not going to finish the map unless you know about the streaming rule. So I think that no one is going to do it by accident. We don't need to worry about it. No worries, Naruto. Good progress and good consistency from Lars. Back to floor 7 now. There's one player who has trouble streaming, and that is Korch, but Korch was trying to, actually on the server too, now playing, was trying to do like a test stream, probably through like mobile internet or something. So Korch does have like a situation where I'm not really sure if the stream eventually will work out, and Korch is a very good player, currently PB at 800 plus meters, so I'm hoping that if it gets to that point, that Korch will find some solution to be able to stream, but the rules are rules. I'm not really sure if there's going to be any compromise, but the platform that the organizers are hosting the competition on requires a streamed run as verification. That has to be a streamed run, so we're just hoping that the players who might have trouble streaming will find a way to do so. Yeah, maybe like going to like a friend's place or something could work. That, you know, we're gonna hope that some compromise can be found. I don't really know much about the situation, of course, so I can't really say to have all the details. But this is what I've heard. Hey for Magic. They don't stream. How did they get in the streamer server? So the streamer server essentially is just a whitelist server, where yes, it's generally gonna be for streamers, but I think generally the top players will gather here. It's a whitelist application, so you can apply, and some exceptions I guess can be made, even for people who don't like regularly stream, if they are like very extremely high level players. Let's follow Lars though. Going through floor 7 here. Let's see now. This is the trick that last ended the run. Lars is trying to adapt the strategy, but it doesn't work. So Lars, kind of like we talked about not too long ago, trying out the different strat. Trying out, like, instead of the ice slide, which does seem pretty shaky, trying out taking the speed and then turning the car sideways. But that one didn't work either. So now you're kind of in a situation where you have like, sort of like pick your poison. You just need to choose which one you think is going to be the more reliable one. It does seem like both are a little bit troublesome for Lars here. Even SB Villa got access to this server, so probably everyone could. Thanks, normally. Not that you're wrong. Yummy. Good progress as well. Yummy, we saw get to floor 6 last night. Looks to be trying to do that same thing again here. Couple more jumps. Still taking these a little bit carefully, and we kind of see the sort of difference in experience. Not in terms of Trackmania experience, just the map experience. Kind of like Elcon is like bug sliding the landing and then chaining these jumps. Just like it's completely normal for everyone to do so. Yummy, looks to be enough speed. Nicely done. But then, you know, the players who haven't got to floor 6 too much yet, they are really lining this up all the time. And we see more and more strategies like later on in the map becoming kind of like this, where the top players who have been through floor 7 and 8 so many times are spending less time like lining things up and you know, kind of feeling good about those tricks. Elcon basically did that originally. That's fair enough. Elcon was a bad example, because Elcon kind of speedruns everything. That's fair enough. But the other players, you know, stand like this as well. This is the worst turtle from Yummy. That is so unfortunate. Don't think I've seen that one before. Well, it was a really promising run. The deep experience. The run just ends. You're feeling good, you're doing things right, and then the run ends. And then, you know, the challenge is the question that comes after that. It is the question of, do I start a new run, or do I go and play some other game? That's the challenge. That is the main question, and you have to ask that every single time that happens. Lars doing the new setup. More and more players are doing this. There's only Elcon and maybe some others who are still doing the fast strat, but it works for Elcon as well, so can't really... You know, it's understandable, I suppose. To be fair, your stream has been doing extremely well. Yeah, it's kind of weird. But hey, I'm all for it. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Been a wild journey so far through Deep Dip. Both personally and in terms of the actual grind that's happening. Don't you feel like playing the map yourself? I'll eventually try it, but probably not during the competition. Hello, Ion. Biggest event ever? The depends on what the metric is, I suppose. In terms of prize pool, not really. In terms of like Twitch engagement across like different streams, maybe. It's hard to say. There's many ways to measure it. Best cast on this event easily, not even close. Oh, thank you, Flexity. I'm trying my best. Virtual does the fast strat still? Yeah, I actually haven't seen that. Haven't seen Virtual do that in a while. Here's Ion. Do you think if the prize pool has been hit that people will stop playing? Wait, can you rephrase? I don't understand. Oh, you mean like if the competition is over, like if the prizes have been like given out to the players, like the, you know, the top 3 has been done. Depends on the player. Some players will want to finish this no matter what. Oh, Lars inverted steering. Lars, Unfortunate. Sometimes when you switch from forwards driving to backwards driving, your steering doesn't change as you would expect. It kind of like inverts so that, well, it's literally inverts so that you try to steer to one direction, but because of the gears of the car not switching correctly, or, you know, the car just... The Trackmania physics go brrr, okay? And then you steer to the direction that you think is gonna be the right one, and then it's not the right one, and then you fall off the thing. So this is just something that happens in these kinds of forwards to backwards changes. Is it a bug? I don't really know. I guess it's probably unintended behavior, so I suppose it would be a bug. But it's hard to say. It's these kinds of forwards to backwards things work so strangely in general, so I don't even know what the intended behavior would be. Can someone update me on today? Absolutely. Bren, in the afternoon hours, did manage European afternoon, so some, 10 hours ago or so, did manage to get to floor 11 multiple times, but even before that, last night, Elcon did manage to get in the early night hours to floor 11 for the first time, but failed the first jump there. So Bren, on Bren's session afterwards, did manage to clear the half-pipe stuff at the end of floor 10, managed to get to floor 11, and managed to do it multiple times, gradually getting further and further, and right now I can show exactly where we are on the map. So Bren managed to clear this half-pipe, and actually did it fairly consistently, looking pretty good on that one. So the first attempt from Bren didn't make this landing, I think. Didn't barely make this landing. I didn't see one attempt, but I'm gonna guess how it went, because I kind of heard about it afterwards. So, first attempt from Bren, failed this landing. On the second one, Bren made it to this point, and then tried this landing. Didn't quite work on this, because Bren tried to land on the left side here. Recovered below, on the pool below, that gets you to floor 10 again. A very nice pool to have here. And then jumped to the right side of this and managed to get the landing. And after a few attempts, Bren did manage, also failed this once, but did manage to get to this pool, and then got to try this jump twice. The best attempt, the final attempt that Bren had on this one, so basically you go here, turn around, land into the pool, and then you drive all the way around here, take some speed, drop off from here, land here, jump up here, and then you want to land on top of this. Bren, on the best looking attempt, went too far, so jumped over this landing, and well, if you look at what's here, you can probably guess how that went. On both attempts, overshot it. Okay. I didn't see the one of those attempts, but... So that is where we are right now. But Elcon, on this session, also managing to get to floor 11 again. So got here once, and today got here again. So, Elcon, the first attempt failed somewhere here, in these first few jumps here. But today Elcon got here, maybe 2 hours ago, managed to clear this jump, managed to clear this jump, and with a little bit of trouble on some of these jumps, eventually did make it through here, landed on the quarter pipe and made it to the pool. So Elcon, on the first, attempt of the day, onto floor 11, did manage to get all the way to the same section. Took some speed, and unfortunately jumped a little bit too early off from this platform, meaning that Elcon didn't quite get the distance for this jump, and essentially landed here. Landed a little bit too low. So we can say that the next section, the next jump combination is the same for Bren and Elcon, but technically Bren has gotten one landing further on this map still. What does the end of floor 11 look like? I don't know. There's so much stuff. So seems like when you get this landing, there's going to be some setup here. It could be a press forward setup, could be some kind of a setup with this plastic, but there's a trailer that they released on Christmas Eve of last year, so about 5 months ago or so, where they did briefly show the section here. Now, we can't be sure if it's the right strategy or not, but it's maybe the right strategy, because everything else in that trailer, unlike the announcement trailer, the launch trailer that they released not too long ago, where they kind of troll and do things backwards and, you know, do tricks that are not at all on the map. On that Christmas Eve teaser, they do the real tricks. We see them do floor 3 things that we can confirm are the real strategies, and floor 9 things that are the real strategies, and they also show this landing here. So the guess right now is that there's some kind of a setup with this drop down here. You have to land to this. And the way the teaser trailer shows this plastic is that the car lands sideways. It lands with the 2 wheels onto this plastic, and it rolls over, ends up upside down towards this point, and then it jumps up and probably lands here. The landing is not really shown, but this is the guess. And I can pull it up again real quick. Just that thing. So where's my cursor? Here. So somewhere around here, you can see that there's, like, you know, the floor 10 thing. We know that that's the thing, and here's the trick. That's the information that we have. And do we know for sure? Do we know for sure that this is what you need to do? No, but this seems like it might be pretty close to the actual strategy. So a little bit of, like, sort of a unique information here from the organizers from a few months back. What it's actually gonna be, that, you know, we'll see. And it does seem like the landing will be on top of this that we see there as well. We don't really know what else there is on floor 11. Yeah, it has to be some setup. The assumption is that there's some consistent setup. The players just need to somehow find it. Then when you get to this point, I don't really know what to do. There's this, you know, quarter pipe here. Maybe you go there. Maybe you get some speed. I don't know. There's a water landing here. Voice line, you probably go here. Some turbo, quarter pipe jumping here. Maybe landing over here. Maybe over there. I don't know. Look at this. Look at the mess. I think we'll just wait for our players to get here, and we'll we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out when it happens. I do actually like that some of the floors are much more sort of clear-cut. It's like, okay, here's a ramp. You take the ramp, you jump on the next platform. But then there are these more like pathfinding floors as well, where you need to think like, okay, I can go to 5 different places from here. So what do I actually want to do? Because you don't get that many attempts in those areas, so you want to be very confident that you have the right strategy, but like it's always the sort of like, well, what if it's not this one? What if I waste this attempt entirely? You know the way, Dragon? Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. We'll probably have some interesting runs onto those later parts. Tally has been making really good progress. I saw Tally get to the plastic bounce earlier. It's a pretty rare one to make mistakes on, but Tally at the very least got to this point and then failed the plastic bones here onto the water. I don't know if Tally has been further since, but doing good progress. World record is by Bren and Elcon, tied maybe 1/3 through floor 11. Hey Trooper, very new here in the Trackmania community. How are the players supposed to find the correct route? Seems impossible sometimes. It's actually a good question. And for like a lot of people, even the more like traditional maps might seem like there's sometimes just no route at all. But the thing about Trackmania is that there's a lot of like language in Trackmania. By which I mean that there are traditions that a lot of mappers follow, like, you know, certain patterns that many mappers use. So when you see like a specific type of a quarter pipe, then you can guess like, okay, well, there's only like 3 ways that people build this kind of a quarter pipe. And then you look at, okay, is this the first kind of a way? No, it's not. Is it the second kind of a way? No, it's not. Third kind of a way? Oh, that looks possible. So then you kind of like, you know, when you learn the language, the traditional ways of building things, then you start also picking up the sort of like correct answers as well. Usually there's good reasons to use certain block combinations and such, so you improve very quickly. Tally, yeah, looking very nice though. Gets the transitions here, and now getting to plastic bones again. I'm not sure if Tally has cleared this, but PB 860 meters. Could be that this is a new PB for Tally though. This is the best that I've seen. Tally is a professional Rocket League player, by the way. Playing for G2's women's team right now. So, quite impressive, especially when this is not your main game and you're just cruising here on floor 7 on Deep Div 2. Now for the tunnel then. Clean. Very clean. Now to the flip. Gets it. Potentially a floor 8 attempt here. Oh, but the plastic slowdown not quite working out and turtling the landing. So unfortunate, but Tally might be able to save this still. Maybe on the side here, timing it a little too early, unfortunately, and that's gonna be a big fall. Was a very good attempt at saving it, but barely not able to catch the landing there either. Down we go, dodging just about everything. Back to the beginning, but a personal best for Tally as far as I know. Very strong run, for sure. Getting slowly closer and closer to floor 8 now. Do you know how the map was constructed? So every floor had like a template that the builders were following. Every floor is going like a half a circle, spiraling upwards. So the starting position is like predefined and the end position of the floor is predefined in like a half a circle. So that is the sort of like structure. And then they combine those and it becomes like an upward spiral, you know? Yo, Quick! Thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Were you playing the... I'm assuming the Formula stuff? Was the map released today? How did that go? How's the map? Won the Formula stuff. There we go. Went pretty well then. Well done, dude. Very solid. There's a lot going on in Trackmania right now. It's a busy spring. Won by 12 seconds, yeah. That's very dominant. As quick usually is, to be fair. Have you built some solid tech tracks, by the way? Not too much. There's some in my last year's campaign, I guess. Got to floor 2 on this map as well. Nice. Not so easy at all. Quick is pretty quick. But yeah, there's a collaboration right now going on with Ubisoft Nadio. And Formula E. So they have a bunch of these, I think, monthly races on like Formula E maps that are super cool looking. Kind of recreations from the real life tracks, as far as I know. Of course. Oh, a bit of a clip there. Maybe a floor 6 save. No, back down we go. Lars is having a rough time on this floor 7 today. Not getting runs through. But yeah, it's a cool collaboration. Not really my style as a player, to be honest, but it's still impressive. The tracks look really clean. And then there's a khaki season that starts in June. It's in another game. It's in Trackmania Nations Forever. But that's also gonna be a big event that I think people will grind for the whole month. Is there any top Trackmania player that could finish the map but just does not like the grind? Well, that's kind of, you know, if you don't like the grind, you probably can't finish the map. Because the map is the grind, right? The biggest part of finishing the map is the grind, so... Yeah, hard to say. Like, someone who would have the skill level, like, sure, yeah. But, like, the grind is, like, the one thing that decides. Lars falling down, unfortunately, again on floor 7 middle parts. Thought they switched completely. No, there's still one khaki season in TMNF a year, and then there's going to be another one in this game in November as well. They also had another season earlier this year, which was khaki remixed, kind of like remakes of older classic maps remade to this game from the older games. So they actually are having 3 khaki seasons this year. I hope you have a good evening, Vic. Thank you very much. Juliano? Probably a personal best around here in floor 6. Maybe not just yet, but pretty close. Hello, Classic. Let's see now. Plastic bounce. Needs to rotate the car enough. Looks good. A little bit on the edge, but car eventually does flip the right way, so Juliano is through. Maybe not the most consistent strategy to go for, but the landing works, that's all that matters. Now the next part comes pretty far here, but savable. Juliano, also very good player. Has grinded a lot of world records on official maps. That is unfortunately not the right line though. Not the world record line. What is that horn? Anyway. What is with all the horns, honestly? Is Trackmania community okay? It's a new section for Juliana there, so, you know. Sometimes hard to read those on first attempt, kind of knowing what exactly to do and what can be the dangers there, so we'll get some experience there though. Second time actually, that Juliana got to that part, so they'll just looking to gain more experience and get a little bit more consistent on these floor 6 sections. When Villehorn? Yeah, I haven't really planned one out. Corch here, turtled on floor 3, taking a break. Lars and Simo. Currently the top 2 players on the server, I believe. Lars made it to 410. Made it to the ice spin. But still looking forward to seeing Lars get that ice spin strategy down. Has tried it twice now, but hasn't quite managed to do it correctly. I do like the deep dip thematic horns, though those are... That's just, you know, self-expression during this event. No issue with those. The medals, I believe, on the map are just the automatic medals. The author time was decided by doing a segmented run, so every floor individually, and then increasing the combined time by 25%, so it's a quarter, sort of more than the combined segmented run. Yeah, it's 5:43.210 the author time, so it's roughly 125% of the segmented run that they did. Was the time? Well, I guess you can calculate it from the AT. But a pretty big map. If right now, you know, we have our top guys getting like, you know, 20 minutes run zone onto floor 10, 11 range, and I guess the full map is still, you know, the full segmented run is still gonna be at least like, you know, somewhere around like 40 minutes or so. So in that sense, even as like as a speed run, we're only halfway through. There's still 20 more minutes to play I suppose. No one has completed the map, like, from start to finish in, like, a legitimate way. There's a plugin that you can use to validate a map without having to complete it in the traditional way. That is how it's done. So, I think that's actually really cool, though, because the first finisher of this map will actually be the first finisher of the map, right? Even the mappers haven't done it. Ren reached floor 11 today at 28 minutes. Yeah, so from there, you know, it's gonna be at least like 12 more minutes of like speedrun style playing. Or something. You can do the calculation maybe. Lars getting the wood grip there. It works though. Can you replace the author time with the first finisher time as a memorial or something? Not without invalidating the leaderboard, unfortunately. Unless there's some, like, kind of hacking you can do. But changing anything on the map like that, also, like, gets rid of the leaderboard, so if someone finishes the run, then that run will appear on the leaderboard. So, you know, changing the author time afterwards would probably remove the time, which is not ideal, I suppose. Are you sure you have to invalidate the leaderboard? Well, no, because people do all kinds of stuff in this game. But most likely... most likely. At the very least, I do not know of like a hacky way to keep the leaderboard. Mappers are not eligible for the prize pool. Some of them might have been playtesting more of the floors as well. So, yeah, it's seen as, you know, unfair advantage, and the mappers cannot participate in the competition. But there is also a fundraiser to support the mappers directly. Lars on the grind, Zemo as well on floor 6 again. We'll see. Would you like to create a floor next year? Maybe. If there is a Deep Deep 3 next year, of course. Good try, maybe. $43 minutes? Okay, yeah. It's probably somewhere around there. See you, Seal. The mappers can play, but they cannot discover... they can't show new floors or new strategies. So they can play as long as they use what's already known by other players. So we've seen, for example, Kubas get to like floor 7 and such. But, you know, probably Polish vibing, not really going much further than that. I don't know if I would be the best player to build some turtle stuff. I'm so bad at it. Simo bouncing up. Very clean. You can just use a plugin to enter whatever time you want the validation to be. So you don't need to legitimately finish the map. Of course, like, you know, you shouldn't abuse this plugin to validate maps that are actually impossible. But it's actually pretty normal to drive your author time, save it as a replay, and then add that author time onto the map. But adding it onto the map as like a GPS, like a replay that players can check out, will invalidate the author time, so then mappers often use the plugin to enter the same time as they got on the author time run. If that makes sense. No one has done the full run, to be clear though, as I just mentioned a bit before. So there's a segmented run, every floor individually. They added the time of all of those floors, and then added 25% of that time to the author time. So it's 54 minutes, 32 seconds, and 10 hundredths. So there's like a, you know, method to it, but not a full run that anyone has done. Timo, closer to floor 7. Duck jump. Just ahead. Elkhorn is moving as well. So back from the break. Simo is through to the ducks. Why are you not playing? I am taking a caster role for this event. Older TM games, the validation ghost was saved along with the GBX. It used to be the case here, but they removed that, probably to save file size on the map itself. So it's no longer done. Used to be the case until like 2 years ago. Simo, now starting the floor 7 grind. Has been getting those floor 9 attempts a bit earlier, but looking to get some PB runs going in. Lars also approaching floor 7, as well as Tally. Back up again. Everybody else kind of in these lower floors. Oh, no problem, never got. My pleasure. Simo through the first hole. Now the big jump. Further, Lars falling down, not getting through this floor 6 and 7 range right now. I don't think we've seen Lars get to floor 8 just yet on this session. Simo has. But some very tricky parts. Oh, the car flips the wrong way. Simo is holding right, but the car actually grips the landing. So, looked to be a disaster, but this is actually savable. I do wonder if Simo knows how to save this. Goes a bit lower. Needs to get the front wheels up here, like that. Then you can climb up. This is absolutely savable. We've seen people do it, but you don't want the car to get pushed too far from the wall, then it's over. Simo, very close climb there. See? Front wheels. Up on the wall. Needs to keep the grip. Simo probably has done some khaki maps actually with this technique. probably is familiar with how this works, because there have been multiple maps that I can think of around a similar technique. So, going very back, oh, so close to the edge, but almost getting it. Wheels still do get the grip. Might take a while. So far surviving. Tally jumping through, making the landing. Oh no! Tally, similar story. Makes it up but falls down. Oh, Simo though! Oh, so close. Oh, huh? Still getting the grip. Falling that far back. Okay. This is never gonna end. Okay, well. Timo. Nerves of steel here. It's working just fine. No problem. It looks so scary. Going that far back. Still getting the grip. Now climbing. So close. No. No. Bounces a little bit. Is that still close enough to get grip? It is just barely. Timo still holding on. It's going further and further from the wall, it seems, but still working out. Not going too far. It just can't leave the water. It can't go so low that it leaves this pool. So far. Still trying. Going even further back. But the wheels, they need to be higher. Oh, so close to getting out of the pool. So close to the edge there as well. Is this too far finally? Is it going to still grip? It will. Simo? The front wheels were there. No, this might be too far back. Still, no. Still staying in water. It is very difficult to see where the water ends and air begins here. It's you can't really see it from here, but it's not far from that for sure. Well, we're gonna be here for a while, perhaps. Still going. Up. Not enough. Maybe. Simo is through. Alright, well, Timo, on a run here. Continues. Not very close to personal best yet, but it keeps going. The deep experience. Now this next part is not much easier though. The plastic loop here. Less to do with water and more to do with the line here. This might be too close to the wall and Timo will fall down here. This could be recoverable if the car bounces back up. Worth it. Worth it, says Simo. Probably not going to recover from here. Car is not bouncing. But, you know, we'll take it. It was a good battle. Good battle. Lower gang. stuck on the ice slide on floor 1. Any tips? I don't know. It depends on your skill level, really. It's a very tricky ice slide, a very calculated ice slide. If you're kind of newer to the game, I would probably recommend playing some other ice maps first. Would be probably my tip, honestly. It's very difficult to practice something on a map like this, like practice a technique on a map like this. We can see Elcon do it here though. So starting it very close to the wall. Elcon doing very small inputs here. So very small corrections. Not quite getting it, but fairly close. So what you do on this ice slide to extend it is to release the acceleration. That usually gives you a little bit wider line. And if you want to make the line tighter, then you can do brake taps. So there's a couple ways to adjust your ice slide line, but it's also very difficult to try to learn it in this kind of a scenario. Deep dive too, that's what it seems to be. The water sections can be pretty difficult on this map, honestly. A lot of hard water tricks. Elcon back on the track. Made it to floor 11 not too long ago, so we'll see if Elcon can get those great runs started again. Practically, if not equaling the world record, then, you know, getting basically to the same section at least. Do you play the event yourself, or do you milcast? I'm only casting. I haven't left the start line on this map. I'll probably try it eventually after the competition has concluded. I see it. My day is great. What about yours? Elcon, it depends how you want to look at it, because you can take it like two ways. Was it like an equal world record? Well, kind of. In the same trick, essentially, both Bren and Elcon. But you could technically say that Bren has made the landing here, and Elcon hasn't. You know, this is part of the same trick, where you take speed from here, you jump off here. Bren made this landing, Elcon didn't. And Bren got to try this jump, but didn't make this landing. So, in some sense, Elcon is a little bit behind Bren, right? But they are trying to nail the same trick at the moment. Last exam today, college completed. Let's go, Sid. Very happy for you. Time to celebrate. How much time does it take to make a map like this? Well, it's hard for me to estimate this kind of a project, but having built some endurance maps myself, one that we built called Threat of Ariadne, which is a 20-minute endurance map. I built the route and part of the decoration there, and there were 3 other people building scenery as well. Big Thirsty, Jeffro, and Ekoveco. So it was probably like 700 hours, maybe a bit more, 600 to 700. I'm gonna say 600 to 800 hours. And then I'm currently building a new similar map, which is a bit like the scale is larger, so it's a similar 20+ minute endurance map. But Hotel is actually still on run. Maybe the run saved somehow. So it's a similar map called Core, and the route alone, just like the bare bones sort of track that you drive on, so excluding all decoration and such, and there's going to be a story there as well and all kinds of stuff. So that alone took 600 hours, 20 minutes of route, or technically a bit more, 24 minutes of route, because there's 2 separate endings that you can choose from on that map. So, you know, just to give an idea. These kinds of projects, I would imagine, are generally like 1,000+ hour projects. Love TOA, glad to hear. Oof, barely landing. First time viewer here, but I really like your commentary, great job. Thank you, Tashina. The TOA event was really cool. One of the highlights of my Trackmania career, for sure. Seeing that map played on such a high level. It's equal, you can't get anywhere if you stop or land there. Yeah, I mean, sure, like... I would also say, you know, it's the equal section. Bren has technically gotten a little bit further on the section, in some sense. So, you know... But, you know, it's kind of semantics at that point, so... The main thing is that both are very deep into floor 11 at the moment, making really good progress today, both. Building this with a ton of people together made this feel very doable, and not like you needed to put in an overwhelming amount of time. Yeah, it's like when you build in like larger projects like this, it can be much more like manageable, because the single person contribution is maybe not that overkill. For some people, very unfortunate landing. Maybe landing here. Turtled, so unlucky. Very unfortunate. Lars falling. Sammy falling. Yeah. There we go. Everyone's falling. Is anyone climbing? Demo, for a moment at least. Ixon as well, actually. Making some good progress. As a mapper, do you hate when players find a shortcut? I'm usually disappointed in myself if I tried to fix shortcuts and there is still some shortcut, but I never blame the mappers. Not the players, I mean. Never the player's fault. It's always mapper's fault. Well, sometimes it's no one's fault if the shortcut is completely ridiculous, to be fair. What makes an endurance map? Is it just the length? Generally, yeah. It kind of depends on who's defining it. I would usually say that something like maybe 4+ minutes is an endurance map, but a lot of people would even say that oh, so close to saving it. But we fall down once again. Many people would say that, you know, even a 2-minute map would be an endurance map. Well, let's see then. Lars has been to floor 7 multiple times today, but hasn't been able to get to floor 8 on this session, just yet at least, so we'll see. Elcon climbing, Massa also climbing. Porch still taking a break here. A lot of players going for this 360 strategy. I guess it's a little bit safer to not land upside down. Real endurance requires 60 laps. Why stop at 60? The game allows you to build 255 laps. You can technically... It's kind of weird, because you can make your map have like 1,000 laps, but the race will still end at 255 laps. I'm not sure, Ares. I just know what I've tried in this game. And yes, I've tried. I did once build a map that had to end at 255 laps, even though I put like 500 laps. I think the lap counter still at the time when I tested showed 1000 laps, but the race finished at 255. I'm not 100%. Bouncing around. Thread of Ariadne 10 laps. I can do better. There's a version of it called Rope of Ariadne, which is 20 laps. People have finished it. I think something like 20 people or so have finished that map. Takes about 7 to 8 hours. I'm not sure who did the like final assembly of the floors. Lars not getting to floor 3, struggling a little bit. Massa back to floor 3 as well. Bit of a quiet moment here, but could be calm before the storm. We've seen it before. Could be Sparkling. Yeah, Sparkling, okay, did the assembly. A lot of promising players on this server. And take a quick look at the leaderboard as well. So, Elcon and Bren tied on the height area. 1247 meters. Elcon has been a little bit higher, but they are on the same trick. Then Lars, Hazard and Virtual stuck on the ice spin on floor 10. Roughly, maybe a bit more than half a level behind. Simo, still trying to get runs to floor 10, has been to the very end of floor 9, but not quite yet to floor 10. Then we have Skandir, Granadi, Scrappy, Hugo, Tally, Kubas. A lot of players in the... Well, Kubas is a mapper, so not really part of the competition, but a lot of these players stuck in the late floor 7 to floor 8 range. So there does seem to be like a bit of a separation of the very top players and then, you know, the next group of players. Currently it does seem like Lars, Virtual, Hazard, Elcon and Bren doing the best, but Simo, if Simo is able to pick up the ice stuff on floor 10, could still be a top contender too, for sure. And of course the floor 8 guys, floor 7 guys, even floor 6 guys at this point, can still get those PBs and even like surprisingly kind of one-shot floor 8 and one-shot floor 9. That can always happen. So, could still be a chance for just about anyone to take the first spot. Timo also. Well, that's a landing. Are there benchmark maps in Trackmania, like skill level testing? Trial maps, I suppose. There's like a trial map tier list that's sorted by difficulty, which are similar, you know, have some similar tricks to these. Simo trying to avoid the plastic bounce, it seems. Well, lands it again. I mean, it seems to work. I do wonder if that's actually easier, though. I mean, yeah, plastic bounces are weird and sometimes unpredictable. But that seems like a very tight landing. I suppose, you know, Timo finds it easier. Maybe with some practice it does end up being a little bit more controllable. Massa here, maybe not currently playing. Juliano is. If he fails that way, he has a quick recover like he did now. Well, I mean, yeah, but not always. You know, I feel like Simo got a little bit lucky getting the landing like that. Like, yeah, maybe you're more likely, like, yeah, for sure you're more likely to save that if you fall on that side than if you fall on the other side of the road, for sure. Because there's nothing on the other side of course. But I feel like you'd need to get a little bit lucky to not also bounce off the plastic and fall all the way to the ground. So, I mean, yeah, that could be an element to it, though. Maybe that's part of the reasoning. Juliano, personal best on 4-6 right now, that we kind of just saw not too long ago. In the middle parts there, oh, goes a little bit too far on the quarter pipe. So it does seem like you generally need to slow down if you go for the chain way here. So I can really quickly show. Very fast we can go through. So here's floor 10, and floor 10 you go around here. There's the ice spin that 3 players are currently stuck, Lars, Hazard and Virtual. Then you go around here, take the quarter, not the quarter pipes, but the half pipes here, and fly to the floor 11. So this is where floor 11 starts, and Bren and Elcon have gone all the way through here, through these jumps, over here, landing here, going around, taking speed, landing from here to here, then going in, landing into this loop, jumping to the water, landed here, and then going on this. So then there's this jump combination. You jump here and you land here. This is the last thing that no one has done. So Bren and Elcon both have made it to this point, but not further. Here's one of them. One of these players. Trying to get some runs going. Massa also getting towards floor 6. Floor 11 definitely has a lot of spots that you can't recover from. And Massa recover from this? Yes. Gonna be the beginning of floor 5 again, so not that bad for Massa. Lars also could have a chance here to get pretty far into floor 11. The thing is that Bren and Elcon have already kind of got the strats for those floor 11 first few jumps, so Lars can just check the VODs, check the replays, figure out what exactly to do, and that can really help you on those first few attempts you have on the floor. So if Lars can get through the final few parts of floor 10, it'll be another floor 11 attempt that we get to see. Is the streamer server down? Well, I'm currently on it, so I don't think so. Appreciate it, Kim. Elcon then, close to floor 5. That's sort of like a still the beginning of the run, it feels. Like, of course, the run begins earlier, you know? But at this point, it does feel like you sort of... You start looking at runs when they get to floor 5. Then they have, like, a chance to go to floor 7, and, you know, if they get past floor 7, maybe they get to floor 9 or 10. That's sort of what I feel like... The early reset hell definitely is real on this map as well, as it always is on any map, any speedrun, any challenge. The early parts are the worst to get through at some point, because you kind of autopilot and you make silly mistakes, and, you know, there's also some very failable tricks on floor 2. Floor 3 can be difficult for some players, and floor 4 as well. Not simple, even after all these attempts that people have got past those sections. But at floor 5, it does seem like runs start getting further and further, and it's true. Yeah, Juliano back past the plastic bounce here on floor 6, very close to PB. Let's see now. Landing is clean. Is it gonna turtle? It will. Look like a dangerous line. Can Juliano somehow unturtle it onto the beam? Goes a bit too much on the grass. That's gonna make the turtle so much weaker. Unfortunate for Juliano. We'll have to retry that. Turtling, not very powerful on this penalty grass surface, unfortunately. It was a very difficult turtle to save, to be fair. There's really nothing that you can flip the car onto there, except the light beams, but, you know, pretty small target to hit. Which floor is the best as a builder perspective? I don't really know if I can pick a favorite. I feel like I, right now, appreciate every floor here. Every floor so far is very memorable. I like the tilted design of floor 4. I like the diversity of this floor, floor 5. And I like the theme of floor 10, for example. Want a full RPG one of this one, floor 5? Could be cool. And I think the turtle floor is nice as well. It's nice because it has 3 turtle parts. So it's like very sort of structured in a way where you can focus like, okay, you go through the first, you go through the second, and then the third one is hardest. I think that, you know, creates like a good sort of structure. Makes it like a cool level with almost like a final boss part. But yeah, I mean, a lot of players probably don't enjoy the turtling stuff. Some do. Some are very good at it. I have no idea, Red. I'm out of the loop entirely. Of course. Bug slide save. Elcon has been, like, overall, a bit earlier it looked very good. Elcon has been getting more consistency towards the higher floors. Now Elcon kind of trying to get those good runs going again. Stuck on these earlier floors, but I'm hoping that one of those makes it through floor 8. I think at that point Elcon gets really strong. Are there any players that are skilled enough to compete in this but aren't playing at all? For sure. But part of the skill set, one of the most important parts of the skill set, is kind of pushing yourself to, like, put in these hours. So, like, it's kind of hard to parse. Again, not getting the right line on the phones. So, like, are there players with mechanical skill to beat this map? Absolutely. But, like, so much of this is the mental challenge of, like, putting in hours and figuring things out and keeping your nerves cool. And if you kind of already say like, oh, I don't want to play this, then you kind of already don't have the skill set in a way. Oh, Telly, careful. Like, of course, some people just don't like to play this kind of stuff. But if you don't like to play this, then, like, if you really despise this kind of a style, then you would never finish this map, because you can't play something that you actually hate playing for, like, the amount of hours that these guys are playing. You have to find, like, at the very least, the enjoyment in the challenge of trying to complete something like this. Yeah, it's the mechanical skill set and the mental skill set. Like playing Khaki, yeah, sure. A lot of Khaki maps are pretty lucky, for example. So the skill set on those comes from starting a new run. That's the skill set. That is the skill set sometimes in Trackmania. Pressing the reset button. For the 3000th time, of course. Prize pool definitely doesn't hurt, yeah. Definitely is something that motivates you, but I don't think it's really possible just to have like external motivation. You kind of need the internal side as well, where you actually want to finish this map, just for the map itself. Kind of have to have both. Prize pool at the moment is about $27,500 US, of which 50% goes to the first person to finish this map. So first to go past the finish line will win at the moment somewhere towards, you know, $13,500. Second one to finish gets 30% and third one gets 20%. It's a lot of money. The prize pool is increasing. There's a crowdfund for it, so people can donate to it. You can also donate to support the mappers directly and everyone who took part in creating this project. So two sort of crowd-funded pools. $27,410. Yeah, there we go. Afraid that this bottleneck around Ice 360 jump would slow down the progress significantly. Honestly, it feels like Elcon doesn't care about it at all. Elcon has been incredible on the 360, and Elcon is a really, really good Ice player, so it doesn't surprise me. Bren has been getting more consistent now, but if you look at Elcon's attempts versus Bren's attempts, it's clear that Elcon is getting the more speed out of the spin, doing it a little bit more clean, and Bren generally getting like a little bit of a closer landing there. So Elcon seems to be, you know, in his element on the ice parts of floor 10, for sure. It'll be interesting to see other players get to that point, and especially like when Lars, Virtual, and Hazard get past that as well. Bren is now quite consistent, but doesn't really have a margin for error on that jump. Yeah. Yeah. Whereas, you know, it kind of feels like Elcon just goes for it and, you know, does the spin and gets it. It seems, in a way, like, effortless. Which just comes from, you know, the ungodly hours of ice gameplay that Elcon has. Elcon is basically tied with Bren, yes. Hasn't been getting runs going. Took a break and now is back playing, but hasn't been getting past floor 5 for a while. Whole map, whole map kind of has no margin for errors. Kind of true. Some of the floors seem more savable, more forgiving than others, because you can fall back down, like from floor 9, for example. You can drop back down to floor 8 pretty often, and you can save yourself, land in a pool, and start driving again on floor 8. But then some floors seem like much harder to recover from. These new floor 11 sections do especially seem pretty difficult to recover from, because floor 10 is very narrow parts, and it's ice. It's largely ice and snow on floor 10, which means that even if you fall back to a floor 10 section from floor 11, you're most likely to have like a very slippery landing, and you fall all the way back down towards the lower floors. So it's really difficult to save landings on floor 10, so it remains to be seen how these floor 11 mistakes affect this entire grind. Telly, closer again to floor 7. Made it not too long ago to the very final jumps on floor 7, but still not quite to floor 8. Or can we donate to the prize pool? I should have made a comment and I didn't. So I'll make it. I'll make it eventually. If someone has the 2 links on hand though, the prize pool and then the mapper support fund as well, feel free to post. Ali, clean lines there. Through the deck jump. Now into floor 7. One more attempt. There's the mapper fund, thank you. I have to say that your English is truly superb. You have better vocabulary and grammar skills than probably 95% of people who actually grew up here. It's a trade-off, because I use so much more English than Finnish these days that I'm actually noticing that I'm losing my Finnish skills. Clean line here. To the pools now. Oh, needs to recover this, but it's entirely possible. Just don't panic. Taking it slow and easy. And go up in the corner. We've seen people do it on the straight as well, but one wheel on top, that's not gonna be enough just yet. Seems to have a strategy here though. And Tally manages. Very well done. Tally's personal best is at the very end. Not quite at the final jump of this floor, but if I remember right, it's at the very end, like on the plastic, the plastic steps just before the final slope of this level. Manages to get through the jump as well, and now for the plastic. Let's see then. Is the line good? It looks pretty good. Is it gonna hit the wall? Might have actually touched the wall just barely, but it's good enough to get through. Isn't floor 11 on top of level 9 and not on top of level 10? Well, it's like overlapping both. Let's see now. Solid progress. Down to the dirt. Getting towards these next parts. Saying hello to Techie's cat here. Apparently. That is Techie's cat. Oh. Bit shaky on the turbos, but works out. Getting closer to a personal best range now. This is pretty much the height where Tally's been, but now close to floor 8. Needs to be careful with these jumps now. Has to go fast enough to make these jumps, but... Oh! Okay. Okay. Let's see then. One more jump. Lands here, slows down, it works out. So now needs to go back up. Has to get correct line next to the pole. Oh, it touches the pole. Maybe there's a recovery though. You can land here on the ledge, and Tally manages to do so. So it's going to be back to the beginning of the floor. So a little bit of a recovery way. Definitely doable. We've seen players go back here before. Air landing. It's the first attempt on the jump, so I don't know, the speed could have still been okay. Speed could have been enough. But the line, definitely the main issue there. Not really getting through that, but we'll be able to jump back down here, just carefully. I don't think you need to go all the way here. This is something new that we haven't seen. Maybe able to drop down here somehow. Goes over the plastic. This is a difficult place to be in. I guess you can jump back down here. You could also land just here. You don't need to make that kind of a jump. We've seen players generally drop down from here to this point. So, but I mean, Ellie. Oh, you can drive it around as well, actually. So, okay, Tully eventually makes it there, though. And that seems to be working just fine. But Timo also getting to floor 7 now. What is that? Thanks so much for the gift set. Lars falling all the way down. Elkon trying to get some runs started as well still, so... Tully now. Carl Jr. actually playing too. Not sure what Carl's personal best is right now. Is Tally going to survive the jump? Oh, it's so close to the hole, but... survives. Works just fine. And towards the plastic again, lines it up. This looks good to me. Yeah, clean. It's always so scary because if you hit the wall, it can go one of two ways. One is that you might get the recover way below, but sometimes we also see the bounces on the wall, if they're very specific, to push you like to the wrong area. So it's kind of 50-50 whether you're able to land that. Or the plastic bounce works out fine. Yeah, I appreciate it, Parista. I do live in Finland. Then back to the ice tunnel, and this has been very shaky for many players today, actually. Lars, a couple mistakes here, but I think everyone's kind of trying to just find something that works consistently. Going over, very clean. Very, very nice line. Through the jump. Very good. And almost back to the same position now. Simo getting closer and closer too. And Juliano actually, on a personal best, again, Juliano has been pretty consistent today, getting to that floor 6 range. So maybe we can see Juliano on these higher floors soon as well. Maybe getting to 8. Tally just trying to figure out what exactly to do here, I suppose. Trying to understand the safe way to get this landing, which I don't know if there is one. Looks pretty scary. Anytime anyone does it, Tally manages to stay on the track. Looking so scary, but the brakes of the car do still work. And now, slowing down, gets another attempt at this. Probably needs to line this up a little bit more towards the left. Knows it too. Chance for a personal best floor here. Taking the speed, jumping up. Is it enough? Tally makes it. Floor 8 has been reached for the first time. Took a couple attempts here. But there we go. Another player back to floor 8. Now joining, I think... How many other players that have been here? I'm not sure if Scrappy has been to this floor. I'm guessing Scrappy has been to floor 8. So currently, Scrappy, Granadi, Scandier, and Hugo, floor 8 players. Pretty much tied for top 10 right now. Now for the turtles, how are they going to work? This upside down driving, maybe not so familiar for some players, and Tally will miss the flip timing. Now that's not a huge problem, you can drive back. Tally taking the safe way through, not taking the ramp there. They actually could be also floor 7, because the height is same, the same essentially, but it could also be this first part of floor 8. I'm not sure. I haven't caught every run from everyone. So it could still be, because the highest parts of floor 7, like we see here on the side, right? That's floor 7 still, so it's actually higher than what we're doing on floor 8 right now. Let's see, the flip timing, it's pretty good back wheel on the quarter pipe, and Tully will be able to make it to the next section now. Is this something that Tully knows how to do? Seems to have an idea. Goes up on this platform here. Yeah, Granati did get to the floor 8, right? But it's hard to estimate it from the height. So now for the tricky one. We've seen even our floor 11, floor 10 players fail this occasionally, where you need to land onto this beam. Generally the problem is not getting enough speed where you fall down here, and if you're lucky you can maybe save yourself on floor 7, but you don't really want to rely on that luck. You would rather just land onto the beam. Tully going directly into it, but it's not enough speed, and exactly what I said will happen. And unfortunately, the luck not on Tully's side this time. Falls all the way down to floor number 4. And we're down to 1 player. Perhaps. On floor 8. Simo. Been getting there fairly nicely. Been really good on the turtles. Slows down by going up on the beam. Looks good. Simo now needs to slow down sufficiently. Manages to do so. Earlier today, Simo had to do the second half of floor 8 5 times for failing the last jump there, but maybe this time we can get some one-shot. Simo also on floor 8, doing this floor here, Koopa Troopa. New world record has happened today. Elcon first managed to do a record last night, getting to the very first part of floor 11, getting the half pipes done at the end of floor 10, but didn't make it much further. Then Bren on the afternoon session, European time, Bren of course is in Australia, was able to reach further and further parts of floor 11, getting there multiple times and getting maybe 6 or 7 tricks into it. And Elcon on this evening session has been able to equal that record, having got the run to the same section, basically. Elcon's run is on this stream about 4 hours back. 5.5. No, 3.5, I mean. Numbers are difficult. Simo back to the quarter pipe that we just saw. Getting the speed. Going directly, and Simo gets it. Very, very clean. 241, okay. Good to know, thank you. Now getting a little bit less speed than some others, but you don't want to land too far on this platform, and Simo makes it work. Now, for the tunnel part here, can relax a little bit. Ellie just made it to floor 8, but fell back down to floor 4. Elcon and Hugo both approaching floor 6 right now. Lars also floor 5. So maybe there's some runs starting to get a little bit further. Actually, Lars, floor 0, apologies. A bit of outdated information, just as I said it. But still, Hugo and Elcon getting some runs up. Timo starts the second turtle now. Waiting for the timing. Gets a very clean one, and now we just hope that the car does the car things, or, you know, whatever thing this is. Maybe not exactly a car thing, but it does happen indeed. Now for the flip. Works. Very strong. Simo's personal best is at the end of floor 9. We're currently in the floor 8 range. And these parts Simo has done so many times today. It's been multiple runs here. Nails it again. Up the quarter pipe then. Timo very consistent on these few jumps here. Catch room. Lining up, going in, jumping through. It's a little bit to the left, but will land clean. Elcon has fallen as well. So, Timo, Hugo, Tally, trying to climb right now. Simo, third, and the hardest turtle part here. Over these narrow sections here. Timing the wheels to go over it just like that. One is done. And so is the second one. Has failed this next jump combination a few times today though. Did also manage to do it, but seems to be a pretty tough one today. Turtling, yeah, it doesn't work on every surface, especially with icy wheels. It's kind of impossible, and on penalty surfaces ends pretty quickly. It does work on dirt, but like it does get more difficult on most surfaces than the road surface, like the street. Lining it up, now going for these transitions. Let's see if it works first try. Jumping around. Line seems to be there. Now to the right. Is it going to work? It's a little bit too far to the right, and Simo, for I think the 6th time today, lands in this very pool. Needs to do these later parts of floor 8 again. Getting rid of the wet wheels to get a little bit more air control back. Simo's personal best at the very late stages of the next floor, so plenty of stuff to do. Landing in. Scary. Hugo falling down. Tally continues to climb back up though. Now back up. So on floor 11 there was a block by mistake. It was not ever meant to be there. It was essentially like a leftover from like a testing version of the map that they just didn't remember to remove, or they just missed it. So it wasn't like a part of the route. It doesn't change the route at all. It was just there and it was not supposed to be there. So didn't affect any of the runs either, because at the time when it was removed, no one had made it to that point. One more time to the turtle. Probably is sick and tired of doing this section, honestly. Has been doing this so many times today. This specific turtle part. Over the beam, and though it's meant to be tense, it's definitely scary, and it's definitely very failable. I feel like at this point Simo is just like, alright, just get it over with. Timing the second one, and it works as always. And flipping on the platform, no problem. Will the jumps finally work? Lining up the first. That one lands. Quarter pipe to the right, Simo. Looking clean. But this jump, this is the big one. And Simo does manage to land it. So, we are through to the next floor. And Simo has a chance here to maybe get a personal best. Now, Simo will do this uphill right here. That looks scary, but generally is very safe. So now time for all these transitions. As many of you might have noticed from other players as well, Simo is stuck on this quarter pipe section here, so has to make this landing over this road from this quarter pipe jump. That is the next thing Simo needs to do. Strawberry cheesecake, that is the name of the floor. Rioter is the builder, and 09 is the number. First floor to reach 1,000 meters height. Also, the middle point of the tower in terms of the height, getting over 50% in the middle part of this. Lining up, getting the speed. Now needs to land on the pole. Works fine. Down to the ramp, and now the tricky turbo landing looks good. Simo, one wheel off the platform, but that should be recoverable to be able to continue. Last time turtled that jump, very unluckily so. Simo, this time keeps going. I'm not sure about Simo's strategy on the quarter pipe, if it's gonna be the left side setup, the low jump, or the right side setup. Most players are starting to do the low jump at the moment. Hazard has still been doing the high jump, but who knows after this weekend what Hazard will be doing. Lining up, getting the speed from the top of the plastic here onto the turbo. Ooh, a little shaky, but this again looks to be recoverable. Needs to be a little bit careful. Simo's gonna do it with... No, okay, not with two wheels. We've seen some two-wheel jumps that do work, but Simo this time climbing back on the block, onto the beam. Now can continue to the left from here. Simo seems to be taking a few breaks here. I'm not sure why that would be. Simo's stream might have some more insight. I'm imagining that Simo is live right now as well, as are most of these players. Going for the circle strat here, getting the speed, lining the jump, and it lands. That is the same approach as Bren and Hazard are doing. We see Elcon, Lars, Virtual go for the beam setup instead, maybe getting a little bit more speed, but it's not such a huge speed check. Chatting with his chat. Makes sense. Maybe a sign of being relaxed. Has done these tricks many times before. So up to the right, it's a little short. Oh, barely misses. But is it going to land here? It will. Safe landing from Simo. Back to the beginning of the floor. Couple jumps. And he will be able to start over. Oh, Lars doesn't do the beam shot? Okay. Hopefully we'll see Lars in these areas soon as well. Hasn't really been getting past the floor 7 today. We will hope for the best. Elcon as well. Hopefully has another floor 11 attempts coming today. Landing on the ramp and then chaining it all the way to the beginning. Works out. First try Lars was here. Oh, really? I probably missed that one. Let's see then, Simo. We'll have to try this all over again. Back to the turbo landing. Never looks safe. You want to get enough speed from this start here. With quite a bit of a speed check here, landing on the pole. Simo gets it. Then on the turbo. Lands it. Back we go. The bot is struggling. Bot is trying so hard. Well, Simo also trying hard. Let's see the lineup again. Currently, we have insight that these breaks from Simo are because Simo is chatting with chat. That's the level of insight we have here. But now, enough chatting. Lining up on the plastic, going to the turbo, lands it again. Here we go. Why did Simo has white lines on the plastic and Bren doesn't have them? It's just this stream. If you mean the white lines on the edges of the plastic, that is shader settings, graphic settings on my end. You know? A bit of a scary landing. Gets it nicely. Elcon and Virtual, yeah, I know, do the beam setup. Also, I re-ask your questions after this run, guys. We'll get back to them. But Simo on a big chance for a personal best here. Maybe rethinking this line here. Did not manage to quite get it last time. This time? Going in now. Landing on the pole. Surely knows what to do. Jumps to the middle. Makes it work. So now, Simo. Pretty much at the PB height, more or less, but that does not mean a personal best. Simo will have to clear a couple more tricks. Goes for the no drift line, or will he? We've seen a lot of players do the drift here to set up for this turn. Simo? Going a bit too far. Maybe not really comfortable here with the setup just yet. Hasn't been here too many times. Guess just really thinking about what it could be. He said he can't neo. Yeah, okay, so neo sliding is a technique that you can do to do like a lower speed drift. Usually drifting on road surface requires 200 speed or so, but you can do a neo slide which allows you to do a drift at lower speed, which has been working for many players. Simo not doing it, but landing on the turbo regardless, finds the setup and going in onto the quarter pipe. The landing works very nicely. Definitely doable without the neo slide. And now going for the left side lineup, it seems. So going for the line that Elcon first found. The quarter pipes that Simo hasn't cleared. This is the personal best section. Needs to get enough speed. 230. That's what we've seen other players get. And line the jump up correctly to the right side after the final quarter pipe. Low jump lineup. Elcon has been using it. A lot of players started using it afterwards as well. From what I've seen, Hazard has been the only one still doing the high jump, but this one seems to be working better for most players. Maybe Hazard eventually will try this as well. Neo sliding can be pretty difficult if you're not used to it, but if you practice it for like a day or two, you'll probably pick it up to your muscle memory fairly quickly, especially as a keyboard player. But, you know, it does require the initial practice there. Well, Simo now just has to think about the quarter pipes. Ali has fallen down as well. Lars, Elcon, Hugo, Have all reaching for 6 or 5. So other players getting some runs together as well, but Simo up here, trying to get to the floor 10. Goes a little far and has to recover, but there's no problem with this. You can recover just by jumping back up. So Simo needs to turn around here on the core pipe, jump onto this ramp. And that seems somewhat scary, but you can build plenty of speed here. Gathering the speed now. Not quite comfortable with that amount of speed. Just testing it out, maybe. You can do a couple turnarounds here. You don't need to commit with low speed if you don't want to. The first time doing this is always scary though. Hard to read how much speed it actually needs. Now Simo, after that attempt, probably has an idea though. He might commit now. Not just yet. Taking his time. Around again. Lines it up. It's a bit too slow. Simo misreads the required speed there and will not make it. Thinks it's going to be a little bit less than what it actually needs. Unfortunate for Simo, but we'll get back to floor 8. There are multiple ways to recover this part here. Many that we've seen. Some riskier, some a little bit safer. There's one here that I wonder if Simo spots from this pool, where you can just go to the other direction. Simo probably looking around as well. You can take the beam here, take the tunnel, and then drop down there. That is probably the best possible way. You don't need to redo the whole second turtle part, but it might be difficult to spot if you haven't been here before. Can take a quick look at Lars climbing as well. Lars falling, actually. More accurate. Now seems to have a plan here. We'll go for the turtle again. Suppose the practice doesn't hurt. But might not also have spotted the other thing. Would imagine that, you know, someone might have told Simo that it's there, but maybe just wants to do the turtle. The going on the beam can be a little bit, you know, it's a narrow passage, but well, already in the turtle. I have reached the start line of the map. I literally haven't left the start block. Virtual has some video about neosliding, I guess. Somewhere on YouTube. Maybe a YouTube short or something. It's a combination of inputs. It's not super hard when you learn it, but there's multiple inputs that are required. Hey, thank you, Kirillchek. I appreciate that. Around we go, landing back in, going onto the platform, jumping to the right. This time it seems to be working on first try. Oof, it's scary there, but Simo, back to floor 9 now, after this uphill. Why does your stream have such a weird resolution? There's a mathematical reason to it. For the reason that Twitch doesn't allow very high bitrates, and if you are not partnered, you have even lower bitrate. So then you know, the mathematical reason behind the resolution usually makes it look better at lower bitrates. There's some people who could explain it much better than I can. Let's see then. Second. well, third attempt, I suppose, on these first few sections. See, the turbo landing works again. Nicely done. I'm from Finland. Teki would definitely do great on stuff like this, yeah. If Teki had the sort of endurance capability of keeping the grind going. Let's see then. Lining up, making sure the line is straight. Avoid any unfortunate events on the turbo landing, and works out. Some players already line up the car on the platform there before the plastic. It's harder to correct the line because you need to drive so straight. You need to be exactly driving straight, and it's easier to get that line on the flat ground than the uphill. Making like small adjustment in the uphill is going to be harder. Lars getting closer to floor 8 again. Floor 7 has been tricky for Lars today. Oh, has to do this recovery here. Made these. Elcon run is alive. It's on floor 6 right now, right in the very beginning. So maybe. Well, just taking a little bit of a break. Now again, landing the pole, landing the platform, and up. Manages to do so, just fine. And then Simo with the new no drift line here. Probably marks down where he started accelerating from last time. We'll start the same position this time too. Turbo looks good. And we are getting back now. A little bit to the side with the landing, but it works out. Getting the second attempt now. Knows the lineup. Goes for it. Low jump. Clips the wall slightly. I don't know. Simo a little bit slow here. And it's going to be a little bit too slow. Will land though. Bit of a scary one. I'm not sure if there was maybe some nose bug there to save the line, but Simo safely on ground. Now gets to try the recovery again. Might have been a bit of a nose bug. Well, the khaki master makes it work. Was Lars doing? Lars in the turbo tunnel, so has managed to do the recovery and is getting further as well. We will jump into Simo as soon as the car moves there, which is now. Simo now taking more speed. Going back and forth. Has tried this one, knows that the speed required is a little bit more than expected, so this time should be enough. Commits to it. Lands it. Up the plastic beams here. Car is able to get up this steep hill fairly easily. And now, the third attempt. Lineup looks good. The landing looks very nice. The speed is there. I think it's barely enough. Is the line working? Not quite. And this time, it's going to go back. Timo, able to stop the car's movement right on time. Now there is a way here to land in here and then continue back to the final part of floor 8. That could be Simo's... Oh wait, no, I completely forgot. Yeah, of course you can jump back to floor 9 here as well, very easily. I missed this one time and I forgot that it existed again. Yeah, so you can actually get back to floor 9, no problem. Looking fine. Getting the correct line here. Don't wanna be too slow for this landing. Simo nails it. What about this landing? Perfect. Back we go. Jump to the left. Currently we have 3 players on these higher floors, Elcon, Semifying and Lars, and all of them are AFK. So Simo seems to be the only one going for this run right now. But I do think that Elcon and Lars at least are still alive. Now getting the speed. Acceleration downhill, turbo landing looks to work. This should be possible. I believe you can get the wheels on this. Come on, trying to take it as carefully as possible. Don't want to risk too much. Oh! A little bit of a side bounce there, but Simo, good reactions. Lars turtled? Oh, okay. Lars indeed has restarted the run. Unfortunate for Lars not getting these higher floor attempts going. Now Simo. One more time. Getting the setup. Not comfortable with that one. That one looks pretty good. Speed. Definitely there. Landing a bit on the side, but it works. No problem at all. Elcon. I think Elcon is behind Sami's tag. Oh, he's still AFK. Yama though, going in already. But a little bit of a tricky one. I don't know how you could save this turtle. Maybe you need to... Well, I have let Simo cook, I guess. Not really sure what the plan will be. This looks extremely difficult to save. There's a small piece of wall there. Maybe just trying to flip the car somehow here. But it's a task a little bit too difficult. Simo not watching that through at all. Just restarts the run. Very hard to unturtle without any walls at all there. And especially with the uphill ahead of you. Truly not an easy task. And Simo, importantly, does get more experience on this section here. It has been a very difficult jump for everyone who has reached it. So overall, Timo still getting some progress done for sure. Elcon and Sami here currently on floor 6 of it, trying to get towards floor 5. Lars also getting those runs started again. Not sure why everyone's kinda AFKing right now. But, you know, the players will take breaks, of course, which is completely understandable. It's pretty exhausting to keep this pace up every single day. We're currently on day 9. It's been over a week of this grind. Many players having 10 hours a day, having a lot of hours. And a lot of attempts. So let's go Elcon. There they are then. Elcon and Sami both seeming to be back here. Well, maybe. Maybe not. Okay. They just switched positions. Okay, Elcon. Perhaps driving? Elcon driving. Let me catch the car. Okay, let me just catch it from the plugin, I guess. Well. Grass turtle save, perhaps? Elcon. Well, I mean... maybe? It's very difficult to turtle on grass. Okay, well, alright, well done. Well, something. Alright, okay. Well, Elcon will keep it going, I suppose. Also, I will get myself some hydration, I think. It was a long Simo run to follow there. Get your questions ready that I didn't answer. I'll do best to answer some of them. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay. Elcon towards floor 6. Flying in. Okay. Yeah, Elcon. Looks good to me. What is the meaning of life? Oh, that was the only question that I didn't answer. Deep 2. How big is this event within Trackmania community? I mean, if you just look at Trackmania Twitch, I think you get your answer that way. Like, it's hard to find anything else right now. It is yeah, it's dominating the Trackmania subreddit. It's dominating Trackmania Twitter. It's dominating a lot of things. Discord. Yeah, it's one of the biggest events of the year. Elcon, not getting the lineup here, but this is doable. Does the mini RPG LAN have coverage also? I would imagine so, yeah. You can probably find that as well. On Noelike's channel? Gotcha. Who do you think has the most experience for this map? I think it's not like super clear between players because there's a lot of different types of players. Like, you know, Lars has grinded a lot of RPG, world records and such. That definitely helps. Bren won Deep 1, so knows what the experience, you know, what this kind of a grind entails. Elcon has grinded just about everything, and, you know, I think the experience is pretty even between different people. Virtual also has been doing like mega grinds before, so a lot of players have maybe different, you know, types of experience, but still a lot of experience. For a full-time streamer, a bit complicated, but practically yes. I'm a full-time deep streamer right now. Do you think people will start giving up soon? At the very least, like temporarily. I think some people will need to take days off. It has to happen eventually. Like, you know, some people will take like 2 days, 3 days off and then get back to it, but I think some people might also start, you know, giving up entirely, but I don't think it's going to generally be the players who are currently on like floor 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I don't think the guys who are in like top 20 right now are really going to give up, unless they didn't really want to compete to begin with. Elcon, this looks scary. Whatever, Elcon. Do what you want, I guess. Where did 07 come from? I guess it's like a salute, yeah? Simple as that. There's also an emote if you have 7TV extension or FFC or whatever extension that displays emotes. You can see it on the stream chat overlay on the stream, for example. It kind of becomes an emote when you have the extension. Back to the Dutch we go. Let's see. It is the 07 floor. By Techie. Looking pretty solid here on these sections. Simo also climbing, Hugo, Tally, Lars. A lot of people trying to get those runs to this range, but few do. Any significant breakthroughs? Sure, let me catch up with everything and then I'll answer. Elcon's last world record attempt was 2 hours 40 minutes into this stream, if I remember right. Something like that. So if you want to check the VOD, scary line from Elcon. You wish there would be faster progress so you can comment on your attempts. You know, I'm good with the amount of progress we have, honestly. It kind of like, it gives you like a realistic view of everything. Yo, Addy, with the 20 gifted, thanks so much. Very much appreciate it. Means a lot. Thank you, thank you. Very generous. Alcon, good line. So yeah, like, I'm fine with really any pace. Because I feel like it's not only interesting to see, like, you know, new world records being broken, but also, like, when the progression slows down, like, the psychological aspect of this competition is much more visible. And I think that's, like, a big part of it, so... maybe it sounds kind of weird, but it is interesting to me. Of course, it's not maybe so fun for the players, but it is interesting to follow from the sidelines, like who actually has the mental to be able to still keep going and who gives up, because it gets very tough. Why are they wobbling when going backwards just before previous jump? They are doing something called a speed slide. So when you drive backwards at about 70 speed, so at a very low speed, you can start doing the wiggles, and when you do this very small drift, where the skid marks of the front wheels and the back wheels are overlapping with each other, you actually increase your speed. So there's a style that's built around speed slides called full speed, and that's like a forwards driving style. And you need pretty high speed to do speed slides forwards. But when you drive backwards, you can essentially always do them very low speed. Thank you, Addy, again. I'm just catching up with everything. Alcon, jump works. We're back to turtling. Which style out of the top 5 players do you enjoy the most? I mean, Elcon is living on the edge. I guess you got to appreciate the completely ridiculous lines that Elcon chooses to go for. It's very fun to watch. For the top 10, it's mostly battle of wits and mentality. Yeah, for sure. Is the map as tough as having tens of thousands of people watching you? Well, it depends on who you are, I guess. Like, if you're, you know, if you're someone who doesn't normally stream and then you go for this kind of a event and suddenly, you know, you have like thousands of people when you get to these higher floors. I don't know, but for someone like Virtual, you know, I feel like Virtual is probably used to the pressure at this point. Been doing a lot of stuff with a lot of viewers on stream, so, you know, it depends on the player, I suppose. I don't really have a favorite floor. I appreciate a lot of things. Floor 4 is really cool with the tilted design, and I like the theme of 10. I think Elcon is just vibing. We can check in with Simo. Climbing again, trying to get more of those floor 9 attempts. Twitch viewers aren't real people? Interesting. I bet it's just one viewer on every stream with multiple accounts. So yeah, so here's the recap. Here's the recap of today. I'll jump to Elcon once the driving starts, but here is floor 9 that we just saw Simo fail. So after this you need to go and do one more quarter byte trick, then these ramps get to floor 10. Floor 10, you go all the way through here. Ice 360, 3 players still stuck on this hazard. Lars and Virtual trying to clear this for the first time. And then you get to floor 11. So Elcon last night was able to get as the first person to floor 11 here. Then we had Elcon try to do this jump but didn't manage. I haven't seen the attempt, but that's what I've heard. It failed the very first section. So then Bren earlier today was able to get also to floor 11. Not once and not twice, but I think 5 times total. And through those attempts was able to get from this platform here, from around here to the loop, all the way to the water, and get to this part twice. So Bren was able to try this jump 2 times, landing here and jumping here, but both times over jumped, so landed too far, or didn't land rather, and it's all the way down from here. So those are Bren's 2 attempts. Then tonight Elcon was able, about 4 hours ago or so, was able to get to this part as well with a very solid attempt, but didn't quite manage to land on this water pipe. So Elcon failed this jump, but Bren managed to land this and then failed this landing here. That is the current progress right now. Elcon power napping, maybe. Could be true. So, I'll just say this. Be careful to, like, you know, draw too many conclusions on, like, players and their reasoning for like, you know, not streaming or getting frustrated or something, because there can be a lot, right? It can just be the exhaustion. Maybe you're not sleeping well because you're constantly thinking about this map and such. Maybe you have something else that's happening that, you know, you've been having to do around this map, and, you know, you're tired, you're exhausted, everything else. Like, it's difficult as a spectator to really know what the players are feeling or thinking, even if, you know, on stream they might appear a certain way. So just be careful to not draw too many conclusions, because it's very easy to draw the wrong ones just based on like one thing that you heard or one thing that seemed to be the case. So a lot of players, you know, just also taking like a day off, just kind of getting some time to relax, because they might have been playing this for 10 hours every single day for over a week now. I think it's pretty, you know, it's understandable that people do speculate. It's a competition, and it's especially a competition where mental sort of like endurance plays a big part. But just be careful not to go like too far with the speculation. Lars, back to floor 7. See if the run makes it through. Unfortunately, streamers are human people. This seems to be the case, yes. Grayed out name means that the player is AFK or turtled. You mind if we talk about it? Lars... Oh... That's a tough one. has had really, really unfortunate attempts on this floor 7 today. Like, just not really making it through this floor. Yeah, I mean, I feel like talking about the players and their progress is like a part of it. I don't really even know how I would like moderate that. So like, as long as it's reasonable, I think it's okay, because it's going to happen regardless. Wow, that was a good landing from Tally. That was clean. But yeah, like, just be careful to not like overthink it too much. Like, you know, it's probably not as deep usually. Like, if someone's taking like a day off from this map, it's probably not any deeper than just taking a break from the map, you know? They just take a day off. That's probably just it, you know? So yeah. How is it for you? You always make fresh appearance on the long streams. Are you exhausted when you turn the camera off? I mean, sure. But I don't mind it at all. Sometimes you get tired from things. It's normal. It's not a problem for me at all. Not any deeper than the dip. Timo, once more getting a run going. Fella will need to go for the floor 6 recovery. Yeah, tired in a good way is, yeah. It's, you know, it's different because, you know, when I go to sleep, it's like I can just think like, oh, I wonder what's gonna happen today or tomorrow. And I don't need to worry about the same things that these players need to worry about. I don't need to be here and have like a bad day because I'm not playing, right? So it's very different when you know, some player has just like no progress at all. They're, you know, stuck on like floor 7 one day when their personal best is somewhere on like floor 10 or floor 11 even. That can get mentally really draining, much more so than it would ever get as like a, if you're just spectating and casting things. What do you usually stream outside of Deep Dip? You're gonna have so many confused followers. I feel like the event is over. Sure, yeah. And that's completely understandable. I do understand some people are just here for the Deep Dip, and that is entirely fine. Of course, it's a huge event that is very interesting to follow, whether you're a Trackmania fan or not, usually. But a lot of the time, what I do is a lot of mapping related things. So I built my own tracks in this game. Like, you know, community has built this map, I also built my own maps. Ali actually is all the way back here already. Did make it to floor 8 just before. But yeah, I also do some other things. We have like a big mapping focus though. I do map requests every week, so people can send their maps in and I kind of give feedback and try to improve those maps. We usually actually do those the whole session on Saturday, but now the Deep Dip kind of changes things, so... We're gonna do a few map requests, a couple hours of map requests tomorrow afternoon, and that should be a good time because Janik most likely will be casting at that time, or someone else will be casting, maybe Maji or something. So we're gonna do a couple hours of afternoon map requests tomorrow. I didn't participate in the mapping competition here. Oof. Ice landing, a little bit scary, but works. Maybe I'll build for Deep Dip 3. Do you have some TOTDs? I only had one, but I also only built one. I'm kind of thinking about submitting one of my recent maps for TOTD right now, but usually my mapping style is not really TOTD friendly. I built some harder maps and some endurance maps as well, so those are not really something that fit the style. Do you also play Cup of the Day? Occasionally some other community projects like Deep Deep? Your khaki maps are crazy. Yeah, that's khaki mapping will also follow later this year. Tully survives. Zooping in. Close to floor 8. Glad I really suck at this game, or else I'd probably be hundreds hours deep in this. Yeah. I'm kinda, you know, not too bad myself, but oh, Tally might flip over here. Very fortunate, nice. Yeah, I'm not too bad myself, but I know that, you know, there's a lot more players that will showcase this map way better than I can. Let's see then. Back to the end, hopefully. Elcon still AFK. Timok climbing as well. Hugo climbing 2. Lars a little bit further behind. Never once played Trackmania, and I'm really tempted to try Deep Dip, the first one. Or this one. Oh, Tally bounces there. Unfortunately, Turbo Tunnel claims yet another victim. And Simo here, turtled, doesn't look very savable. I don't know if it's gonna glide over this and fall somewhere onto floor 6. Seems to be the case. Well, actually, okay. Not the worst case scenario at all. This looks fine. Looks okay. Need a comment for why you aren't playing, I guess. I mean, you know, we're just casting. That's it. Someone needs to. Okay. Scary jump from Simo, but works out. Let's see then. Hugo. Getting to the beginning of this floor 2. Simo a little bit further ahead, even though the height is a little bit lower. Wait, was it actually? No, wait, hold on. I misread the situation. Hugo's at the duck jump, of course. But that is a tough one. Drops down below though. This is on the same floor. No problem. Glad to hear, Domers. Good you're enjoying. Also, I think I missed a sub at some point, by the way. 44 minutes ago, I just remembered. Chartini, if you're still here, thank you for the tier 1. I think that was during Simo's run. Just noticed. Apologies. Elcon is just AFK. I haven't checked the unknown floors at all. I'm discovering the floors with the players. But some of the tricks I've kinda understood pretty quickly before the players have attempted them. Just when they got to a new section. Hugo, clean duck jump. Yeah, the gray name means that the player's AFK or turtled. Hugo's personal best, 861 meters. I think that's at the very end of this floor. Don't think there's any AFK, like, limits. So you can AFK on the server for as long as you like. Right here. Looking out into the world. Only seeing clouds on this height already. Life. That's the deep experience right there. I didn't mention this before though, that if you're going to go AFK, I think it might be better to do it during a good run. Like, you know, go to a dinner or whatever. Might be better to do it on a good run rather than when you're at the very beginning, because then you have something nice to look out for. Like, you can sort of think like, oh well, I have a nice run that I can get back to. Can jump in straight to floor 8 instead of needing to think like, oh god, here we go again, floor 0. And then you can throw the run immediately, yes. That's what I would do. Hugo, a little bit too far with that jump. Bounces on the beam. And once more, long way down. Ave falling as well. Floor 7 seems to be the tough one of the day. As it is every day, but like, especially now that a lot of these players have been to like floor 9 or 10. Simo also failing this jump. Is the car going to unturtle? Looks pretty bad. And that's gonna be another restart. Well, Lars getting back there. Elcon is fine. Just AFK. Could be watching Eurovision, yeah. Duck jump. Here we go. Lars getting back in. Hasn't had a great time on floor 7 today. Miss Hazard. Hazard and Scandi are probably will be back here starting next week again. Maybe even on Sunday, tomorrow. They're playing at the Trackmania LAN. It's a mini RPG of the week. A long time running online tournament, and now they're hosting their first LAN tournament, as far as I know. So they're in Paris playing some kind of similar things as what the players are doing here. Just shorter maps, usually with checkpoints. There is a total distance fallen stat that is like a player wide. If we go here, we can see there's total height fallen is 44,489 kilometers. Considering the map is 2 kilometers high, that is, it's a lot. It's a big number. Lars? Getting through the water this time. Let's see then. Landing here works, and now for the tricky transitions. Hugo just failed this one. Lars, looking good. Maybe there's gonna be a good run cooking here. We'll see the turbo tunnel again. Lars had a rough time with it today. Take his cat over here, hopefully giving us some blessings. Elcon is on the move as well. We will check into that in a moment, but let's check the tunnel now. Lars switching the strategy here before going for the high-speed entry, but now going back for the ice-light strategy. Well, it's shaky, but it works out. So Lars is through now. So kind of switching between those two strats, as Elcon has started a turtling. A power nap. Or dinner, or whatever break it was for Elcon. Hopefully did some good. Beam landing. It's always so close for Elcon, but Elcon does get it. Lars seems to be pretty close now, but fails the final jump, as we see on the height there. Unfortunately for Lars, once more is not getting to floor 8. Very, very unfortunate. Tough session for Lars, for sure. The bot is really struggling today, but Elcon fails the bug slide landing, but that's okay, you don't need to do it. This guy. Let's see it then. Second turtle, squeezing between these blocks here. Onto the right side. We are moving onwards. Never gets any easier to watch this, but once more it works. The flip timing is good. Elcon with the back wheel strategy works. This guy Just these small moves, you know? Just the small things that he's doing. Clips a little bit, but recovery path right ahead. Elcon will be able to ride the second turtle again. What? No. Surely the car will flip some way when it hits this wall, right? Like, it doesn't matter if it's upside down or not. Okay, I'm very curious. There is this light beam at the bottom as well, so it's going to do something. Should unturtle? I would expect it to unturtle because of the light beam at the bottom, right here, the green light. But let's see. At the very least, it's going to get grip. On. Pretty close now. Maybe some input. What is happening? Is this how the run ends? I don't even know what to really say here. This is just kind of ridiculous. I mean, it's moving, but like, what way even? It's kind of like... I mean, yeah, it's going backwards, but I don't know if it's steadily going backwards. It doesn't seem like there's gonna be anything here anyway. Maybe something on floor 7 if you give it enough time. Time for nap number 2. It could fall off eventually, Elcon says. I think by falling off, Elcon doesn't mean that it falls off the edge, but rather that it flips upside down. I think that's what he probably means. Like, it doesn't seem that stable, but it's like a little bit tilted, but I guess this is just how it's gonna be. It's moving faster than if it was turtled, at least. The car's also like turning, it seems, right? Not only moving, but like rotating. Okay. Alright, I suppose Elcon does mean that the car will eventually fall down and drop probably to floor 7. So we will get back to Elcon in about 10 minutes. Hugo, in the beginning parts of floor 7 right now. Elcon apparently doesn't want to redo 1 and 2. Not enjoying those, I suppose. And I mean, at this point, even if you're consistent or mostly consistent on those early floors, I guess you're just kind of like, you've been doing those floors all week long for so many times, and like, yeah, sure you can do them, but like, you don't want to. You'll do anything to avoid playing those early sections that you have to do over and over and over again. Hundreds of times, yeah. Well, Hugo here. Good progress too. Maybe another attempt at floor 8. Semi falling down. Simo and Lars still climbing. Simo has been putting in long hours today as well, I think. As every day. Simo has been putting ridiculous hours into this. Hugo not getting the line, and the backflip, unfortunately this time, will not give any kind of recovery path either. Floor 7 seems so brutal today, and it's difficult every day, but it feels like especially today, it's ending more runs than usual. Simo's timer is at 94 hours. Simo, Turtles, Saveable, has done this not too long ago. Manages to do it, nicely done. Bren and Elcon are currently tied for world record, practically, in the same section right now, on floor 11. So yeah, the grey name means that you're AFK or turtled. Now in Elcon's situation, a little bit different, but a little bit different situation right now. But nothing surprises me anymore on this map. We'll see. Good progress from many players today. Of course, Elcon also, even with these unfortunate things happening, has been able to get to floor 11. Managed to get many jumps there. Simo, close to a personal best, has been getting into the very final parts of floor 9 again. I think the only one that hasn't really been making that progress is Lars, who has been ending these runs, unfortunately, on floor 7 multiple times. Open planet plugin for default movement. Yeah, I'm not sure if it works in Spectator, and I'm not really sure if I would need it anyway. But thank you for the tip. Simo into the pool now, and more players approaching this floor 7 range. Korch also playing. Ali and Lars also getting to this range. But yeah, we haven't seen many leave this floor. Simo flips the landing, but able to redo this. Dropping to the side. Elcon actually fairly close to the green lights on the side. I do wonder... Elcon might be AFK right now. Oh, Elcon is not AFK. Let's watch this. Let's see what happens. Maybe. Oh. Did the car even touch it? I feel like I just dodged it. What? I don't think it went all the way there. Just started rotating to the other direction. Okay. Well, down we go, I suppose. Moving. This is the endurance test of this map. Even if it lands in a turtle, can be savable. Let's see. It's definitely going to land on this platform below. Somehow, but... we'll see in what way. Oh! Hold on! Okay, well, no. Alright, Elcon. Yeah, okay. Trackmania is a great video game, guys. Really cool. Thank you for this, Ubisoft Nadio. Watch it happen again now. Okay, we are upside down. Alright. Let's go. We're back. We're back. Let's hope that this time this next part works. Flip. Works. Thank you, Beto. Been a wild week. Now for the speed. Let's see if it works a little bit better. Landing does work. Elcon makes it through. Now the quarter pipe jump. Elcon always going for the upside down landing, which looks scary, but Elcon has been able to do this. So lands upside down on purpose and flips the car on the landing. It's very interesting as a strategy, but Elcon makes it work so often. And let's hope for a little bit of luck this time from the cat jump here. Perhaps. Makes the reset landing, and now Elcon has started doing this different turtle spot here. Because one time Elcon did turtle into the wall, right this one here, and that caused the run, that ended the turtle. So Elcon has been doing this other strategy, and it looks pretty good now. Seems to be a good strategy to go for. But now the turtle part itself. Oh, it's a bit shaky, but the turtle is now stable. Lines up the second one correctly. Now the flip. Good timing. Car's on top. Elcon has failed that turtle a few times, but this time makes it through. Turns around. How's the final jump here? Lands the first, and now for the second. Perfect landing. Very clean. Drifts downhill. Okay. I honestly feel like Elcon is having fun. Overall, I think Elcon is having fun. Even with all the garbage that's happening, like the 2 wheels and the unsavable small mistakes, I feel like Elcon is kind of having fun. It really looks like it. But now, floor 9. Jumping down. Now to the turbo. It's good. Speed is there. Now to the left. Wants to get the direct line here. Very, very important that you're going straight. Up we go. Looks good to me. Now, turbo landing perfection. Once more, Elcon does this interesting line here, backing up on the beam. A couple players have started doing this as well. Seems to be a little bit more speed that you can get over just doing like a circle acceleration line. To the quarter pipe. Up, and seems pretty good to me. Just keeps going. Pole landing, platform, and up. Makes it look so easy. Lars on the side once more has fallen down now. But Elcon keeps going. Gets the landing here. Going to wait and see. Landing onto the quarter pipe. Elcon doesn't feel comfortable with this. Don't know. I didn't see anything. What was there one? I have everything off and I can't even see it anywhere. God damn. Okay. Give me just a moment. But thank you so much. Elcon lining up. Jumping up. Oh, it's barely landing. Who makes it through? Might be able to get to floor 10 here. €50, don't know. Dan, thank you so much. We're gonna stick with the run a little bit, but I'll check that. I'll check that soon. Elcon now for the final quarter pipe here. Lines it. Is it enough? Is Elcon very close to floor 10 now, and has been looking very good on floor 10 as well. Let's see. Lands the first, and this is the jump that gets you to floor 10. Elcon kind of bug sliding the landing on floor 10. Alright, dude. Yeah, no worries. Do what you want, I guess. Well, here we go then. Maverick's floor. Ice gold. Elcon has made it to floor 11 and pretty far on floor 11 as well, but floor 10, still a very difficult floor to reach on this map. Getting the icy wheels, dirt zoop, line looks good, speed looks good. Elcon gets the first jump here. Going around here, do the second ice slide, no hesitation. Needs to Watch out for the ice slide. Needs to get it through without falling down, and Elcon manages. We keep going then. Jumping up around the ice. Needs to get enough speed on this dirt to make the jump to the water. Pretty good. Elcon gets it clean. Just keeps going. No stopping. Has spent enough time waiting on this run for the 2 wheels and everything. So now we're just going in onto the dirt. Perfect line. Taking speed from the beam. Up the snow with the zoop. The slide will get Elcon up there. We keep moving onwards. Getting the ice off the wheels before moving on. And then the pipes. First one. Elcon lands, and then the pool landing. Elcon goes for it and gets it clean. Oh god, just keeps it going. And we are at the ice spin. Elcon, no worries here, just goes straight into it, starts the spin, gets the speed, perfect landing, up the hill, wet ice wheel plastic sliding through, getting barely this landing, a little bit close, but Elcon is safe. Now, carefully around onto this dirt. This jump, both Bren and Elcon first failed. Tricky landing onto plastic. Knows what to do, knows how to line it up. Starts the acceleration, turns the car, Elcon lands. Now just the half pipes and we are back to floor 11. Needs to get the speed, turn around on the other side, then land on the plastic. Carefully. Gets the first turnaround. What about the landing on the plastic? It looks to work. Elcon going in. The speed. It's there and Elcon through. Floor 11. Once more. Elcon makes it in here. For the 3rd time. First time not so great. Failed the first jump, but the second time went very far. Essentially equaling the world record from Bren that Bren got earlier today. And now Elcon on the 3rd attempt has a chance to potentially make it even further. Jumping, landing, chaining the jumps here, even going further. Managing to get all the way through. And now, lining up for the next section. Stop with the drifts, please. I'm so scared. Going through. Still land on this block and manages to make it look so simple. All these jumps. No second thoughts. Just going for them and nailing them. Back up we go. Into the loop here. Looks like a good landing. Needs to end into the pool here. Works great. Elcon flips the car, and this is essentially now a personal best. As long as Elcon can manage to get to the next platform. Trying the wheels on the dirt. Getting the speed. Getting the line. Gets the first. Gets the second. This is a personal best equal for Elcon, and this is the last section that anyone has done successfully. Bren made the landing onto the platform that we see here, but hasn't landed up above. That is the end of this section, and Bren failed this twice. Elcon so far failed this once. Elcon's attempt number 2. Well, just rethinking what exactly happened last time. Jumped off a little bit too early from this platform right here. Wasn't able to get the distance for this first landing. And now just needs to be able to adjust. Car is moving a little bit, taking speed from the beginning of this light here. Now starting it. Landing, it will work. What about the second jump? Elcon makes it work, and this is a world record run. Elcon right here has managed to do it, but then what? What do you do? There's a safe position here. Elcon presumably needs to make it to this plastic loop here, but we don't know how. What is the setup? No one has been here before. Elcon asking for the ideas in chat. I suppose we're going for a community effort. Asking the audience. Bren thinks that it's press forward. Wall right into plastic, whatever, bouncy. Banzika here seems to be hinting towards the PF strat. PF hug the red wall. So this is something that we have seen on a teaser trailer, a very short clip on a teaser trailer on Christmas Eve that the organizers posted. We don't know if it's the real strategy, but there is a short couple seconds in that trailer where this trick is shown, where the car two wheels on the plastic. Now, good thing for Elcon is that there's some experience from two-wheeling on this very run. And then somehow zooping in, jumping through. We know that from the official teaser trailer that has been released by the organizers a few months ago. But whether it's the right one, what do you do? That's... who knows, right? But we will have an attempt here, and maybe this attempt will work, and maybe it will not work. If it doesn't work, maybe we will have some information. Elcon says whatever, time to send it, and send it we will. Elcon going in, and the send is back to the bottom. Tough times. Back to floor 4 here. But maybe there's some information.
Let's go, Elcon!
Learned I need to land smoother into wall right. Maybe. The thing is that, like, we don't really know if the teaser clip is the only way to do it, or if it's the easiest way to do it, or what happens before the teaser clip. We don't know what the setup would be anyway. So yeah, sure, we can say like, okay, on the plastic, maybe you're supposed to do like a plastic thing. Also, Simo is very far. We'll switch to this. But what is the setup? Like, does the plastic have anything to do with it? Maybe the plastic is bait. We know that some of these mappers a little bit sadistic. We know that they are khaki builders. Maybe they enjoy watching these kinds of attempts. Pronounced Simo. Oh, my apologies. We're gonna watch Simo right here. Simo close to a personal best. We can check the teaser clip after this one. Up we go. But a huge run still from Elcon. Oh there, Side Lord. Anything to say? about that attempt. What emote would you use here in this situation, Sidelord? After watching the Elcon attempt there. Asking the mapper. Closer than you expected, okay? That's information. surely we can pick something from that. Simo still going. Clean landings. Just enough speed. Not spoiling any strats. Nya. That is the official note from the mapper then. Gonna be it. Five fails and you give a hint. Are you authorized to do that? Sounds like a bad deal for the players, but it's something. Mapper said Nia. Maybe there's something there. Guys, figure it out. Where's our investigation team? Simo, clean. Clean through these parts, by the way. And once more, we are in Simo's personal best jump. It is this next landing here. Oh, a little bit far with that landing. Simo, I think, has an idea of how much speed is actually needed here. We know we have the privilege of having watched many attempts here, and it seems to be something like 227 or something. Maybe 225 is enough. 230 plus seems to be enough for sure. That's essentially just before the quarter pipe goes up. So we will check. I haven't forgot about the dono. Give me just a little bit as Simo is still on run, because I need to like open a bunch of things to see it. I don't have a good way to bring it up immediately, but I haven't forgot about it. Simo probably will have a little bit of a hard time on the ice. But before we even get to see that, it's gonna be these last two quarter pipes. Getting the setup again. Let us see. Simo using the same setup as everyone who has been using this setup has used. Back wheel against the wall here, and then just full speeding. A bit far with this landing as well, and Simo will redo this one more time. Needs to get a very clean landing here. The only way it's gonna work. But Simo, at the very least, now getting much more confident with this recovery line here, having done it once. So knows where to jump, how to land on the ramp. I've been looking for some time now, and just wanted to say thanks for this cast. No problem, Benny. Glad you're enjoying. That's why we're here. One more time then. Lining it up. Oh, that is a little bit unfortunate as far as recoveries go. Not getting the right speed and then trying to brake to not have to commit to that quarter pipe lands all the way down here, and we have noticed that failing this trick a lot of the time will bring you back to floor 8. So there is like some kind of a recovery here very often. There's a pool right below here, and then there's another pool here, and there's also this plastic thing where if you land the right way, you can drive back to the beginning of floor 9, and if you bounce off of this plastic upside down, you generally end in this pool, and then you can try the end of floor 8 again. So there are like recovery ways that you often will be able to do, as Simo, you know, has had to experience before as well. What? Okay, I need to check the donos. I'm sorry, I don't have anything in here. So, okay, 1 second. I should have some kind of a setup to see those as well. Okay, one moment. Wait, hold on. I need to disable this thing. This is why I can't do it during the run, because I need to do all this to keep the run in the background. Elcon landed the world record jump, and then it was over. Yo, yeah, I'm so sorry that it took it took so long. Da STHLM, I'm not sure how to pronounce. You can maybe you can maybe help me out there. Thank you so much for the 100 total. I very much appreciate that. Yeah, I've been kind of changing my Twitch stuff a little bit recently, and yeah, the link is not in the description, I know. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate you. That means a lot to me. And yeah, sorry for the delay with that. I will now have it somewhere, but my setup is really bad for this kind of stuff. Sorry. Timo, confident as ever through these. What a legend. Yeah, you can help me out pronounce your name. I'm not sure about it. Thank you very much again. Good night, Jacob. This is very far to the side. Simo still commits to it. Seems to be getting the speed. Lands it as well. Very nice. DA. But see, the ending part is what I'm struggling with. Stockholm? Stockholm. Okay. Alright, gotcha. DA maybe then works as well. We will keep it up. Definitely. Glad you're enjoying DA. Thank you, Fraser, for the Prime as well. Much appreciated. Yeah, the tease clip shot, we'll get to that next, okay? I promise. I promise, but Simo is again climbing. Floor 9. Big run. Simo, yeah, right, so, good question. Has it been ruled out to get enough speed on the quarter pipe jumps? I do feel that the other side quarter pipe being, like, smaller kind of rules that out, yeah. Like, if it was a longer quarter pipe, you could probably get more speed. But I think it's the issue that the G-force when you go up that kind of quarter pipe, like a small quarter pipe, the G-force kind of reduces your speed too much for you to like build the speed up. Does that make sense? I don't know if it makes sense to me. Maybe it's possible. I'm very close to the edge. Works though. Yeah, maybe it doesn't really make sense, because why wouldn't the G-force then also reduce your speed when you land into it? I guess. I guess you're landing diagonally. I don't know. Cheers. Cheers, folks. Only does it one direction? Maybe. I don't know. This is something beyond me, I guess. But Simo knows the strat. At the very least, we know how to do it, right? Again, the turtle is the second time. Can Simo this time save it somehow? Has been here before. Very, very unfortunate. There's the small piece of wall here. I think as long as Simo keeps it on this block here and doesn't go on the uphill, it will be safe. But no. Lining it up. You're kidding me. Seriously? What? Look, I don't even know what's happened in the last 2 hours, honestly. Alcons and Simo's runs here. This is wild, these saves. But the run keeps going. So, you know, when we say that, you know, Simo is pretty good at turtling, it probably doesn't need to be explained anymore. The tiny piece of wall there. And this guy. And then we go. Pretty clean landing. Is someone gonna commit? This should be just enough speed if the line is right. But it's not quite there. Will land to the plastic. Savable. Can get to the beginning of floor 9 here. I do not know what is going on server chat right now. Don't really want to know. But Simo, back to floor 9. Feel like all the players slowly but surely losing their sanity. That's deep experience. Simo though, keeping it up. Back to the turbo. The previous attempt on the quarter pipe was 227 speed. That's a little bit slower than what we've seen from the others. Might still need a little bit cleaner landing. Clean line here. Lands to the huh? I feel like we're experiencing some spectator lag because I don't think the car is supposed to teleport like this. Sometimes when you spectate on servers, things seem a little bit different than what they actually seem for the players, but just what it's gonna be. Let's see then. But yeah, 227 speed. That is maybe 5 less speed than it should be for like a safer approach. Let's hope this landing... Oh, it's a little bit short again, but might land on the road below. Yes. Clean onto this and we can do this intersection again. But Simo's struggling getting this landing down. That was the third failed landing there in not too long right now. It seems to be that jump. and then it seems to be the quarter pipe. But the quarter pipe is hard for everyone. This jump doesn't seem to be this inconsistent for everyone else. So I feel like Timo can probably find a little bit of a different line here, perhaps, or something to give a little bit more height and distance on that jump there. Timo's personal best is... We can wait and see when Timo gets back to the beginning of the floor. Chaining these jumps here, safely back here. So Timo's personal best is on this quarter pipe. Hasn't made this landing. Tries to still do this one. Do the turbos, works again. Going back to the plastic then. Hasn't had too much trouble with these early parts now. It's really just been those two jumps. The quarter pipe section. And then this high jump in the middle. Speeding up. One more time, we'll land exactly the same way as before. Elcon is still playing, by the way. Lars also playing. Both of them still on the early parts of the map. More specifically, floor 0. Simo, back in here. Let's hope that it works this time. Taking the speed, not too much thinking here, knows what to do. Landing it in, is the speed enough this time? It's one more turtle, and don't tell me Simo's gonna do this again. Second time? Yeah. I don't know what to say anymore. It's so stupid. He's so good. This is completely ridiculous. Yeah, it's like, you know, like Simo says here, the problem is when the car is driving the right way. Driving upside down, no problem whatsoever. It's just these parts where you actually need to drive the car like the developers intended. To be fair, those parts are pretty good overall as well. It's just those quarter pipes at the end. But Timo getting really good experience on this floor now. Gets the landing here. Lands it once more. Has been fairly close though. That previous attempt was very, very close. So I think Simo just needs a little bit more speed here. Just a little bit cleaner landing. Just the correct angle. It's a very difficult jump that we still see most players struggle with. But getting it one time, Simo has everything in it. Strat is correct. Skills are there. Taking the speed now. Landing a little bit late. Timo knows this as well. Going back now. The recovery is close. Jump to the left. We try again. I think just the release. I think Simo knew from the landing that it landed too late. He wouldn't have gotten the acceleration, so Simo kind of, you know, releasing so that it's like a safe recovery. Let's see then. This landing again a little bit late. Simo doesn't want it. You don't want to overcommit to a line that you're not 100% sure about. And back we go. Getting good practice. Both on the actual trick and the recovery now. One more time. Losing maybe a little bit of speed on the actual setup there, so not committing to this one either. Simo has been here multiple times. I think Simo's first attempt at this was already 2 days ago, if not 3 days ago. I'm not 100% sure. So probably wants to make some progress here too. Getting here a couple times today already. About time to get to the next part. Speed looks good. Landing looks decent. Simo will commit. It's 226, maybe barely enough, but Simo makes it work finally, getting over the ledge and manages to get a personal best. Now can make it towards the final parts of this floor. Going into the tunnel here, jumping through, then setting up for the plastic bounce, quarter pipe, and the quarter pipe jump up on this pole that so many players have struggled with. Then it's just a couple ramps, but it's a couple ramps and you're on floor 10. 5 players have made this so far. See if I can remember the order still. Hazard, the first one. Oh god, it's been so long. Hazard the first one. Then Bren. Then Elcon. Then Lars and then Virtual, I think. I think that is the order of players getting to floor 10. See if Simo can one-shot these final parts. Maybe be the 6th. Nailed it. Nice. Hard remembering every single detail. Simo, probably just checking what the strats exactly are. Elcon and Lars right now are trying to get those runs still going. Been playing for quite a while at this point, but it's looking pretty good. Elcon has, of course, reached a new section today, not only reaching a new world record by just about one landing, but also Elcon getting a couple attempts to floor 11, making really good personal progress, not just in terms of like actually getting a personal best, but in terms of consistency, especially through floor 8, 9 and 10. So Elcon, really good progress. Lars, having a bit of an unfortunate day. Simo is going right now, so we'll follow this journey here. But yeah, Lars kind of struggling getting those higher floor attempts going tonight. But there's still a chance. Lars still on the server. Still motivated. But Simo makes the tunnel. has probably checked the next lineup again, I would imagine. But it's good to remind yourself what the goal actually is. Just going straight into the plastic here, bouncing backwards into the quarter pipe below. Jumping to the left, dropping forward, and then the quarter pipe in the distance brings you up to the pole that we just barely see from here. That is the next spot to rest on. The problem can be that you turtle the landing. Now, I don't know if that's the problem for Simo. If anything, that could be a blessing for Simo to be able to once again get to drive upside down. But it is pretty difficult to unturtle in that section without actually falling down. So it does seem like proper landing is more or less required. Simo knows what to do now. Lining up, going for it. Plastic bounce, quarter pipe, looks like a good amount of speed here. Makes the first landing, and is the line going to be enough? Simo, one shot onto the pole, has made it. One of the only players to be actually here on all four wheels on the first attempt. Now lining up onto the pink platform, so close to floor 10. Already lining it up, maybe just checking the line. Simo has been doing this time and time again, kind of going forward, testing out the line a little bit, looking at what's ahead, making sure that there's everything in memory. Simo probably checking what the strat will have to be. This is not the craziest speed check. You can land on the first ramp ahead and you can still release on this turn here. So you don't necessarily need to full speed this entire thing, but the first landing onto the ramp, that is definitely not easy. That one, very tight. The jump from here to floor 10, more forgiving it seems. So we'll see. We'll see. The ice floor just ahead. Simo, not really known to be an ice player. I think he would be the first to say that not the main surface, but here we go. Dropping onto the ramp now, lining it up. Is it enough speed? It's barely not enough. A bit too big of a release and straight down the hole. But landing still onto floor 8 below. Slightly unfortunate, slightly fortunate. Simo releasing a little bit too much, slightly too slow for the jump, but now has that crucial first attempt on it. The other option, of course, is that Simo just wanted to get back home. Back to turtling, back to driving upside down. Maybe that's it, you know? Didn't even want to make the jump, you know? Like, you have two options. You can get to the turtle part below, or you can go to the ice stuff above, right? Like, you know, it's like, alright, well, I'm gonna drop down. I'm gonna play some turtle stuff. Here we go. Releasing means to release acceleration. That's usually used as opposed to drifting. So you release the acceleration and slightly correct your line there. Here we are. Don't think Simo needs the practice, but maybe it's just fun. Just vibing. But that's the turtle now, done. Now we're through it. Now we go back. The quarter pipe. Turn around here. The line looks pretty good. The jump looks like it's going to make it. It's so hard to tell sometimes because the cars in spectating are kind of floating around a little bit. It's weird, they're like slowing down in the air, and yeah, it's hard to make the call, but maybe that just raises the tension here. All planned. Elcon back to the ground. Lars climbing up, but has also fallen. I think Lars was just in floor 6, so Simo at the top. One more time to the turbo. Plenty of practice on these jumps. Good night, Fabs. Welcome, everybody. Also, a little bit to the side. Simo's gonna go with this. Maybe slight input there. Oh, it's a little bit to the side indeed. Hold on now. Hold. Unturtle works, but this seems to be a really unfortunate place to be in. Simo actually has done this recovery before. Lands clean, and will Simo go for the turtle? Not the turtle, the snake, the other animal. Here we go then. Let's see how it works. Seems like Simo has done this before. No hesitation. And it's a little bit off. Simo falls down to floor 7. Not the worst ever. Not the worst ever situation. Run will continue. Great run from Simo so far. We'll see if it gets back to those areas there, but a new personal best. Very close to floor 10 now. Just needs to figure out that final jump. It seems like the quarter pipe sections are working just fine right now. Looking very promising. But yeah, welcome everyone who might be tuning in, maybe in recent history here. We have been watching some pretty great runs today. First, Alcon in the early hours of the stream, making it all the way to floor 11 for the second time, which he already reached last night, but failed the very first part. But today, Elcon has got there once in the beginning of the session, and just recently Elcon got another run to it, making a new world record here in terms of progression on the map. Elcon managed to reach the next jump on floor 11, managed to land a jump that Bren has yet not landed. So we shall see how Elcon's progress. Elcon's still playing as well. How that continues. Didn't really understand the next part though. Had an attempt on the next section. Is this gonna land? It's gonna be very close. Barely. So, had an attempt at the next section, but didn't quite learn too much from it. Tried something, didn't work. We still don't know what the next part requires. There could still be a press forward setup. There could be just about anything. But yeah, we'll see. We will follow these guys and see if we maybe get another attempt on floor 10 for Lars and Simo, and maybe another floor 11 for Elcon. What is press forward? It's what it sounds like. It's pressing forward and nothing else. So the reason why we think about that, let's see the tunnel first. The reason why Bren, for example, has thought about the press forward setup is right now, if we go up to floor 11, is here, there is this part. So Elcon managed to do this landing, and now this is the situation. So there's like a rest position here, where you can park the car, and then there's this thing. Almost looks like a question mark from the mapper. So Elcon essentially just tried to drop down, tried to flip the car on this quarter pipe, landed clean, like on 4 wheels onto this, but with the plastic property of bouncing the car around, the assumption is that you might want to land upside down as well. There's a teaser clip that I can actually show now. Real quick, as we are having a little bit of a break. So there's a teaser trailer that the organizers released on Christmas 5 months ago. The trailer was confirmed to be all bait clips, but look at this trailer. This is a teaser trailer, so this is from a few months back, and there was a launch trailer that was fully trolling, but we have good reason to maybe trust this one a little bit more. Because look at this. In this teaser trailer, we have ice slide from floor 1. This is what you do on the map. Bug slide from floor 3. This is what you actually do on the map. You have this thing, which is not what you do on the map, but close enough. You have the quarter pipe on floor 4. This is what you do. This jump from floor 5, that is exactly how you... Well, that looked like it would fall into the hole. This one, we don't know where that is yet. But floor 9, this one, pretty close as well. Floor 6, all of these are like the actual route, right? And there's a very interesting thing about this. Look at this. Here. This is the plastic half pipe that we have on floor 11. And the car is landing with 2 wheels. Then it's flipping over backwards or upside down. And then it's jumping presumably to this platform above here. The clip ends there, so hard to say. It's a very short clip. We don't have much to work with. This is like, you know, the first sort of thing we see, and it doesn't really tell us much about this setup. It doesn't tell anything about the setup. Now, we've watched this in slow-mo, we've looked into this, Bren also has looked into this, so this is what it seems to be. Here the front wheels are going forward, they're straight, so no side inputs here. But here, you can see that it's steering to the right. The wheels do seem to be turning to the right a little bit here. So who really knows? But like, is this the only way to do it? Does this make some sense? Dragon here probably knows and is putting a smiley face into the chat just to taunt us all. We don't really, we don't have a lot to go with because the setup, I think, will be the crucial thing. I think the setup is going to be the thing that makes everything work. So figuring out the setup is the key. And then we just hope that it's gonna work. So you have some specific way to set the whole thing up, and then it just works. Press forward. That is, I guess, what people are hoping for. But like, how do you find the setup? It's not so simple. As I've explained that now, Timo is back to the bottom. Didn't get that run going again. But we do have 2 players climbing up still. Maybe it's 5 frame perfect inputs in a row, yeah. But yeah, I'm feeling for the players. Because currently we have sample size of 1. We have 1 attempt at it. And the 1 attempt wasn't so... This is probably the clip there. So this is the 1 attempt that we have at it. Yeah? This is from about 1 or 2 hours ago. So here, Elcon's first attempt. Elcon says whatever, time to send it, and goes here, and whatever the strategy is, this is not it, right? So I'm not really sure how much can be picked up from here. So Elcon kind of thinking. So Elcon's thinking is that you have to flip the car from this. So Elcon may be thinking that the plastic here is bait, which maybe it could be. Maybe there's multiple ways to do this. So Elcon, I think, was trying to flip the car kind of sideways, land into this as a wall ride, then flip the car upside down, but the car didn't turn enough and it didn't land into the wall ride early enough. So I guess this kind of made it sort of just bounce off the wall, and you know, it wasn't really the landing that you would have hoped for. But that is the only thing we have right now, as Lars is also turtled, as I just showed that clip. Well, thank you, Mike, for the link. Alright. So, whether Elcon learned much or not, I guess, hard to say. But we keep going. Lars turtled literally seconds after saying, as long as it's not a dead turtle, it's fine. Uh-huh. Classic. I mean, he's right. It's true. True in that section. As long as you don't land in a dead turtle, you're fine. But Elcon is speedrunning the first few floors, but kind of, you know, very situational how well that goes. Sometimes it goes very well. Sometimes it's a bit of a struggle. Any new records today? Yes. First Elcon last night, which technically is today, I guess. Well, technically not, because we're already on Sunday, I suppose, at least in Europe. But Elcon last night made it to floor 11. Then Bren earlier, you know, 10 hours ago or whatever, made it to floor 11 and a little bit further, made it there multiple times. And then Elcon tonight on this session has made it to floor 11 twice, and also improving Bren's world record. We're currently maybe 1/3 or maybe halfway through floor 11, but the next trick seems very tricky to figure out. So, there's the current situation. Timo just got a new personal best as well. Reached the very final jump of floor 9. Very close to floor 10 now. With some incredible turtle saves as well. Okay, Hugo also on the server. A lot of players still trying to get those runs going. It is hard though. Not an easy map. Floor 10 might be pretty difficult for Simo, especially the ice spin. Remains to be seen. Simo, not really known to be an ice player. Very old school player with really good understanding of like the older Trackmania Nations Forever, the older game stuff. But the new stuff that came with this game, that's gonna be a little bit new to Simo. Things like plastic bounces and water things and ice will be much more problematic than the sort of like old school platforming. But looking good. Has been making really good progress here. of course, like, it's not like floor 10 is the only floor that has, like, new kind of elements, right? You also have floor 3, the wet ice wheel plastic there. You have all kinds of wet wheel stuff and ice things and bobsleigh on floor 5. You have plastic bounces pretty much everywhere. You have plastic. You have water tricks on floor 7. And, you know, Sima has been making it through all of those so far. So, what's one more? Floor 10? Maybe it'll go faster at this point, now that Simo has kind of had to do all the ice stuff before it as well. But it is difficult. The tricks there, like the ice spin, especially, very precise and not so easy to learn. There could even be like an idea of like playing some completely different ice maps to try to pick up the muscle memory a little bit more. Not sure if any of these players would want to do something like that. But just going to like an ice server, trying to finish some maps. Doing well so far, overall. Bit of a calmer moment here. Hi Tali, how's the grind? Back to floor 4. Seen this a few times so far in these 9 days that we've been watching. Elcon has the water guard by 1 landing. But yeah, it's been a good day overall. A lot of great runs from these players. Overall, progress of course slowing down. Only a few players now able to reach those new heights, but those few players are doing pretty well overall. Hopped up for the night, might do a little offline play. Gotcha. Good luck. Been good progress though. Floor 8 already. Getting there. Yeah, we were watching the run, Tally. With all the infos you have, in how much time will the map be ended and by who? See, the thing is that even though I've spent dozens and dozens of hours watching different players and I know a lot about where their personal bests are and what their skill sets are, I still have no idea. I have no clue at all. Because we don't really know, we don't even know what the current next trick will be like, right? Like we don't even know what the very next thing that everyone is focused on is going to be. So then you consider that it's only floor 11. There's still 12, there's still 13, 14, 15 and 16. There's still the final job to the end. Too much. It's too much right now. It's impossible to say. We have to wait and see. It's very unclear how hard the map will truly get. Very unclear who will keep the mental for this challenge, because if it goes to like 3rd, 4th week, which 3rd week probably will go, it's gonna be hard to keep these like 12-hour days going, right? for the players. We'll see. I'm very curious about this end of floor 11 right now. That's already looking pretty wild. The khaki guys are used to 12-hour days, but I do think that you get a bit more out of like a 12-hour khaki day than you get out of a 12-hour deep day, because you're never finishing a map, right? When you're playing this. Sure, they're like, you know, when you're grinding khaki and you have like one map remaining, which is the hardest map, like, yeah, of course, it's like a similar situation where you might not be getting a single finish someday. And having played khaki myself, I know the feeling with that, getting 0 finishes a day. But I think it might still end up being a little bit different. It's similar, maybe a little different though. And also the runs are shorter, right? That's probably pretty important, that you don't need to constantly keep going, but rather, you know, khaki, you just fail the jump, you restart, fail the jump, restart, and you do this all over again. You don't really get as emotionally attached to these runs either, so this could be mentally more taxing just because of that. When you get to like floor 10, you're going to be like, oh, this is that run, right? And then it's not the run, you fail in the miserable way. Maybe you just, you know, make the dumbest mistake and then you have to start all over. So, there are some differences. We don't really know what's left on floor 11 because it's such a mess. It's hard to really tell what's going on there. We'll have to wait and see how the players get there. This doesn't really look too hard. Yeah, I mean, I would just say, just trust that it's hard, okay? But you can get the game as well and try it out. Join the server. There's public servers that you can jump on, or you can download the game. Download the map from Trackmania Exchange, which is a track sharing website. Yeah, sure. I mean, you know, do it. Sure, it looks easy, but you know. No idea, have fun. Probably just chilling. Taking a break. That's probably it. What might help is some people are catching up. Lars, Virtual, Simo, more people reaching the wildcard, more attempts at discovering. That's true, yes. Yes, the more players you have stuck at the same section, the more likely we are to figure out how it's actually done. True. So, you know, getting stuck in some section just means that more players will reach it sooner or later, and then, you know, there's more attempts to it, there's more tries to figure it out, and eventually it will be solved. Trackmania truly looks easier than what it really is. When it comes to a map like this, taking care of your mind and making breaks more frequent can make it easier to PB rather than perma-no-lifing. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we've been talking a lot about that. Like, the fact that the longer this goes, the more likely it's going to be that it slows down significantly, just because players are taking more rest days. You can't really sustain like a 3-week grind, like 10 hours a day, every single day. Ends up being teamwork rather than an individual competition, cannot single-handedly pioneer the path anymore. That might be true, but there was an interesting thing from Bren, because when Bren earlier today found out the line for the floor 11 jumps that we saw, Bren was the first to get there. Bren said on stream that he's not going to say out loud what he's thinking about the strategy. He's like taking like an advantage in that sense. So we might be reaching a point where players are kind of like getting to the point where they feel like, okay, the competition is getting to the point where I need to look out for my win, you know? It's still individual competition. So gonna be interesting to see. Just show the path but doesn't tell how. That's fair, but like, it was about the next trick, you know? It was about theorizing about the next trick that Bren didn't get to do. Didn't manage to do. Not giving away like strategies that could work. And I think as we go further towards like actually finishing the map, it is possible that some players might actually go to like floor 15 and not stream it to hide the strategies entirely. And when they're ready to finish the map, because you do need to finish your full run, needs to be streamed, right? It needs to be finished on stream. So maybe some players will be like not streaming when they're still practicing the last few floors, and then when they feel like, okay, I'm ready, then they go live, and then they know everything, and if others haven't figured it out, it might be too late. Could happen. Same thing happens in World of Warcraft, Race the World First. Yeah, I bet, yeah. Don't they actually... I think on some of those that I've seen, they have like casters for the teams, and they don't like reveal the voice chat or anything to hide the strategy even more. I feel like I remember something. Yeah. Is it possible that some pros have been doing that from the very beginning? I doubt it, because I don't know who it would be. I can't really come up with names of players who would be doing that. Like, sure, it might be possible, but I have no idea who that would be. You can, Rom, there's a comment for it. Exclamation point world record, or like WR, or exclamation point stats, or exclamation point whatever. Like, pretty much everything works. LB, leaderboard. Try one of those. Oh, the bot is dead? Okay, never mind. Or maybe the bot is struggling. Hold on. Red, can you restart the bot? Or is it slow again? Bot has been struggling today, okay? The bot... It's trying its best. It's a big time. Oh, there we go. There we go, bot. Welcome back. Oh, Simo, this turtle might not be savable. Wet wheels. Pretty rough. Maybe the car's moving forward. Seems like... Well, eventually it'll be in the pool. As long as you're touching any water at all, you will be able to flip the car. Because Trackmania video game. Haven't seen Uffy. Haven't seen Uffy play. people start going offline to hide strats, it would be pretty unfortunate, I think. Not against the rules, of course, but the reason the prize pool and event is as big as it is, because of the discovery part, as well as the actual finish. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't blame the players for doing that necessarily. But of course, like, not being able to watch the progression would be kind of unfortunate, as, you know, we're doing like a casting stream and trying to document everything that's happening. Yeah, of course, like, it would be a bummer. But I wouldn't blame the players for, you know, playing to win, of course. I'm from Finland, Edvind. Soon, the front wheel here will be in water and Simo will flip. That's how water works. Not much of a Finnish accent. Yeah, people say that. I mean, I suppose I've just been talking in English for long enough. Sort of get rid of it, maybe. I speak it a lot in English these days. A lot on stream. Alright, come on then. You can do a wicked camera for this. Super FOV. There it is. That's how Trackmania works. Roll code, thank you so much for the prime sub. Hey, good night, Red. Thank you, roll code. I appreciate you. Here we go then. Tricky parts of floor 7. Good land. I'm getting much and like actually a lot more consistent on specifically this floor, I feel. It's been doing really nicely. Some great saves, for sure. Clean. Everyone's kind of still trying to get those runs started though. Elcon still on floor 1. Not sure if Lars was still on the server. How long did you play for on the map? I have not played at all. I haven't left the start block. I've only been spectating. Just watching. Lars still on the server, but seems to be taking a break. What was a moment ago at least. Not seeing now. Okay. Well, maybe left for the day. Tommy can finally go to bed if he makes 5. Let's check in on that in a moment. Watch Simo get through the tunnel. I'll try the map once the competition is over, and we'll see how well it goes. I think Sammy... Okay, PB is 6:30. Okay, so not super close. It's actually really nice that I can see it directly on the plugin. But yeah, 6:30 personal best. It's gonna be on, at the very least, the end of floor 5. Not sure if that's... No, wait, we saw Sammy earlier. No, yeah. We saw Sammy earlier on floor 6, so PB is right now over there. Yeah, I've heard that there's some videos of like people playing parts of this map in the editor, or something. So we will not be sharing those clips here, because it's against the rules for the players to look at those, and I want to keep this like a safe stream for the players as well. So we're going to pretend that it doesn't exist. Do a run for us. It's gonna be at the end of the event. It will happen. Timo, clean jump. Back to turtling. Back to floor 8. Timo, doing really well today, for sure. Yeah, I don't have any doubt that these players will follow the rules, but it's really, like, you don't really want to put the players in a position where they need to, like, be really careful and avoid clicking, like, the wrong clip links and such. So we're just gonna keep it clean over here as well, for their convenience. Back to Simo's favorite, upside down. Discovering it naturally is more fun, I agree. It's not about whether they follow the rules, it's about making it easy for them to follow the rules and coming to say hi when they went out. Yeah, exactly, like, you don't want to have the players stressed all the time, like, scared that they will see something accidentally that they're not supposed to see. So yeah. This time, Simo, not getting on the beam. It is difficult. Landing onto this plastic, though, it is one of the fortune landings you can get here. Back to floor 7. So we've seen a couple people do this, Lars and Granadi, for example. Landing over here, and then you can land directly on this, and then you can go back here, land onto the duck jump at the end of floor 6. So Simo just a little bit ago, maybe half an hour ago, got a new personal best to the very end of floor 9. Very close to floor 10 now. Stair landing, but it works. Is it gonna be the quarter pipe landing for safety or direct? Looks like direct. If it works. Works. Don't think Simo had been here before, but makes it work. Good save. Hello, oh Sweaty Mania. Welcome. Yes, Lord, I don't know, like, I'm not sure if there's like secure way to password protect maps. It's kind of rough in this game. Kind of, you know, issue with the developer. Maybe someone will find something out. Maybe someone will figure out like an open planet way. I don't know. Amazing stream today, by the way. I've loved it. Thank you, Carcel. Glad to hear that. Teal as well. Yeah, if you're wondering about something, like some weird thing, like why are the player doing this, or why are they, you know, why is this thing so difficult to do, then feel free to ask. There could be an answer. Hi, miss. Timo definitely knows how to recover this. Probably just, you know, taking a small break. Hugo climbing as well. Have also getting some runs towards floor 6. Has been to late parts of floor 6, I think. Middle parts at least. Here we go then. Not on the lamp. Oh, thank God. The lamp. God, imagine bouncing from this lamp into the middle. Oh God, Simo. Can we get on and play the map, or do we need to be invited? So this server specifically is a whitelist system, so you do need to apply to this server. And generally only, you know, top players, top streamers are getting on it. And me, for some reason. I sneaked in, alright? Don't tell them, they don't know yet. But there are other servers as well. There's 5 other servers that you can play on. And then you can also play the map in solo, as long as, like, if you want to participate in the competition, if you want to try to be in the top 3 of, like, finishing this map, the first 3 to finish, then you have to stream your full final run. So you can still play in solo, but the final run needs to be streamed. Only secure way would be to use some kind of encrypted edit data that is required for map editor use. Interesting. Interesting thought. I haven't thought about that before. How long you predict till the end of the event? Too hard to say right now, but I feel like even the second week will not be enough. We will at least go to the third week, I think. Maybe it could be something like having some like required open planet plugin to open the map, so you do something with the map somehow that if you don't have like a secret open planet plugin, the map just completely breaks when you try to open it. I don't know, it sounds pretty complicated. Who's the most consistent player? Probably Bren right now. Toppest of all the streamers and players. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate the compliment. The ice slide on floor 1 is surprisingly difficult when we watch these guys do it, like, very, very nicely. So often. Jumping back up works out. Yeah, the game is subscription based. It's $20 or euros a year for the club access. Timo, nice lines. There are some pretty well-known ways that the devs definitely know about as well to play custom maps otherwise with the free version as well, but I don't really know them. I never had to deal with them, but like they haven't been patched and they've been known about for years at this point, so I feel like it's probably fine to say out loud. Probably not like great ways, like, you know, not normal ways to play maps with the free version. But if you really want to try this map, there's probably something you can do. generally speaking, you make your life a lot easier if you pay the 20. It is worth it. There's a lot of stuff you can play on servers. You can play Cup of the Day, Track of the Days. You get access to all the campaigns that they've created, which some of them are better than others. You get to play my maps. My campaign as well, if you want. The prize pool will be 50% to first finisher, 30% to second, and 20% to last finisher, which is not the last finisher, third finisher, of course. Maybe top five would make sense, but I think the reason why the prize pool is for top 3 only is because I'm not sure, like, you know, you could think like, oh, top 10, sure, but are there 10 players that can finish this map? That's the question. I feel like we will definitely have 3 players that will push themselves to finish this, but like 5 is already kind of like, how long is it gonna take? So I think 3 make sure that all the finishers will be done with this map in like a reasonable amount of time. Where do we find your maps? I have a club, and I also have a TMX account, Trackmania Exchange account. You can find my club is SB Villa, same as the stream name, and then my Trackmania Exchange account is Ville. My campaign is SB Villa campaign 23. I made it last year, and it's been pretty well received, especially by new players. So if you're getting new, some you know, first steps in Trackmania would be a nice campaign to go for. Back to floor 8 for Simo. Seems very consistent for now. Can only pay out when 3 people finish. Yeah. What style are your maps usually? I build kind of everything. I don't really have like a set style, though these few months, maybe like the past year, I've been really into like... Makes the landing this time. I've been really into like reinventing the NASCAR style, kind of like faster maps with like a lot of releases. I've been trying to find my own style there. But I try to build kind of everything. There's not a checkpoint version of the map just yet. But eventually there will be when the competition concludes. So close for Zima, but this is savable. Top 3 is too early to call, but I do feel like... okay, this I can say, and this is like a cop-out because this is super obvious, but at the very least, one of the 3, Elcon, Hazard, or Bren, will be in top 3. And yeah, like, of course, one of them will be in top 3. I know it's a cop-out, not really an answer, but, that much I can say for sure. Well, not for sure, but, you know. One of those 3 will win is a bit more brave as a statement. But yeah, like that, they are the only 3 people currently like discovering new areas. So if that keeps going to the end, then yeah, of course. But don't count people like Scandier out, because Scandier hasn't been playing that much yet. Maybe the grind is still coming in the future. Timo as well. Lars not on the server anymore, so maybe just calling it a day. Maybe taking a break. Timo, oh, getting stuck in this turtle, but somehow getting through. Dude, what is going on there? What even is it? What is the game thinking is happening there? Well, We're through. You just basically squeeze the car, like one of the front wheels will be stuck between the two surfaces, and it's just somehow, you know, like semi-drivable. Yes, you need to do the part upside down, it's the only way. Landing here works. And lands this as well. Nicely done. Doesn't the height map on the side show top 10 positions? It shows top 3 currently. They're very close to each other, so not really showing them, but it might be possible to add those. Like I could probably add the numbers, but I think it becomes a bit too cluttered. Did the players make any progress today? Yes. Bren first was able to get to floor 11 multiple times, clearing many sections there. About 1/3 in, I would say. And then on this session, Elcon was able to get to floor 11 twice and was able to land one more jump than Bren. So Elcon very close to Bren, but a little bit ahead. Can't say I know those two well, but how close to floor 12 are they? It's hard to say because we don't know what's happening on floor 11 after what we've cleared. Simo, back to floor 9. Going good. Clean lines. My estimation is that we're maybe halfway through at best. I think Bren is ahead. Bren is not ahead. Unless Bren has been playing secretly in the last 2 hours. Bren almost made the jump. Elcon made the jump. How is core coming along? It's coming along. I don't really have like a satisfying answer. We're working on it actively. Scenery still, story still, kind of everything still, but it'll get there. It'll get there. There's probably someone maybe has the clip of Elcon. Could have made it a comment as well. Oh well, Simo, back on floor 9, PB floor. Bring down. Up we go. Lands it. Thank you, Rom. Let's see. Maybe Simo can finally get through this floor. Some great attempts. Managing to get to the very last jump, but barely missing out on the landing to floor 10. Let's see. One tough jump. The turbo landing is done now, but many sections remaining. Simo's currently top 6. Let's see now. Lands it. Clean. Well, the back wheels are a little bit stuck here, actually. This is a little unfortunate. But Simo, Able to recover. Nicely done. Now the front wheels next. Okay. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Timo lacking the challenge, making it a little bit harder. Oh, yeah, the front wheels then. Oh god, no. Timo. Timo, please. Truly lacking the challenge. There we go. Then. Fourth wheel as well. Bit scary. But looks good. Alright, are we going now? Throwing for content. There we go. Onto the beam. Clean. It's been a long day. It's been a long day for everybody here, but Simo has especially been putting in kind of ridiculous hours. So the fact that Simo is even here at 1,000 meters height right now is impressive in itself. Not something that everybody here can do. They're probably the same campaign, Ultrix, just uploaded by different people. But if you check my club, SB Ville, it's gonna be there. It's gonna be SB Ville campaign 23. Now, let's see if Simo can finally get a clean landing. Looks good this time, no need to turtle. Simo getting close to having 100 hours on the server. Not doing the drift strategy here, so lining up a clean line here. Some players going for the Neo slide there, but Simo going for the clean line and getting the landing. I will be making a new campaign this year as well, but I'm not sure exactly which month. Probably during the summer though. Let's see. This has been tough, not only for Simo but for everybody, but Simo did manage to do it just barely last time. Is the landing good enough? Simo feeling it, 230 speed, the line looks pretty good. And Simo has found the strategy, gets the second landing here, and now has another chance to getting to floor 10. To the tunnel we go, and then the tricky one. Did manage to one-shot this on the very first attempt that Simo got here, going for it right away. Plastic bones clean, landing clean, and then the tricky line to the pole. The line is good. 2 out of 2. Simo has landed. And now we get another chance at this. Simo got the landing on the ramp clean on the first attempt, but lacked the speed for the final jump because Simo released a little bit too much after landing. Releasing is fine, you don't need to full speed this, but you don't want to release too much. It's still a big jump to floor 10. Getting the speed now, lining it up, dropping, landing, jumping up. This looks better. Simo is through to floor 10. The 6th player to get it. Finland is on the map. We're on floor 10. Simo has managed to get to Ice Gold, which is a floor by Maverick. Well-known royal mapper, building maps for the team game mode. Now, one thing you might know about Simo is that Simo is an old-school player. As an old-school player, Simo not the greatest player on ice. Not the greatest player on tricks like Icy Wheel, Dirt Zoops. Not the player to clear these kinds of like ice spins as the first name on the board. So what this floor will be remains to be seen. But it's not probably going to be as easy as for someone like Elcon. Simo, summing it up in the chat here on the server by writing woohoo for the achievement of getting here, and then despair of actually having to do the floor. We'll see how it goes. First jump, not super hard. Then we have the Icy Wheel Dirt Zoop. That is already very tricky. This is the intro to a legendary one-shot floor. Now that would be something. That would be something. One-shotting everything here, including the ice spin, everything else. Possible. Not ruling it out. But I think the key for Simo here is getting here often enough to get the practice in. And also, whenever Simo gets here, needs to learn something. Needs to get away from this floor and being able to say, okay, I know a little bit more now. I understand this jump. I understand this section a little bit better. You don't want to climb all the way to floor 10 and not learn anything. You want to make sure that you try your absolute best here every single time. Simo is a TMNF player, yeah. Tenth floor, the toughest floor, depends on the player. For Elcon, this doesn't seem to be a problem at all. For someone like Simo, probably. Here we go then, lining up the first. Straight forward, onto the plastic, then around the ice. A little bit short on that, and unfortunately for Simo, will fall down. And maybe the inexperience here on ice is already showing there. Not really having the intuition of how that uphill exactly will work. And it's not as easy as the other players have made it look. Maybe also, it could also be overthinking. It could also be that Simo is kind of like thinking about it too much, like really trying to like expect it to be something that it's not. Hard to say, but landing here, this is recoverable. Back to floor 9. Might know the recovery way here. There's two ways. One is that you can go here, drop down here, and go up the ramp. But there's another way as well. You can go over here, which Simo is doing now. Notices as well, over this wall here. It is scary, but still significantly safer than doing the jump combination. Simo gets it. Elcon is on a pretty decent run as well. 4-8 right now. climbing up. Hopefully no more two-wheel incidents. It's not just for unturtling. To be fair, I'm not sure if the save way is intended either. Could be just scenery that ends up being, you know, used like this. But yeah, you can use it for other things too than just unturtling. Simo, safely again on the tough part. Let's see the jump now. Pretty good speed. It's not quite as much as previous time, and it's a little bit short indeed. How's the landing going to work? Simo, back to the plastic, bounces a little bit and unfortunately doesn't manage the landing, but this jump, very recoverable. We go a little bit more down, landing on the plastic would have been a little bit better, but Simo will be back to this point instead. Now, Elcon, on the same height. Trying out the final tricks here, and I need a drink. My voice is giving up, so I'm hoping that everything goes well here. Elcon taking a bit of a break, we'll tune into Simo's run, and I'll be back in just a minute. Here we are then, back to the final jump, back to the tough part, and it's a little bit of... Simo has been here before, knows the recovery. Turtle goat. Turtle goat. Maybe there's an emote idea there. I do not know what the turtle goat would look like. Oh well. Oh well. Elcon has gone by. Simo will be doing the final parts of floor 8 again, hopefully successfully. Upside down goat. That would work, I guess. Elcon manages to save the landing here. Maybe there's a good run cooking. Here's the world record holder at the moment. Goat is used for greatest of all time. But is also an animal. Anyway, Elcon to the beam. Very safe. Someone already made a turtle goat emote. Elcon is using this beam line here. A little bit more speed. Has been through these parts before. Elcon, of course, a couple hours before this, or however long it's been, has managed to reach about the middle point of floor 11, maybe. Maybe 1/3. Might not be exactly the middle point. It's been a long day. But we keep going. At the very least until these runs here end one way or another. Elcon, the neo slide line, lands on the turbo into the loop. Yeah, Elcon got a run not too long ago, managing to do one more landing. So Elcon, one landing ahead of Bren. All the VODs are saved, yes. Clean landing from Elcon here as well. 230 speed, it's enough. Elcon manages to get it. Very clean. Then to the tunnel. Maybe another floor 10 attempt here. And Elcon doing floor 10 has been very, very solid so far. Let's see. Jumping up now. Pole is right there. Elcon lands it clean. And now just a couple ramps remain on this floor. Simo getting close as well. But Elcon already ready to go. Lining up this one. Getting a clean landing, and up we go. All the way to floor 10, Elcon with the bug slide landing. Optimizing that run. No problem. Now Elcon is one landing further than Bren. Has made one section, Bren hasn't. And then we are in Elcon's element. The ice section. Maybe floor 8 is Simo's element. Floor 10 definitely Elcon's. Getting the icy wheels here. Now for the dirt zoop. Getting the speed of the line so clean. Starting to chain these parts more and more. Ice slide over here. Very controlled. Up we go. Now I need to get rid of the icy wheels on the plastic. Over the pipe. Jumping ahead. Goes down a little bit. Not the greatest line. Goes a little bit on the beam. Is the speed going to work still? Elcon will land it. And then, no hesitation, over the snow, around the hole. Lining up on the dirt to take the speed now. Zooping up and sliding a little bit to the side, but Elcon does have enough speed to make it through. Once more getting rid of the icy wheels here. As we go on to the next pipe section. Going in already. Feels confident in the speed and will make the landing. Now for the pool. Perfect from Elcon. Will manage to get to the ice spin yet again. And I don't think Elcon needs too long to think about this. Goes right into it. Sliding through. Spin. And nails it every single time. No problem. Just does it. And Elcon will get to the end of floor 10 again. Just so good on this floor. It is so impressive to watch these ice sections. But now this tricky plastic landing. And it bounces, but Elcon stays on the track. Thank the Lord for that beam. Go into the ice now. Oh. Now taking a little bit of a break. Well deserved. Ice halfpipe. Next ahead goes up. Turned around a little bit off the ice, but does manage to stay on it. Then to the plastic, turns to the right. This is a little bit to the side as well. Elcon, unfortunately, the line is not there. Misses the pole and drops all the way to floor 7. Very close to getting that. But unfortunately, our next floor 11 attempt has to wait a little bit longer. But Elcon's consistency on this floor 10 is seriously impressive. It is looking so clean. Simo. Good time to tune in. Simo is trying out this big jump here. Quarterpipe lining it up. Now the beam landing seems to be on point and will not turtle. Simo is 3 out of 3 on this quarterpipe jump. Seems to really have a good feel for it. So, back again. Simo, of course, not really an ice player as we saw a little bit earlier. Old school player with an old school skill set, and to be fair, Simo's skill set in that specialized area is extremely strong. So, when you put Simo on this kind of old school platforming stuff, when you put Simo on turtling especially, we've seen some incredible stuff. He's going to nail that stuff. This jump a little bit off though. Jumps a little bit too far on the side of the ramp and unfortunately falls to floor 8. Is this savable? It's so on the edge. Did he just go through the tree? What? Weird things happen in spectating, but I'm wondering what that actually was. We can't fully rely on that we're getting the accurate picture of these runs. Because, you know, if you look at the wheels turning, for example. Oh, is Simo gonna save this still? No, the greed. Oh, no. The greed doesn't pay off. The alternative is that you just say like, okay, I'm not gonna land this. I'm gonna go back here, drive back to the turtle, do it again. But Simo wants to land it with one wheel on the platform. It's possible, but unfortunately, doesn't work. Well, Elcon's run, still alive. So not quite a personal best for Simo. Did just land on floor 10 not too long ago. A bit off topic, but I'm just very curious. How well known is Serral in Finland? It depends probably on the scene. It's much more of a Counter-Strike country. But, I mean, you know, I know Serral. I think a lot of people who are more into esports, competitive gaming, will know Serral for sure. Serral is a competitive StarCraft player. StarCraft 3. Elcon back 148. Going in. Finland also always had a good StarCraft scene. I don't actually know much about it, because I was never really into RTS stuff myself. We are indeed talking about Serral and StarCraft 2. Beam landing, scary. Think he's on. Did Alcon play TMNF or is he relatively new to Trackmania? So yeah, Alcon is pretty young actually. I think Alcon might be like 19 or 20 or something. So, you know. I'm not really sure about Alcon's progress overall. Like the history in Trackmania. I have a feeling that Alcon started with this game, but I'm not sure. 20, yeah. 21. Well, yeah, sure. Alcon changes the name every time he has a birthday. That's how it works, yeah. Timo is 900 years old. Fun fact. Here we go. Back to the second turtle. Was born in 21. Oh. Very promising gameplay here. Gets through, keeps the turtle going. Back to the second flip. Simo has also left the server, maybe calling it the day. It's been a long session for sure. So I think we're gonna watch this Alcon run through and then also call it a day. Alcon. That could have been it, but we do keep going. A bit close, but alright. We're here still. Goes for this upside down landing. That is on purpose. Alcon always going for this flip that no one else is really doing. And it works really nicely. Super consistent. To the reset then. Should probably rename the emote to blip. No, it's just a different thing. I think it was blub, because there was already a blib, and the blib was like the original name, but it seems like most people are using blip now instead. So I can rename that. Change the alias. I needed to pick something, hey, and I was like the first one to add it to my channel, alright? I blame other streamers for not naming it the same, alright? Elcon to the final turtle. A little bit shaky, but timing the first one works well. Little bit scary sometimes, but good. Getting back on. Elcon apparently not streaming today, but has been streaming quite a bit. Definitely make sure also to follow Elcon's channel on Twitch. Has been streaming quite a bit. See the jump, works just fine. This drift downhill strategy is so ridiculous. I love it. Great. Does it every time too. Like holding acceleration and brake to like slide down the hill. Well, here we go then. Floor 9 again. Strawberry cheesecake. Cheesecake made by Rioter. We've seen this a couple times before. Clean landing. Those two jumps have never given trouble. This next one is a little bit harder though. Elcon will line up the car so that it's perfectly straight, going right on the side of this turbo, on the other side this time. Looks pretty clean. Taking the speed. Landing it. Perfect. Check out the beam. Elcon always going for this strategy. Makes it work. A bit more speed than the turnaround strategy that others are doing. Many others anyway. There's a few others that are also trying this. I think Virtual was also doing this strategy before. But some going for the turnaround. Here, there's only one strategy. Doing these drops and jumping up Elcon works just fine. The drift around, back to the turbo, then to the loop. Landing onto the quarter pipe now. Now a clean jump. It's a little bit to the wall. Elcon needs to redo this, but that's entirely possible. Fortunately, Elcon lands on this platform still, so can go for this faster recovery. Yeah, we have watched the teaser trailer released on last Christmas, where the next section on floor 11 seems to be present, like it is present there. Whether that's the strat and you know what the setup actually is, that remains to be seen. But to get to that point, still need to clear all these tricky parts. This one looks like the best one. Elcon will commit. 232 speed, that is plenty, and the line is perfect. Elcon yet again makes the jump through into the tunnel. Has to save the half a second there by drifting. It's absolutely crucial that Elcon doesn't spend the half a second there. In we go then. Back to the quarter pipe. Knows the line. Is it going to work? Looks pretty good. And Elcon once more. One step closer to another attempt on 410. Lands the ramp. Jumps up and Elcon landing in a bug slide as always to save another half a second. Great. 1 second safe now. Never know when you're gonna need that. In we go. Around the ice. We'll still do the second setup here. Back uphill, getting the icy wheels to get this dirt zoop through. Works just fine. Elcon once more through this. Didn't seem to want to take this circle around the, around the dirt, but we'll go for it this time. I think at some point we'll see Elcon skip that as well. Ice slide works great. Getting the wheels clean, and then around we go. Looks better than last time. Speed should be there. Landing works. Elcon even releasing the landing a little bit. Then back around the hole. Needs to get onto the dirt and then line up again. Here we go. Zooping up. This looks a bit dicey. It's very close to the edge, but Elcon still makes it. Manages to get up. Getting the icy wheels out of the equation once again. And then onto the pipes we go. Getting the speed. Not much thinking. Knows the lines. Knows what to do. Clean jump on the first. Then into the pool. Ooh, very low there, but it works out. Elcon is through. Just keeps it going, gets the wet wheels and then the wet icy wheels simultaneously. Going into the ice spin, not really needing much time to reflect here, just goes in, gets the spin, gets the landing every single time. Elcon's ice mastery is just, it's on another level. Incredible. But last time Elcon did not make it through these half pipes at the end. First the plastic landing though. This time it's clean. But the half pipes were a bit problematic. Needs to get the landings clean this time. One more obstacle and we're on floor 11 yet again. Going up, turning around. Down we go. Looks clean so far. How's the landing? A little bit to the side, but Elcon seems to be able to save it. And should have plenty of speed to get back to floor 11. And here we are. Here we are indeed. Sight Lord's floor begins here. Elcon has a chance here to maybe get another attempt at the mysterious plastic half pipe that we've seen. We know a little bit about it. Elcon has one attempt on it, but it didn't work out. Before that though, couple difficult jumps. This is a little bit on the edge, but Elcon saves it. The ramp up. stop, dude. You don't need to save these seconds here. You can just drive normally, dude. Just drive normally, please. Sometimes. Elcon, next quarter pipe here, clips the landing, but Bren has done the same thing before. I do wonder if if Elcon has seen this, because you can turn around, you can jump back up to the platform. Not that you have much choice here anyway. I think that's what Elcon will try. Bren has also joined the server, by the way. Elcon manages to get the recovery. Bren probably joining as a spectator. I feel like Bren doesn't want to miss this run. Just watching, learning. Elcon makes it work, lands it. Elcon greeting Bren in the chat, but is Elcon currently with the chance to get the record? Clean landing into the water, pretty far actually, but Elcon safely on the pool. Now there's a little bit of work to do, and Elcon can get to try that weird plastic halfpipe section before. Couple landings. Jumps down. And one more. Now, speed around this circle. Landing over there on the left, and then the jump up. Elcon landed this. Elcon landed this jump, so Elcon already has world record. This happened about 2 or 3 hours ago, so this is still old territory for Elcon. Bren has not made this landing. Elcon managed to do so earlier, but this could be very important to do again. Needs to get more attempts on this plastic halfpipe that we see in the distance there. Now, going in. Not happy with that line. Almost clipping the inside there. Carefully redoing the line. The landing, no, Elcon. Still waiting for the perfect line. Lining the car up on this light right here. That seems to be a good setup. Elcon now going a little bit to the left side, but will stay on track. Is the landing going to work? Elcon manages to do it. And it is now a tied world record. Elcon manages to equal the personal best. This is what happened before. We've been here before. Now the question is, what does Elcon do next? What is the plan? Because here we have a mysterious plastic thing, and then we have this half pipe here. Presumably you need to land somewhere there, but it is difficult to say for sure. There was a teaser clip released by the organizers last Christmas, which kind of shows that you might need to land 2 wheels onto the plastic halfpipe there, and then go backwards and zoom like that. So Bren has been thinking it's press forward from the corner. Press forward setup next to the plastic. Of course, nobody has tried that, so it's impossible to say what's going to happen. Elcon thinks that you will not even get to the plastic with the press forward, but difficult to say. We have some of the greatest minds in Trackmania right now trying to figure this out. You have one shot at this right now on this run. Of course, you will get here again, but who knows when. Well, Elcon, thinking about it. Bren, maybe rethinking it as well. Yeah. So, maybe not a press forward strategy. We'll let the players cook. Well, the good lucks come out from Bren. It's a bit of a guessing game right now. Elcon has to try something. I guess in theory you can just stay here forever, but Elcon is going, trying the wall landing. It looks kind of promising. It looks kind of promising if it was a clean landing, but it doesn't get quite far enough. It was a better try than the last one from Elcon for sure. Could it be that one? Trying to land onto this wall, very close to getting a clean landing, then flipping the car upside down from this wall. So going here and then flipping the car from this point upside down with the plastic, because plastic kind of bounces you around. Going through, upside down, landing here. I think that was a good try. I think it was a decent attempt at a pretty good idea. But slightly clipping the entry, losing a little bit of speed, so we don't really have much to work with. The mappers XDDDDing in the chat right now, having the time of their life with all this frustration from the players. But we, as the followers of this journey, have not learned all that much. And I think Elcon's run here, I don't know if the car is still moving. It's moving backwards. And you know, when we look at what's backwards, probably not gonna end so well. Yeah. Like I said, this kind of looks like a question mark, yeah. And seems like the section will remain a question mark as well. Well, Elcon back to the bottom, Bren on the server. And guys, we are on a 10-hour session right now with the casting. So I think at this point it could be our time to also jump out. There will hopefully be, you know, Bren is streaming, so we're gonna have a little bit of documentation of Elcon's progress from there, from that stream as well. And I think Valen might be also still streaming. I can check that out and see if that is still the case. So then that is also a casting stream. So could be a great way to follow Elcon's journey. But wait, why didn't it? Oh, because I have the plugin. Okay. Everything's so complicated all the time. Really sick run from Elcon though. Getting to that jump twice today. Very, very solid. Hey, no problem guys. My pleasure. Doing this coverage. Hope everyone had a good time. Very much appreciate having you all here. And hope to see you some other time. We're going to be doing this pretty much every day. For now, for as long as the event goes on. Yeah, Valen is still seeming to stream. Watching Elcon. So I'll throw you guys over there. You can continue the journey over on Valen's channel. Valen has also done the voice lines that you might have heard on some other streams when players play this map. We unfortunately can't hear the voice lines, but you might recognize the voice there. But yeah, very much appreciate having you all here. Thank you for the kind words and for all the support as well. It's been a blast doing this for the last 9 days. tomorrow we start a little bit earlier by doing some map requests for like more common things that we usually do on this channel, but we will also move to deep coverage in the evening too. So if you want to check out some different kinds of maps, you're welcome to tune in tomorrow afternoon European time.